endeavors. We did I just as Lord ordered. By time Ronkist and lassies left tomb I were too close dawn, so we retired our body bags wait out day. This was an innovation Ronkist had never come across before. To use rubber, military-style body bags as a means of protection from the sun was a wholly novel idea, but he supposed it must work. Come sunset took mound. Humans. Campion ha brought I a couple o security guards, but they were no trouble. And there was this Rastafarian. But he ran off and we let him go. He was kinda likable and out too much credibility go and F him anyway. Who's gonna believe a ganja smoke and dread when he tells them he was chased off an ancient archaeological site by blood-drinking Scotsmen? Ronkist knew this had to be Winston Shakespeare, the young man who had led Mariko to the mica fragment. She had let him live in return, and Ronkist imagined she'd be happy he'd escaped with his life a second time. Gallowglass continued to quiz Duncan on. So what happened next, after you'd dealt with humans? We went inside and brought OOTTH Merlin's sarcophagus and rest OTH stuff. I was a bastard gettin' I all down THA tunnel. Fucking thing turned OOTTB covered I spikes like a bloody cactus, so we had hack M off A4 we moved I dot. Yeah didna damage I, did yet. I seemed alright. So where is it now? Duncan on gestured to the second of the Hummers. Yawn. So we're ready to move out. No reason not. We're gonna motor be back home A4 dawn. Gallowglass looked round for Ronkist. Master Ronkist, would ye come over here? Ronkist walked to where Gallowglass and Duncan on were standing. You seem to have brought an entire army down here. Lord Fenrir believes I safety I numbers. It's unfortunate the Lord Fenrir doesn't believe in the very basic Nosferatu protocols. Jews followin' my orders, Master Ronkist. Niceties yell have bring up with Laird himself. Duncan on's smooth face curled into a sneer of contempt. Only thing he'll be doin' when he meets Laird will be grovel and F his head. Ronkist's eyes and aura became as hard and brittle as cold iron. That's what you believe, is it, young man? Duncan on seemed about to reply in kind, but Gallowglass cut him off, stepping between the fresh Highlander and Ronkist. Don't show yeself up as more o' a fool than ye really are, lad. This is Victor Ronkist frat Americas, and you'll no see him grovelin' anyone. He's our prisoner, isn't he? Get about ye business, boy. Get ya lads on truck and ready travel. With a final sneer of postponed hostilities for Ronkist, Duncan on swaggered off and Gallowglass shook his head. Full o' piss and vinegar and more trouble than he's worth. Ronkist nodded, happy to play the seasoned veteran and give Gallowglass and himself a certain common ground. I had one like him myself a few years ago. He went by the name of Carfax, and I had to push him out into the sun before he learned any manners. Gallowglass smiled wanly. Sometimes yon's only remedy. Unfortunately one's favored by Lord, so he'd be missed. Did you say you have the cocoon in one of those trucks? It was the crucial question, but Ronkist let it drop almost casually. Gallowglass looked at Ronkist, disappointed at the ploy. If thas wha ye heard, thas wha I said. It's goin' back to Fenrir where it belongs. You know what it is. Are you sure? Ye know as well as I, Master Ronkist, it's old Merlin, fast asleep. Lord wants to be there when he wakes, as I believed yet. You knew all that. And if we are worried, it's bane well protected, so if ye don't ha any more questions, we need to get goin'. Are ye ready? I just need my traveling bags. Gallowglass gestured toward the house. Lassie's thrall bringin' them now, I think. Mariko was stunned beyond any hope of fast recovery. Events had turned on them so quickly she was hard-pressed to accept she could go from elation to near destruction in all but the blink of an eye, and then survive only to find herself a prisoner in her own residence. She was equally amazed Victor should take the turnaround so calmly. Had Columbine sold her out to save her own miserable skin the way she had sold out Ronquist to the Highlanders, she would have thrown herself on her and torn her apart. Victor, on the other hand, took the base betrayal in his stride and was talking with all cordiality to Gallowglass. The only positive aspect of the situation was that the Highlanders, after committing something perilously close to an act of war, were apparently pulling out. They were, however, taking not only Victor, but also the chrysalis of Taliesin the Merlin with them. The worst part was her sense of impotency. Mariko could do nothing about what was happening around her. She might battle ninja in her dreams, but to take on 15 armed Highlanders in the pouring rain of a real evening, even with Destry beside her, would be nothing short of suicidal. She could only watch the Scotsmen make their preparations to leave, glare at them, and suppress the need to snap, snarl, and hurt. She even reserved the right to make Columbine suffer for her perfidy at some later time. Columbine had wisely made herself scarce after the front door had opened, and they'd staggered in from the moment of dawn, and Ronquist had, of course, found himself facing the half-circle of sword points. Destry was also mute, glaring at the Highlanders. Since the moment they knew they were not going to be destroyed, she hadn't uttered a word. The experience of coming close to losing all in the sunrise had a profound effect on any Nosferatu, young or old. Mariko stood in the hall of Raven Keep, watching Victor and the males of Fenrir through the open door. She had thought all the action was outside and was thus surprised to hear a clumsy noise from behind her. She turned to find Bolingbroke, dried blood still on his face from where the Highlanders had mishandled him, laden down with Victor's traveling bags and the fur rug on which she and Victor had spent their memorable day. "Where do you think you're going with those?" "I am taking them to Mr. Ronquist." Mistress Columbine said, "that I should." Mariko cut him off. She had no time for his slurred and halting explanation. Yes, just get along, and don't take forever." It seemed Columbine wasn't so upset it impaired her from giving orders to speed Victor's departure. Mariko's anger blazed afresh. She couldn't see how the Troika could continue under the present circumstances, and even if it did, the dynamics would have to be completely different. Destry came up behind her and grasped her hand. "We should say goodbye to Victor. We have no idea if and when we'll see him again." Mariko collected herself. "Yes, it's the least we can do. For now." "For now." Destry nodded. "For now. You think this is at an end of it?" Destry glanced around. A few of the Highlanders were paying a passing male-female attention, but most were ignoring them. Gallowglass seemed to have issued orders that the females were strictly off-limits to his wild men. This had come as welcome news. When Mariko and Destry had fallen through the door, skin already scoured by the coming sun, the sight of 6 Highlanders containing Victor in a ring of sharp steel had produced the logical projection that they might well be next, and instead of spending just a watchful, sleepless day waiting for nightfall and the return of Duncanon and his males, they might have been the principal entertainment of a roaring and bloody Clan Fenrir orgy of unnatural physical abuse. "We'll talk about what's to be done later." Mariko nodded. Her face was like stone. "And later we'll also talk to Columbine." Destry gestured to the Highlanders. "When our Scottish visitors have departed. In the meantime, we'll just bid Victor farewell." For a moment Mariko seemed reluctant to move, but then, hand in hand, she and Destry followed Bolingbroke to where Ronquist was standing with Gallowglass. The 2 Hummers purred smoothly up the motorway, headlights cutting through what was now a downpour, wide heavy-duty tires singing on the wet road surface, traveling in excess of 100 miles an hour and a full 30 over the United Kingdom speed limit. To facilitate this flagrant breach of the traffic laws, a pair of red lights flashed on each vehicle's roof, creating a second set of halos in the downpour. When Galloglass talked about motorin', he tolerated no half measures. The trucks were being driven flat out. Ronquist had voiced his surprise that traveling in such a manner didn't immediately cause them to fall foul of the police. At this, the stick-like Nosferatu had smiled knowingly. "There's canny part oi. The coppers all think we're some exceptional big deal. Some big arse special unit goin' about its secret dirty work, why can? Th's trouble with English. They don't like to ask about why they don't know. We even have sirens if we need to really impress. What will your lord come up with next, Galloglass? A black helicopter. G.I. him time, Master Ronquist. G.I. him time." Although it transpired the clan Fenrir kept concealed bolt holes up and down the British Isles, and it would be possible to pass the day in any one of half a dozen of them along the approximate route, Galloglass wanted to make the long journey to Castle Fenrir in a single night. The Lord had demanded the cocoon of Merlin under his roof as soon as possible it seemed, and thus the need for the headlong rush and the rotating warning lights. Ronquist did suspect, without even the goading of their laird, the Highlanders would have driven that way in any case. Reckless speed and splitting the night with sound and fury seemed absolutely in keeping with their character. That the raiding party of Highlanders should be divided into two groups was dictated by their having to travel in two vehicles. Ronquist, Galloglass, and some 9 others were crowded into the lead Hummer, packed tight and smelling of damp plaid, while Duncannon and a further 6, along with the Merlin cocoon, brought up the rear. Ronquist noticed that he had been kept separate from the cocoon, and he assumed this was deliberate. Either Galloglass or Fenrir or both must have decided Ronquist riding in the same truck as the cocoon ran the risk of his accidentally learning some fresh secret in transit. He found it an encouraging sign, at least a partial indication he was not being transported all the way to the north of Scotland simply to be exterminated. Ronquist was operating on the optimistic assumption Fenrir had ordered him seized for his mind, rather than his destruction. Ronquist could picture a flash of lordliness Nosferatu impatience. Ronquist had procrastinated over the more civil request and require invitation, so Fenrir decided to have him brought by force. It suggested to Ronquist the Highland Lord had reached that advanced state of hubris in which he believed he could get away with just about anything. Although Galloglass had wanted the Highlanders moved out of Raven Keep as fast as possible, there had been a certain degree of inevitable lingering and delay, and Duncannon had taken the time to speculate aloud about the number of hideous fates and methods of agonizing destruction for which Ronquist should prepare himself when he finally came before Fenrir. Even this had not served to dent Ronquist's hopeful mood. He decided the insolent young troop leader was simply mouthing off, and if Fenrir had wanted him destroyed, he would have simply been left to burn in the sun, and Galloglass would neither have asked for his word of surrender nor opened the door to him when he gave it. Ronquist thought he heard the sound of singing voices from the second Hummer, but he couldn't be sure over the drumming of the rain, the slapping of the windshield wipers, and the occasional whoosh as the truck hit standing water and threw up curved waves of spray. He found it reasonably plausible, however, and could imagine Duncannon and his crew, Fenrir's children of the mist, crouched around the Merlin cocoon, bawling out some muscular ballad about laughing in the face of death, just as they had hundreds of years previously around any campfire in the lee of a rocky outcrop, amid gorse and purple heather. Every so often the two vehicles would pass what the British called a service area, harsh islands of blue-white neon where travelers could find gas, maps, souvenir trinkets, and food. Inside the lighted, aquarium-like restaurants, humans fueled up on rubber eggs, mysterious pork products, and greasy chips and killed their boredom on pinball machines and arcade games, while, just a few yards away, out on the 6-lane highway, 2 truckloads of inhuman nightmare and the more than mortal remains of a historical legend raced past at breakneck speed. They're goin' to make whole world like this for too long. The whole world does look like this. We keep our part way I should be. How long do you think that will last? Many ha come to tech I from us, and none ha managed I so far. Both Ronquist and Galloglass were silent for a long time, contemplating the world through the windshield. Finally Galloglass was moved to comment. Are why thinking OTH lassies? I'm thinking they may have problems. Problems. It depends on how many bodies your Highlanders left behind. Galloglass shrugged non-committally. Duncanon and his lads know how to live off th land. Roncast nodded. Then the ladies may have problems. Destry stormed into Columbine's boudoir. What the fuck do you think you're doing? I would have thought it was obvious. I'm packing. Columbine, still in her torn riding habit, hair falling and unkempt, and a dangerously wild look in her eyes, was haphazardly throwing things into an assortment of leather bags. I have to get away from here. Destry planted her hands on her hips. Not suffering remorse at your advanced age. I didn't suffer remorse at any age. Throwing Victor to the Highlanders was cold even by your standards. I only did it to save the three of us, but you're determined not to believe me. We might if you tried to explain what happened. I made a deal with Galloglass that we wouldn't be harmed if I helped him take Victor. That's all you need to know. That's not all we need to know. Maybe you had to do what you had to do. We can't tell. What we do know is that you can't just go running off into the night. You can't escape what's happened. Columbine let out a brittle laugh. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not running from you, or any supposed betrayal of Victor, or even the body count with which the Highlands have undoubtedly strewn the local landscape. So what are you running away from? I have to get away from him. Him. Your Taliesin, the great Merlin. Mariko entered the room. She had stopped to lock doors and generally secure the house in the wake of the Highlanders' departure. What new madness is this, Columbine? I think I speak for both myself and Destry when I say we're at the limits of our patience. When they moved him, I felt something. I could feel him leaving the tomb. He's waking, and for some reason he wants me to come to him. That's absurd, Columbine, and you know it? I swear. I can feel this pull. So you're running to follow the Merlin to Fenrir. Columbine looked at Destry as though she was the crazy one. I'm not that insane. I'm running away from him. Now you're making no sense at all. I don't want any part of this. It's too weird, and worse than that, it's too damned monumental. I don't want to be part of history. All I really want is to enjoy myself, to have fun. I don't want to have to know about the damned Nephilim, or the original beings, or even the bloody Merlin. I want to get away from the whole fucking mess. And how do you intend to do that? I'm going to London, and I'm going to kill. I'm going to kill, and inflict pain on the helpless, and feed until I'm glutted. I am going to preside over a bloody reign of terror that will live in infamy, to quote FDR, and if the humans get too close to me, I'll move on to Paris and start all over again. And then Rome, and then maybe Budapest for old time's sake. I don't really care about the geography. I'm going. I intend completely to exist in the moment. Perhaps I'll start a salon and save beautiful young poets from the horrors of growing old. Is there anything in any of those perfume bottles that might calm you down? Because this is mania, my darling. You may soon pass the point of no return. What do you care? We are, a troika. The theory is that we look out for each other. We don't even believe each other. Mariko, who had stood apart from the confrontation between Columbine and Destry, suddenly interrupted. I believe you. Columbine looked at her in amazement. You do what? I believe you. Columbine's eyes narrowed. Had she been a reptile, her tongue would have flicked out. What's the trick, my oriental darling? There's no trick. I don't understand. The dreams were the first phase of his waking. We pretty much agreed on that. Okay, go on. Unconsciously he was putting out feelers. Reaching for a kindred or receptive mind. Why should this Ursha do that? Mariko shook her head. I don't know why, but the theory fits. You sound like Victor. That's the way he approached a problem. She added a pointed qualification, when he was a free man, that is. Columbine ignored the taunt. Mariko and Destry might be buzzing with hostility, but at least she was the center of attention again. So you think there is now some kind of link between me and this Merlin thing? I'm practically certain of it. A kindred mind, I think you said. I actually said a kindred or receptive mind. Are you implying I'm merely receptive? Draw your own conclusions. Columbine apparently didn't care to do so. And what happens to this alleged link when he wakes? Mariko spread her hands. I think that's what you're soon going to find out. What I don't understand is why me? Again. I can't tell you. Maybe it was purely random. Maybe he sensed something about me. He had a female partner, didn't he? Mariko nodded. Morgana or Morgan Le Fay. So I'll be his Morgan Le Fay, and wreak even further havoc. Mariko looked wanly at Columbine. I don't think so. What do you mean you don't think so? Mariko had taken quite enough of Columbine and she saw no reason to sugarcoat the pill. Because you are just receptive. You're no kin of this thing. All you could ever be for an entity like Taliesin would be a plaything, similar, in fact, to one of those boys you like to have around the place until you've drained the life out of them. Columbine's aura turned a dangerous thunder at sunset magenta. Are you telling me it's beyond my capabilities to control an Ursha that's just woken from a 1500-year sleep? Totally. That's exactly what I'm telling you. You wouldn't have a chance in hell. You may be Nosferatu, but you're so damned vain and lazy, you're adept at next to nothing. For a moment, Columbine didn't react. Her aura became neutral and unreadable, but then her fangs began to extend it, and when she spoke, her tone was pure spite. You misbegotten oriental cunt. In the second before she sprang, Destry made her move, knocking Columbine off balance, so instead of leaping at Mariko, ready to rip and tear, she went sprawling on the boudoir carpet. Destry stood over her. Stay down, Columbine, or I swear I'll hurt you. Mariko stepped forward. No, no, let her up. This has to be taken to its logical conclusion. She looked down at Columbine. Shall we just do it? Is that the tactile and emotional experience you're finally craving, the destroyer or the destroyed? Swords in the twilight, my dear? Because if it is, Mariko Matsunaga is at your service. She turned. Since we lack seconds, Destry, will you take control of the dueling staff and oversee the combat? The motorway went on and on, the view through the windshield and from the side windows was one of mobile monotony, and Ronquist wished he could just doze like a human. Every now and again, the sameness of the drive might be relieved by the lights of a town or a large industrial plant, but even at the speeds the two Hummers were able to maintain, the miles could grow long and the journey, which was, after all, from one end of the British Isles to the other, grew tedious in the extreme. About the only diversion was in bouts of conversation with Gallowglass. To Ronquist's surprise, as long as they'd kept away from matters immediately at hand and what possible fate might await him when the small convoy arrived at Fenrir Castle, the tall thin Nosferatu appeared happy enough to talk away the time. A while, Master Ronquist, I been with Lord Fenrir quite a while. Like many o' us, he brought me fra battlefield when all hope seemed lost and gave me gift o change. I my case, I was churchyard at Dunkeld. The only problem with Gallowglass's stories was that he seemed to assume Ronquist knew much more about the convoluted and blood-soaked history of the Highlands of Scotland than he actually did. Dunkeld. I was where we made our final stand after Bonnie Dundee went down. We had fallen on English under Mackay Gorge O'Killa Ekranki. All Great Ones were there, all Highland Jacobites, MacLeans, MacDonalds, Stewarts of Appin and Grants o' Glenmorrison, MacLeod's, MacNeil's, Robertson's and Farquharson's Galloglass recited the names of the clans as though he were repeating a holy, or maybe unholy, litany, and 1,000 Camerons led by Sir Ewan Cameron O'Lochiel, then I his 60s, same Lochiel who bit an English officer's throat out wi his bare teeth, and him only a human at time. You sound as though you should have claimed the victory. And we almost did. It was a terrible slaughter, and English took worst o' it, and then, cursed by luck no deserved by a dog, at moment English should ha run a way home, Dundee was struck down. Aside from the contortions of religion, politics, vendetta, fighting the English, conspiring with the French, and the straightforward rape, adultery, and cattle rustling that seemed to have plagued the Scottish Highlands since at least the 8th century, the principal protagonists had more titles, nicknames, and pseudonyms than the characters in a 19th-century Russian novel, and this caused Ronquist even more confusion. Dundee. Master Ronquist, Bonnie Dundee, Dundee, John Graham O'Claverhouse, Viscount Dundee, also known as Bloody Clavers, after way he brought Covenanters fire and sword. Fair o face witha smile and his long black hair his shoulders, and his deep brown eyes, we all loved him and would ha followed him gates o hell, and but did. So when he fell, Highlanders were dumbstruck, and Mackay was able to rally and drive us back way Dunkeld churchyard, where killing started earnest right between headstones and crosses. Ronquist's third problem in keeping up with Galloglass's tales of havoc in the glens was that he talked as though everything was so recent, as though it had all happened just a matter of months ago, although Ronquist knew they were dealing in centuries. So this would have been 1745. Galloglass laughed at Ronquist's temporal foolishness. Och no, man, I'm no talkin' about 45, tha was Culloden and Bonnie Prince Charlie. Year 1689 is time t which I refer. July I was. Ye have get ye uprisings straight, ye can. I'm doing my best. There seem to have been rather many of them. You could say tha. I blame mainly on English always coming up interfere, although I admit, between themselves, clans were masters o holding grudges and exacting revenge. Like when MacFarlane o Arochar learned his wife been seduced by his neighbor South, Calhoun o Luss, he burned down Calhoun Castle at Rosta wi its owner inside and then served his unfaithful spouse her lover's charred and blackened privates on a platter of dinner, remarking, "This is your share. You'll understand yourself what I is." After this less than savory tidbit, Ronquist attempted to steer the conversation back to a more generalized history. Were you the only one rescued from among the wounded? Fra gory bed, as they say? I was only one fra killa cranky and Dunkeld. Who knows? Maybe Laird would ha brought Dundee himself home if he hadna died so fast. Strange to raise your vassals from among the dying. Strange, Master Ronquist. Perhaps just strange that I never considered it? But aren't most changes shaped by some measure o' night politics, though? Lord is no only a vampire but immortal leader o' a human clan, ye understand. He needs loyalty o' his swords and minds a his back, ye ken. Ronquist nodded. He was learning a lot fast. These Highlanders might not be fastidious, but that was no reason to consider them stupid. They were as sharp as their ever-present swords and, in many respects, lived far deeper in the Nosferatu world than he did, always teetering the edges commanded by the foibles of humans and their world of machines, figures, and manipulations. In their comparative isolation, these Highlanders were able to demonstrate with some strutting that they were the top of the food chain, and they owned the night in their own glens, and on their own mountainsides. With very much that attitude, Galloglass continued. A man who's been brought to immortality from thinking he had left him was cough oot his life ruin oth killing field has more than just a pass in loyalty one who raised him up. Galloglass permitted himself a wry smile. An undying loyalty, ye might say. He gestured to the small Highlander with the headsman's axe. Take Prestwick here. Lord brought him home frack a lotten, sorry wreck all was fine and good. Pulled out fra right under nose butcher Cumberland and grape shot and bayonets his damned Hessians. Ronquist nodded to Prestwick, who returned the nod with no flicker of expression. He realized Fenrir was living much closer to the way he himself had existed when he had his boyars at his back, and the nature of the predator needed far less veneer. Lord ha brought lads home fra most great battles. Some are us and some have gone. We still ha venerable Shaggy Lachlan who fought at Flodden Field. If Ronquist's recollection was correct, the Battle of Flodden, which resulted in the death of Scotland's King James IV, had taken place in 1513. Thus Fenrir must be at least 500 years old. Ronquist was assembling a picture of this lord to whom he'd surrendered that was, to say the least, interesting. He was imagining a bloody and devious autocrat, with both advisors and veteran warriors from whom he demanded and received absolute devotion. Then he remembered something from the first meeting with Galloglass. He had let slip how, at Fenrir, they bred their own humans. If nothing else, the Lord Fenrir should prove a challenge, and Ronquist missed Lupo more than ever. The rain had stopped, and a white moon had broken through unraveling clouds. They had chosen the lake as their arena. Columbine seemed to favor the idea of fighting Mariko against the background of Ravenkeep's moonlit lake, demonstrating that, as always, she saw what was happening as a romantic drama rather than a life-and-death crisis very much of her own making. The three walked from the house, a small tense procession, Columbine and Mariko side by side but keeping a good and hostile distance between them. Destry walked slightly behind, carrying the long staff in her right hand, the staff with the uncut emerald in the silver setting at the head that was her symbol of authority in this damned silly but nonetheless highly formal Nosferatu confrontation. A pair of matched sabers, wrapped in a black sheepskin, were under her left arm. They were not the ones from the wall in the drawing room but a more recent and virgin pair Columbine had deemed more suitable for the duel since neither had drawn blood since their forging. As the party to receive the challenge, Columbine had made the choice of weapons, and sabers gave her a distinct advantage. For a human of Columbine's size and sex, the saber was too heavy and unwieldy a weapon, but with her undead strength behind the blade, it could be both accurate and deadly. Of course, the same applied to Mariko, but she simply wasn't as skilled with that style of weapon. She might be an expert with ninja butterfly knives and the lighter sword of the samurai, but Mariko was largely unfamiliar with the heavy European saber. Destry had decided, for the moment, attempting to stop the pair was pointless. She would play her role as mistress and overseer of the combat and, along the way, find a way to intervene, to end the duel before one killed the other. Destry knew Columbine well enough to be aware, after she'd worked off some of her guilt and anger over Ronquist being taken by the Highlanders, she might view at least her own destruction as a less than desirable idea. If Destry presented a good enough reason to cease the combat and allowed Columbine the space to save face, she would back off. Mariko, though, was a wholly different matter. Although Columbine had totally provoked her, she'd been the one who'd issued the challenge. Harder, more determined, and with a more implacably developed sense of tradition, Mariko might actually be far more difficult to stop once started. Destry hoped, however, Mariko's fundamental common sense would prevail. In the meantime, her only option was to continue the charade and wish for no early tragedy. Destry positioned herself with her back to the lake, facing the lights that still burned in the house. She folded back the sheepskin, exposing the steel and lizard skin hilts of the two sabers, and beckoned to the antagonists. Columbine made the first choice of blade. She drew it carefully from the sheepskin and swung it experimentally, feeling the weight and balance. Mariko took the second weapon with much less show and flourish. Mariko's hands were sufficiently small for both to fit inside the guard on the hilt, and she was able to grasp it in the two-handed Japanese manner. Columbine had taken her time dressing for the occasion. In tights, Robin Hood boots, and a floppy Errol Flynn pirate shirt, she looked to Destry like a combination of Peter Pan and Hamlet. In direct competition, and refusing to be psyched by any enforced waiting, Mariko had used the time to do the same, and appeared in a flame-scarlet kimono with the crossed axes of the Yarabaka clan on the back in hand-painted gold. She also wore a scarlet silk band around her head with the same insignia. Both had put their hair up, Mariko in the same traditional warrior topknot that although neither Destry or Columbine knew it she had assumed for the violent dream she had shared with Ronkist. Columbine had adopted a looser, Gibson girl role of the kind popular in the 1900s. It might have been more dashing, but to Destry, it appeared a great deal less practical. Already stray strands were starting to fall loose. With considerable reluctance, Destry tapped the end of her staff twice on the ground to bring the inevitable to order. "Ladies, commend upon your weapons." Each female adopted her individual stance, and in so doing, they couldn't have been more at odds. Columbine favored the high-risked, blade-angled down posture of a mounted dragoon. Mariko, in complete contrast, held her sword high, hilt at shoulder level and with the blade perfectly vertical. Destry noted the grass was still wet from the rain, and Columbine's stylish boots could well start slipping and sliding, giving Mariko, who was fighting barefoot, a distinct advantage. For what seemed like an eternity, neither combatant moved. Both stood rigid, stone-faced, gazes locked one on the other, watchful and patient as panthers, concentration-rapt, motionless players in a game where the first to blink took on a massive psychological disadvantage. As Destry fully expected, it was Columbine who finally lost her composure and, swinging her saber, took a long-booted step, following the momentum of a blade that would have gutted Mariko had she not skillfully twisted away on ballerina points. After the wild cut, Columbine was slightly off balance. Mariko came at her with a 2-3 combination of a downward slash, a thrust, and a fast upward slice that ripped the flowing sleeve of Columbine's shirt and pinked her upper arm so spots of crimson showed on the white fabric. Destry quickly extended her cane, ordering the adversaries to disengage. Blood has been drawn. The contest may, at this time, be concluded without loss of honor. Columbine didn't bother so much as to acknowledge the chance to withdraw. She swung at Mariko, who parried quickly. Their steel shot sparks, and darts of fire like hostility snarled between them. With their Nosferatu speed, a human would never have been able to follow the moves in the sudden flurry of action that followed, and even Destry had to step swiftly aside to avoid lunging blades and pivoting bodies. Mariko sustained a cut on the shoulder, and the sleeve of her kimono was ripped to a trailing rag, but she had managed to strike Columbine no less than 3 times, and seemed, so far, to be getting the best of the encounter. Columbine was bleeding copiously, and her shirt was shredded. Both of them backed off and circled. Mariko ran a nervous tongue over dry lips, and her eyes glinted as she stared at the bleeding wounds on Columbine's upper body. This was what Destry had feared. The sight of blood would enflame their senses, and now the duel would be impossible to stop, short of its complete and definitive outcome. Columbine and Mariko continued to circle, using the opportunity to collect their strength for the next exchange. They were not out of breath the way 2 human swordsmen might have been, but the fighting was taking a toll on even their undead energy. Each grimly looked for an opening, and this time Mariko went on the offensive. This second clashing steel duet was of shorter duration than the first, and the two quickly moved back to a safer distance and resumed their circling. Both were now losing blood, and Destry herself felt a dangerous stirring at the sight. Mariko's scarlet silk hardly showed the extent of her wounds, but what had been Columbine's crisp white buccaneer shirt was now nothing more than a crimson rag. Destry tightened her grip on her staff. It wouldn't do for the adjudicator to succumb to crude bloodlust. Mariko finally spoke. The first time either of them had made a sound except soft cries, gasps, and intakes of breath. Do you yield, Columbine? It's only blood, you bitch. I can still best you. You believe that? I know that. Now Columbine also gripped her saber double-handed, as though her arms were tiring. She aimed a diagonal slash at Mariko, but suddenly Mariko wasn't where she was supposed to be. Removing one hand from the hilt of her sword, she came at Columbine, her point describing circles in the air, and suddenly Columbine was disarmed. The move was so fast and accomplished Destry hardly saw it, and would have been hard-pressed to describe it later. Columbine stood bemused and swaying slightly, her breasts and torso slick with her own blood. Her saber was stuck at an angle in the lawn, some 12 feet away. Mariko was poised to finish her, but Destry raised her staff. Hold. Mariko's face was streaked with both Columbine's blood and her own, and she could only stare at Destry with a sullen, semi-comprehension. Hold? Why should I hold? She's mine now. She wanted this, and now it's hers. I said hold. Mariko, caught up in the fury of the fight, now raised her sword to Destry. I will not hold. Destry pointed at her with the staff. You will obey. Mariko, reason gone, prepared to swing at Destry, who stood very still and quickly used the voice of authority at almost its most and full commanding power. Strike me at your peril, madam. The voice was enough to cause Mariko to hesitate, and as she faltered, Destry struck her hard across the wrist with the heavy emerald and silver head of the ceremonial staff. All in one, Mariko dropped her saber, clutched her wrist, and cursed. Fuck you, Destry. I think the bone's broken. You'll mend. The fight stops here. Columbine glanced in the direction of her own sword, but Destry picked up Mariko's dropped saber and gestured warningly. Don't even think about it, my dear. Both Mariko and Columbine stared at Destry. The two of them were bloody, breathing through flared nostrils, but not speaking. Destry retrieved the sheepskin and walked to where Columbine's sword was stuck in the ground. She jerked it from the earth, spread out the fur, laid the stained blades on it, and carefully rewrapped them. Ready to resume reality, ladies. Mariko began to protest. You have no authority to stop the proceedings like this. No? How about we try to recall this is the 21st century, and we do not fight duels to the true death because one of us supposedly insulted the other in the heat of argument. Again she was met with silence. While you two were dressing for your bloody pas de deux, a thought occurred to me. We have never factored Ronkist's people into this equation. With so much visible blood, it was hard for Destry to sound as calm and logical as she might have wished, but somehow she managed it. She knew her only hope of avoiding disaster was to get their minds rather than their emotions working again before they once more went at it like two hellcats. If they completely lost it, she'd be powerless to stop them. The staff was only a symbol, and useless if they turned feral. In that state, they wouldn't bother with the sabers. They'd rend each other tooth and claw like creatures of the primeval wild. I would imagine if word was to reach California that Victor had been taken captive, it would cause a good deal of consternation among the other members of his colony. We might even find ourselves with some long-distance allies. Mariko winced as she forcibly set the bone in her wrist. Columbine stripped off the rag that was her blood-soaked shirt and was naked to the waist. Destry was through to their cognitive minds. Why didn't you tell us before we fell into all this? Mariko also seemed to somehow blame Destry. That's right. Why didn't you stop us? Destry snorted with derision. Me stop you too? Give me a break. You were too damn determined for that. Too much psychic poison was flowing. Columbine seemed about to say something, but Destry cut her off. Don't say a word. Not a word. Just consider how ridiculous you look standing there with your tits bare to the night and bleeding like a stuck pig. Mariko pulled her slashed kimono tighter around her body. And you. Don't you say a word, either. I don't want to hear any more of this. The episode is closed. Go and get cleaned up. After that, we'll discuss other options beyond simply turning on each other. So how old would that make the Lord Fenrir? Gallowglass looked sideways at Ronquist. They had just left the town of Carlisle behind them and were out of England and into Scotland. D'ye take me fool, Master Ronquist? Certainly not. Oh, old Gallowglass will ramble on his tales o' gore and glory, and daring deeds o' yesteryear, and no doubt ye've been thinkin' I've let slip a muckle mess about background o' Fenrir and Fenrir, but truth is ye've learned little except some proud history o' this grand land. Ye don't know half o' I, and wioot half o' it, ye really know nothin'. Do I make myself plain? Ronquist smiled at his own presumption. Eminently plain, my friend. The vampire is like a good malt. He improves with age. But I was forgetting ye dinna like yon word, do ye? I don't use it myself. Not after 1919. Oh, I ken your sensibilities. Mercifully we kept OOTOATHA. You were lucky. Gallowglass shook his head. We were careful. We stayed in our own realm and avoided foreign entanglements. So what, between us, do we actually know about the others in Ronquist's colony? At Destry's business-like question, Mariko and Columbine both looked at each other, not quite making eye contact. Neither wanted to speak first. Destry was uncompromising. Still in shock, are we, dears? A little weak from our cuts and exertions, and loss of precious bodily fluids. Well, that's going to be just too bad, because right now we have to focus. An act of war has been committed against Raven Keep, and we must act accordingly, if only for the sake of appearances. We cannot have this troika seen as vulnerable to any gang of undead ruffians who walks in here smelling of sweat and with naked swords. Very soon, we'll have the reputation of being three helpless females and find ourselves overrun by opportunists, adventurers, and the worst class of Nosferatu carpetbagger. I don't intend to wait around for that. We'll consider the incident of the duel to be closed, filed under catharsis, because as of now, ladies, we are at war. If anyone doubts it, let her speak out right away, otherwise it can be our only priority. If nothing else, we have to be seen to exact payback from Fenrir to prevent our autonomy being compromised. Mariko and Columbine again remained mute, but their auras showed Destry a greater sense of purpose. Destry nodded. Good. Okay. Now I'll repeat the question, what do we collectively know about the Ronquist colony? Mariko was the first to volunteer information. There's one named Lupo who Victor actually misses. I've gleaned that he's essentially Victor's strong right arm. He is from the Italian Renaissance, and the story goes that he never came through the change, but was actually created by craft. Columbine sniffed. Many claim to be created by craft, but I never met one who could prove or authenticate it. Mariko glanced at Columbine. Their eyes met for the first time since the duel. For an instant, it seemed as though competition might be rekindled, but Mariko shrugged. If there ever was an authentic one, it would be Lupo. I understand he refers to Victor as his Don. This Lupo is also supposedly a legendary figure in the human underworld, among crime families in both the United States and Europe. He is spoken of as the perfect assassin. Recognition dawned on Destry. Joey Nightshade. Columbine was mystified. Who or what is Joey Nightshade? Destry pushed back her chestnut hair. It was a long time ago in Marseilles. I had some brief connection with men who worked for the Guarini brothers, the Corsicans who ran the heroin trade, what they later called the French Connection. They knew stories about this almost mythic character Joey Nightshade, who was reputed to be the absolutely unstoppable hitman. Seemingly, once he'd taken a contract, no target could be made safe from him. The other part of the myth was that he always killed by night. When I first heard that, I wondered if he might be Nosferatu. You believe this Nightshade character and Lupo are one and the same? I think it's infinitely possible. And if this Lupo heard his Don was in danger, I think he'd move heaven and earth to be with him. Okay, so that's Lupo. What about the others? Destry stared at Columbine, who bridled slightly, saying, "What would I know about Victor's extended family?" Destry's eyes flashed dangerously. "Get off it, darling. You've followed his career like a bloody fan. This is no time to be coy." Columbine huffed impatiently. All right. The most I know is that after the destruction of Ronkist's darling Kinara, there was trouble. The colony was forced to flee from New York, and by that point, their numbers were down to just 7. Just 7. Columbine nodded. 7. That's all. The residents in New York had succumbed to a bad outbreak of feasting, and some of the young ones attempted a coup. I heard Victor had to cull the young males. Mariko frowned. 7 is a very small colony. Hardly viable. Columbine continued. There were rumors they'd brought others through the change, in Los Angeles, around the time of the Thulhu incident, but I have no idea how many or what they might be like. Of the original 7, 3 can be excluded immediately, as far as we're concerned. Excluded? The Weird sisters Dahlia and Imogene would never travel across the Atlantic. Why not? They're peculiar. How peculiar? Too peculiar to go among humans. One maintains the outward physical appearance of a 10-year-old, and the other is simply too bizarre even by Nosferatu standards. And the third? A traffic-stopping grotesque called Seagull. So who does that leave apart from Lupo? A female nonentity called, I think, Sada and, of course Columbine hesitated. Julia Aschenbach. Destry raised an eyebrow. Julia Aschenbach? I've heard that name. There was a Julia Aschenbach working in the NKVD's paranormal division. And then I heard about the same Julia surfacing in the very darkest end of CIA counterinsurgency. She was doing stuff at which even I drew the line. Columbine nodded. That's Julia. She's had many totalitarian adventures. Even before her change, she had been a budding starlet in the Nazi film industry and reputedly one of Joseph Goebbels's countless mistresses. Also there's a neatly incestuous factor in Julia's case. Mariko looked interested. Incestuous? The story is that Victor created Julia and then abandoned her. He'd assumed she was nothing more than a stunningly vacant beauty, but as an Nosferatu, she turned out to be a viciously consummate survivor. Mariko was expressionless. You sound as though you don't like her. She's dangerous and, by all accounts, a headstrong wild card, totally a Nosferatu of the 20th century. Stories have circulated how it was really her that fomented the trouble in New York, but then, at the last minute, she sold out the young males and sided with Victor. Her ambition has always been to bond with Victor and become his full consort, but he's held her off with an equal determination. Mariko almost smiled. That should at least please you. Columbine frowned. The problem is she'd be ideal for our purpose. To have Julia and Lupo with us would be a positive asset. Indeed, it might be all we'd need. So what's the problem except she has eyes for Victor? The mixture could be just too volatile and backfire on us. Mariko held up a hand. Wait a moment. Aren't we moving a little ahead of ourselves? We are deciding which of Ronkist's people might be of use to us, and we haven't even been in contact with them. Columbine waved a dismissive hand. That will be no problem. We simply call this Lupo and tell him his Don is being held prisoner. All else should follow from that without any effort on our part. Destry looked skeptical. You think it's that easy? Columbine nodded, as if she entertained not a single doubt. If what you've both said about him is true, his loyalty will be all the driving force we need. After he hears what has happened, he will be honor-bound to destroy Fenrir, and that awful Galloglass, too. Destry shook her head. But, no matter how powerful, he's just one. How could he go up against Fenrir and all his swords? Mariko smiled. You think Lupo doesn't have his contacts? The two Hummers were now in the true wild highlands. That, at least, was how it appeared to Ronquist, staring out through the windshield. And, as yet, no sign of dawn was showing. The old Nosferatu maxim would seem to be correct in this case, the undead indeed traveled fast. The road along which they now rolled, still maintaining their preposterous speeds, was a simple two-lane blacktop that conformed to the contours of the countryside rather than a motorway arbitrarily slicing through hills and bridging valleys. At one point they roared past a herd of highland cattle. The shaggy creatures, with their curved horns and long matted hair, opened bleary eyes, but the vehicles had come and gone before their slow bovine brains could react. Only the road told Ronquist he was anywhere in the 21st century. Apart from the narrow strip of macadam, the scene could have been the same any time in the past 20,000 years. In the foreground, bleak and sere hills supported little more than short coarse grass, gorse, and heather, while further in the distance, blue and purple mountains were silhouetted against the night sky. Now that he was actually here, he could see how easy it would be, in such surroundings, to detach from all modern reality and live according to time-honored but not overly practical tradition. It'll no be long Noah. We're almost there. Very soon Yeshud ha first sight o Fenrir. In just over 15 minutes, Galloglass was proved as good as his word. The trucks crested a high ridge, and suddenly Ronquist could see for himself. He had experienced a great many castles in his near millennium. Some he recalled fondly, and others he remembered with dread. In terms of magnificence, Fenrir hardly ranked with the military extravaganzas the Crusaders had erected in the Holy Land, the Moorish edifices in Spain, or the excesses of the more elaborate gingerbread French chateaux. Outwardly, it looked to be a cluster of vertical, almost windowless towers that had merged one with the other, growing together, but still rising to an irregular apex of steeply peaked roofs and conical turrets. A flat-topped, square-sided redoubt was joined to the rest of the structure by a formidable curtain wall like a man-made cliff. Its plain and Scottishly practical design, however, was offset by its impressive natural setting. Actually built on its own small and rocky island, it stood a few hundred yards out into the waters of a loch surrounded by high-wooded crags. It was joined to the mainland, first by a causeway and then by a bridge over the last stretch of open water. The bridge was buttressed by four squat, tower-like supports, and Ronquist's experienced eye told him that, as a fortress, it was well planned and highly defensible, both by land and lake. Even a modern army couldn't take the castle Fenrir without resorting to air support and structural devastation. Ronquist's major surprise was not the castle, which, within its own idiosyncratic parameters, was pretty much what he'd expected. His puzzlement was on the mainland at the other end of the causeway, where he could see the warm lights of what looked like a small village centered round a single main street and a small dock on the lake shore. He glanced inquiringly at Galloglass. "What are those lights? They look like a human habitation." "Th's exactly what they are. A village of humans." "No. It's hardly usual." "Is I? There's many an Nosferatu lord I Eastern Europe Tha has his boyars, his serfs, his gypsies live in right by him and no trouble. Did ya think Fenrir was some isolated pile on side o a bare mountain like vampire castles move in pictures? No, but... So. But how can all this be maintained?" Galloglass tapped the side of his beak-like nose. Highlands, old ties go deep. Clan loyalty makes no distinction between living and undead, warm and cold. The Lord Fenrir is clan chief o both Nosferatu and human, demanding fealty fra all. And the humans don't question this. Galloglass treated the question as little short of retarded. He's no just some feudal leader. He's regarded as very embodiment o common ancestors way down years, and, I these parts, makes Lord Fenrir powerfully close to a god. Why do ye think his name and name of place are one and same? All serve their laird I their own way, and if, for humans, I means giving o their blood or even o their lives, so be I. Life o the individual ha always been secondary survival o clan. Such ha always been expected I time o war. In Fenrir I also applies I peace, and I'll never be questioned. Seeing Ronkist was still perplexed, Galloglass smiled dourly. Never forget this is a hard country, peopled by hard men and hard women. Even as humans we were capable o so much more Highlands. On run frat damned redcoats, we drank blood o living cattle. No French velvet homoerotic theatricals I these mountains. He glanced back at the Highlanders packed into the back of the Hummer. Is no truth, lads? The Highlanders laughed. Very shortly, Ronkist was able to see this unique human community able to exist cheek by jowl with the largest clan of Nosferatu Ronkist had encountered in at least 150 years. To all outward appearances, it was a wholly normal Scottish village with a village store and post office, a fish and chips shop, a telephone box, and a public house with a sign declaring it to be called the Red Hand. Only a certain lack of advertising signs and the general antiquity of most of the parked cars provided a subtle hint all might not be as normal as it seemed. In the small hours of the morning, only a black and white terrier was moving on the streets, and the dog seemed little concerned when the Hummers roared through. The street lights burned, though, and a few lights showed from behind curtained windows. Then they were on the causeway, the village was behind them, and Ronkist had no more chance to observe. The two trucks crossed the bridge and slowed as they approached the high-arched main gates of the castle itself. As they entered, blue flashes flared in concentric circles around each Hummer in turn, like a protective energy screen created from the low-level radiation of the living rock. The two vehicles came to a stop in a courtyard with high granite block walls rising on all four sides. The Highlanders with whom Ronkist had made the journey dismounted with the stiff limbs and slightly bemused air of those who have traveled long and hard. Others of their kind waited for them, plaids and swords, hard faces and unkempt hair in the darkness. Some carried burning torches, casting a flame-red light and creating flickering shadows that provided a primitive contrast to the extreme functional modernity of the two black trucks. Laughter, questions, some hand-shaking, back-slapping, and Gaelic ribaldry greeted the returning raiders and was reciprocated in kind. Ronkist also found himself the target of appraising undead eyes that looked him up and down, assessing his potential as an adversary. He didn't doubt his reputation had preceded him, or that the Highlanders were curious about the infamous foreigner and wondered whether he truly measured up to the tales told about him and his exploits. He had half expected Fenrir himself would be there to greet him and personally welcome him to his domain, but apparently the Lord had more important things to occupy his time, or he was making it plain who wielded the power by allowing his prisoner/guest to wait on his pleasure. The cocoon of Merlin was being unloaded from the second of the trucks. Ronkist badly wanted to go over and take a look at it, to see if it had been damaged in transit or undergone any changes since he had last seen it inside the burial mound, but he found his way blocked, not only by Galloglass, but a big dark lost sword thrall with massive shoulders and a humorless demeanor. Galloglass gestured to the man. "This is Druin, Master Ronkist. He'll be looking out for ye while we're here." The decision had finally been made, Mariko should place the actual call. To instantly convince whoever might answer the telephone in Los Angeles of their bona fides, the caller was going to talk in the Nosferatu Old Speech, and since Mariko was by far the most fluent, she had been elected to make the first approach. Both Destry and Columbine had the Old Speech burned into their genetics, but Mariko, as always, had studied and practiced, so her fluency and pronunciation were far superior. Some confusion had ensued over the correct time to call, but finally, After some arithmetical wrangling, Destry and Mariko had come up with a short window in time when the sun shone on neither England nor on the Pacific coast of the USA. While arguing the pros and cons of their course of action, and then finalizing the details, Mariko had felt calm and analytical, but when it came to the moment to pick up the drawing room telephone and start dialing the international code, an anxiety close to weakness came over her. She could only describe it as stage fright, although she had never engaged in drama as a means of entertainment. For a brief instant she found herself unable to continue with the call. The full import of what she was about to do had suddenly dropped on her like a tangible and physical weight. If her course of action were taken to its logical conclusion, it could mean open warfare between Nosferatu. She realized she might actually be creating history. She had played her part in undead history before. She had no illusions about that. Never before, though, had she been cast in such a crucially instigative role. She put down the phone and stood very straight, concentrating hard to stop her trembling. Columbine and Destry were watching her like a pair of unblinking hawks. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I misdialed." They both knew she was lying, but they said nothing. They easily read her weighty realization. She again picked up the receiver and dialed once more. The phone rang 4 times in the single tone of the North American telephone system. Finally a female voice answered, chilly and neutral. "Yes." Mariko took a deep breath and began. "Alaiku nashi ilani mushidi iti kunu." Whoever was on the other end of the line was masterly in the way she contained her surprise and responded in the old speech. "Alcio ashidam kaladam." Mariko launched into a carefully worded explanation of the situation. "Alaiku iti kunui Mariko Matsunaga ilikabitla. Upu alcbi din dina Columbine wood nubu Destry Maitland. Amrusana amru yuzanku alakti ku epishia Victor Ronkist. Shalimnudik la kla limda sum j rebuti ikar kal abarani amastis ha clan fen ryer vanapiv ha." "One moment please." For maybe 30 seconds all Mariko could hear were voices muffled by what had to be a hand over the mouthpiece of the phone. Then the first voice returned. "Just to be absolutely certain, would you mind repeating what you just said in English?" "I said that I am Mariko Matsunaga, and I am calling from Ravenkeep Priory, where Victor Ronkist has just been taken captive by a raiding party of the clan Fenrir. I assure you this is not a mistake, a ruse, or a hoax. Victor was our guest when the attack occurred." Drone led Ronkist along the echoing passageway, the burning torch held high so its flames reflected from the wet algae slime on the stone walls. In the castle Fenrir, electricity was used extremely sparingly. "So I'm a prisoner. I would na ken." The phrase "I would na ken" seemed to be Drone's answer to everything. When Galloglass had announced in the courtyard that Drone would be looking out for Ronkist, he hadn't been exactly sure what this was supposed to mean, but it very quickly became clear the hulking human was a combination of guard, guide, spy, escort, and servant. Marks on his neck were a clear indication blood was taken from him on a regular basis. That Ronkist had been assigned a human as his escort made plain no attempt on his part to escape was anticipated. He could, of course, easily have overpowered Drone physically or mentally, it made little difference. The man could have been his in an instant, but what would be the point? Supposing Ronkist sneaked or fought his way out of the castle, what options did he have then? A trek across the wild highlands leading nowhere but to a final sunrise. Maybe he could have stolen a vehicle, but that would have hardly put him in any stronger position. He had only the most vague and general idea of where he was, and most likely he could spend the time until daybreak trying vainly to connect with the local geography. Besides, the idea of overpowering Drone was really nothing more than a fantasy. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the man's mind was being monitored, and as such, he was nothing more than a living surveillance camera. If Ronkist so much as attempted to either attack or elude him, an instant alarm would certainly be triggered. The air in the passage was chill, and this struck Ronkist as both less than comfortable and decidedly insulting. If he was going to be incarcerated, he saw no reason why the incarceration should be in some dank dungeon with water dripping to pools on a stone floor. If nothing else, his status alone demanded he be lodged with more ease and dignity. On the other hand, 2 house thralls were bringing up the rear with his bags and the fur rug. He was being led to durance vile, but his creature comforts were coming with him. Odd. It feels as though we're actually under the lock. I would na ken. This was one time too many for Ronquist. He stopped in his tracks ready to make a stand. I think I need to speak to the Lord Fenrir about the accommodation. I'll not be quartered at the bottom of a damned lake. Drone came as close as was possible to smiling. Dinna fret, Master Ronquist. Ye'll be snug, dry, and warm. Yeha Lord's word on Tha. And indeed he did. Very shortly Drone made a right turn, and Ronquist and the thralls followed him up 2 flights of stone steps. By the time they'd reached the top of the second flight, the feeling of damp and gloom was left beneath them. They moved down a corridor until Drone stopped outside a very old wooden door with heavy iron bolts and hinges. He opened it and then stepped back, allowing Ronquist to enter. The room was much closer to Ronquist's expectations. Stone walls did a prison make, but at least the room they enclosed was fairly spacious, even though it lacked any kind of window and therefore tended to resemble a cave. It was a suitable abode for the imprisoned aristocrat who had found himself on the losing side in a political intrigue and now awaited either a compromised release or execution, and the cell had probably been used quite regularly as such in times past. A smoky peat fire burned in a small grate, and the furniture, which must have been at least 400 years old, was solidly and simply made. While the thralls brought in his bag, Ronquist looked around at what he hoped was his strictly temporary new home. The single attempt at decoration was a watercolor of Highland cattle, maybe ancestors of the ones he'd seen on the way there. He did notice, however, that a large Jacobean jug, filled to the brim with clear water, had been placed on the top of a stout dresser. Attention had been paid to detail, and someone in Fenrir had a detailed knowledge of his needs. Also a young woman, with the seemingly inevitable red hair and white freckled skin, lay on the room's narrow bed covered only in a thin sheet, watching him with an anxious-to-please expression. He smiled at her and nodded. "And who might you be?" "I'm Annie Munro, Master Ronquist." "You know my name." Annie Munro laughed. "Bless ye, sir. There's been talk o' nothing else a night through halls and kitchens. And what's your part in all this?" "I'm to feed ye and provide what other comfort I may." The house thralls had left the room, and Drone interrupted with a final word. "I'll be goin' no, Master Ronquist." "Thank you, Drone." Drone made his exit, closing the door behind him. The sound of bolts being shot home and a key being turned in the lock were a clearly audible indication he might have Annie Munro to keep him company and provide him with sustenance, but he was very definitely a prisoner. Ronquist sat down on the bed next to Annie Munro. It had to be well past dawn outside, and he felt tired and depleted. "So you're my welcoming gift, are you, Annie Munro? Yeri no tea drain and kill me. Th's Laird's only order." "Pray," that answered back. Ronquist was amused. "Is it, now? I'm dark lost, and when time comes, I'll live forever. And until then, I hope and I serve." "You hope? No, all are changed, Master Ronquist. Many are called, but few are chosen. Thus we all try to service." She treated him to the best depraved smile she could muster. "But one like ye service will no be a chore." The greatest irony was that everything she said she believed to be true. The Dark Lost could be single-minded. Those humans who had been brought partway into the Nosferatu world but had yet to pass through the change and achieve true, undead immortality, lived for nothing but the moment when they, too, became more than mortal. Annie Munro sincerely believed eternal life could be achieved by merit for ceaseless effort to please those she so admired and envied. Her mind was as naked as her body. A child without ego. She happily lusted after Ronquist with frank and dirty innocence quite unlike any other dark lost he had encountered. She seemed well aware of the possibility Ronquist might become carried away with his feeding, forget Fenrir's directive and drain and kill her, but she lived so entirely in the moment this scarcely seemed to bother her. He noted also how her living in the moment also protected her from the loitering yearning of most other dark lost who had ever attached themselves to him. If anything, she reminded Ronquist of the San Francisco Manson girls of the late 60s, whom he and the late lamented Kinara had briefly encountered in Haight-Ashbury in the so-called Summer of Love. He didn't, however, fall into the very obvious trap of believing Annie Monroe's presence in his cell was as innocent and functional as her personality. She was Fenrir's new watchdog now that Drone was gone, and as integral a part of his genteel incarceration as the stone walls or the bolted door. Annie was now the means of surveillance, although, insomuch as she would be keeping him amused, diverted, and nourished, she was infinitely preferable to an eye at a spy-hole or any electronic device. Even in such diversions as they might engage, he would be providing his undead captor with at least minimally valuable information. His guard would be down, and unless he totally shunned Annie Monroe, he'd be revealing himself with every move he had. A Nosferatu can betray volumes about his personal depths if observed while feeding. In turn, though, Annie Monroe's mind would be showing him a great deal, especially about the Castle Fenrir, its social structure, its population, and the power dynamics of their lord's control. Even his first glance into Annie Monroe left him amazed and impressed by the brute sophistication and simple logic with which Fenrir's realm of coexisting humans and Nosferatu was made to function. When Gallowglass had told him Fenrir was close to being regarded as a god, Ronquist had assumed the statement contained a degree of exaggeration, or at least metaphor. Annie's mind told him, in fact, it had been pretty much the unvarnished truth. Although she viewed the world with a certain servant cynicism, the girl believed that her lord was the very source of all life, both transitory and eternal. He also caused the rain to fall, the wind to blow, and the mist to roll in off the loch. The humans in both the castle and the village lived and died at his command, but by the same token, he could also, on a whim, bring them to immortality. The thinking may have been simplistic, but it made as much primitive sense as any human religion, and as an added bonus for the few who were blessed, the immortality was absolutely genuine. Annie Monroe may have been savvy and irreverent, but she, and seemingly all the other inhabitants of Fenrir, never questioned the basics. To their way of thinking, their god delivered. The laird gave and the laird took away on both the most basic and most elevated level. That was how it was, world without end. While the sun continued to come up in the morning, no sparks of revolution were ever kindled in the domain of the Lord Fenrir. Ronquist had, of course, seen similar unquestioning devotion to an Nosferatu lord, but not for at least 2 centuries, and never one so keyed into the complexity of the modern world unless one counted Joseph Stalin, who was not strictly Nosferatu, but a complete aberration unto himself. He also didn't doubt Fenrir's influence dug deep into the cutthroat politics of Scotland ancient and modern, and human puppets in both Edinburgh and Westminster danced to his orchestrated strings and enabled him to maintain so much in such secrecy. Already, though, Ronquist was reasonably convinced Fenrir had his weaknesses and insecurities, no matter how godlike he might appear. It was obvious Annie had been presented to him as a gift in his cell not only to monitor and feed him, but also to impress and, indeed, Ronquist was duly impressed. It was a fine point of hospitality. In addition, he was intrigued. That Fenrir would have a need to impress him told him a lot, but it also posed many questions. In addition, it provided some solid encouragement. A leader dazzled with his skill and cunning only those with whom he or she wanted to negotiate or maybe hoped to manipulate, definitely not with an individual slated for destruction. The kind of megalomaniac who needed to explain his master plan for world domination before cutting James Bond in half with a laser was strictly a product of the need for exposition in romantic fiction. In reality, enemies were reduced to carrion without benefit of any self-congratulatory denouement. Ronquist would have liked to delve deeper into the organizational structure of Fenrir's domain. He was already fascinated by roles played by Dark Lost like Drone and Annie, and how the Laird seemed to maintain them as a servant class, manipulating their desire for the changing to use them as a buffer against the rank-and-file humans of the village. To really explore the nuts and bolts, however, he would have to put Annie Monroe out completely before he could seriously hunt around in her memory and subconscious, and his innate sense of Nosferatu manners told him this would be extremely bad form. The girl had not been given to him to immediately be rendered unconscious and mind-stripped. To do so would also be incredibly stupid, and it would be bound to trigger some kind of investigation. At worst, the result could be a change of venue for his confinement. Thoughts returned of dripping dungeons and the damp in the corridors below. He looked around at the relative creature comfort of the cell. He had best hang on to what he'd already got, relax as best he could with the warm and spluttering fire and the equally warm young woman, and count himself lucky until the next revelation. Why must be famished after such a journey? They say you came all way from bottom o' England. Annie Monroe was looking at him with a calculated flirtatiousness, and it was enough to divert his attention from her mind. Ronquist might have become a pedantic and investigative adventurer over the centuries, but he was also predator flesh, and those needs must still be served. You give of yourself freely. Annie Monroe smiled. It's my pleasure. She knelt up on the bed and raised a bare arm. Ronquist took her hand and saw previous bite marks. Poor ravaged Annie. Would she ever achieve the immortality she so craved? He looked her directly in the eyes. Although it was not a thing he would have done himself, he was quite convinced the Lord Fenrir would be watching him feed through those self-same eyes. Was he expected to provide the Lord with a telling dance of near death? Ronquist half smiled. So damn you, Fenrir. Observe this, you undead autocratic peeping Tom. Mariko slowly hung up the phone. Destry and Columbine both moved on her. Well. They will call us back. What? It turned out I was talking with Dahlia, the one who looks like a child. She used a great deal of profanity. She said she or one of the others would call us back. Columbine seemed to blame Mariko for the lack of an immediate resolution to the problem. Did she say when? When they've discussed the situation among themselves and contacted other informed sources. Informed sources. They're checking us out. Probably as we speak. Checking us out. Destry looked wearily at Columbine. Sleep seemed to be becoming a premium luxury. Get real, will you? Their master comes to visit us, and then, after 2 or 3 days, we call up and tell them we've lost him. What would you do? Columbine looked away. I'd check us out. Exactly. So we continue to wait. Neither Destry nor Mariko seemed to feel the question merited an answer. The game Annie Monroe was playing became immediately clear. That Ronquist would take her blood was a given. The scenario, though, could play out in one of 2 ways. He could take it from unthinking necessity, with no more than a physical contact with the prey, or while he fed, he could, at the same time, conjure raging and contorting ecstasies for her as a hallucinatory diversion from the essentially clinical procedure. Aside from wanting to serve her lord and win supposed points toward her eventual immortality, Annie Monroe also craved such ecstasies with the passion of a true addict, and Ronquist saw no reason why she shouldn't have her enjoyment at the same time as he had his. At the very least, it seemed only fair. The fact also remained that Fenrir or some of his people might be watching. Why not let them see him as courteous and debonair, a gentleman vampire willing to permit the victim to have her fun? Better that than to be viewed as a greedy and selfish boor with consideration for nothing beyond his own wallowing gratification. Although he was resigned to being observed, the idea still didn't sit particularly well with Ronquist. Since the time humanity had developed the motion picture, and then the video camera, he had, on a number of occasions, found himself being secretly filmed or recorded. Fortunately, Ronquist had always been able to fog photographic film and distort the images on magnetic tape, thwarting any possible visual chronicle of his most exclusive gratifications. Of course, those who'd tried had absolutely no idea just how exclusive Ronquist's gratifications really were. They were expecting sex, and believed themselves deprived of sex when the film returned from processing as nothing more than an abstract gray swirl pattern. Had the images survived, however, they would have found themselves with documentation far beyond petty pornography. Some, like the late but hardly lamented J. Edgar Hoover, not to deny the FBI director's capacity for masturbatory voyeurism, commissioned this kind of sexual keyhole work primarily to extend their power base of triumph through blackmail. Others did it for their own unabashed amusement. Ronquist recalled Eva and Juan Perón had been in the forefront of those who had made both an art and a fetish out of such bedchamber spying. In the guest rooms of the presidential palace, the charismatic but megalomaniac couple had secretly filmed the intimately private moments of their more prominent guests with ex-Gestapo espionage hardware, the most highly advanced equipment for the time. Ronquist had found himself briefly in Buenos Aires, in the chaos immediately following World War II, when the SS and their gold and some extremely outlandish tastes in recreation were sailing into town in their U-boats and unknowingly turning the city into an Nosferatu paradise. When, through his connections, he'd merited an overnight invitation to the palace, they had attempted to film him with a dark-eyed nightclub singer. The expectation was that he'd kill her, as he in fact did, and the Peróns would have their very own snuff movie. Evita had provided the woman, believing that Ronquist was just one more totalitarian ghoul who'd acquired the taste for death between the sheets, and she felt she probably needed to make him simultaneously happy and vulnerable. Ronquist had exacted payback by stealing some of the Peróns' high society pornography and letting it fall into the hands of determined Nazi hunters from the Stern Gang. The reverie of reminiscing was quite deliberate. At the same time as fulfilling the cravings of Annie Monroe, Ronquist did nothing to hide the fantasies he was unreeling for her, or his opinions on optical surveillance as a quasi-sexual preference. Let Fenrir know Ronquist had walked the planet among the high and the mighty for a very long time, and had not spent centuries holed up in his remote bloody castle, breeding his own humans and pretending William Wallace was still running amok. As the tiny Dahlia might have bluntly put it, he was going to make it clear Victor Ronquist was not a being with whom to fuck. Annie had balked slightly when he'd snapped open the steel spike. She'd never seen anything like it before, and Ronquist had to explain how, in other parts of the world, it was fashionable for the undead to have their fangs surgically removed, information she received with total disbelief. Gee along wi yet. Why should they do a foolish thing like THA? The way of the castle Fenrir isn't the only way things are done. I wouldn't ken about THA. No, you wouldn't. Her hand trembled slightly, the first sign the girl wasn't totally blasé about the entire procedure. Will I hurt? As he slid the spike into her wrist, he also consigned her mind to the undulations of a plastic roller coaster ride of abstract erotica. Does that hurt? The girl let out a long and satisfied sigh. Oh, no, Master Ronquist, THA didn't hurt one wee bit. As he put his lips to her wrist, Ronquist realized that this was far from the first time Annie had taken a ride of this kind. She cleaved to his projections with the practiced alacrity of a desperate spirit coming home to the only place she felt safe, wanted, and emotionally wonderful. He increased the intensity of the erotica that was steaming through her mind and directly caressed the pleasure centers. Annie groaned. Oh, Master Ronquist, wha ya doin' to me? What ya doin' to me? You know very well what I'm doing to you. Annie Monroe's naked and freckled limbs writhed and wriggled with an uninhibited and unashamed display of pure pleasure. She made kitten noises, and with her free hand, she clutched at Ronquist's shirt, and he feared for a moment the girl's involuntarily clawed, grasping hand might rip the fabric. Ye can think wha ye like o me, but please keep doin' I. And for a while he did, but then her color changed ominously, and Ronquist removed his mouth from her wrist, before he took so much blood from her he'd cause her to expire. She lay limply on her back and made a sound deep in her throat, of simultaneous satisfaction and disappointment. Ah. Yes, stopped. Any more and you would have died. But I'd happily die if THA was TBTH end of I. Some say TH moment oh death goes on forever. Ronquist saw no reason to be excessively kind to the dark lost, poor confused thing that she might be. And you may yet die exactly like that. Weak as she was, her eyes and aura both turned knowing. I'd no die at all if ye were to change me, right here tonight, Master Victor. Cunning little vixen. And insolent, too. Calling him Master Victor, indeed. She scarcely had enough blood left in her body to remain conscious, and she was resolutely hustling him. I should put you through the change. For what earthly reason should I want to do that? Ye're all alone here, and ye might need all th friends ye can get. For a split second Ronquist was tempted. It would be an audacious gesture of defiance, but he already knew the inevitable outcome. Your lord would destroy me on the spot if I tried such a damned fool move. Annie Munro tried to sit up and look beseeching, but she couldn't manage to raise herself. Would he know? Oh, he'd know. He'd know in an instant. Oh. Damn, but Fenrir bred his humans hardy. You don't really know what the ceremony of changing entails, do you? She weakly shook her head. No, master, THA's great secret. Then believe me when I tell you I couldn't do it here, now, and on my own even if I wanted to. It's very much more complicated than that. Annie Munro smiled ruefully. Well. I could but ask. Why can't I blame a girl f tryin'? Her voice trailed off, and then she was unconscious. Finally Ronquist could sleep. Lupo is coming. That's all. It could only have been Lupo himself. He said 3 words and hung up. Lupo is coming. For 2 long hours Mariko, Destry, and Columbine had watched the phone. Mariko, seemingly the designated speaker, had answered, but hung up after just a matter of seconds. Destry and Columbine's first assumption was that their unspoken plea for help had been rejected out of hand, and Victor's colony had decided to leave its master to his fate. Then Mariko, in a decidedly unbelieving tone, had repeated the 3 words said to her. Lupo is coming. Destry was angry. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? He's coming to England. He's coming here? He's coming to us. Surprisingly, Columbine had the answer. I doubt we even signify in his plans. Are you saying he thinks he doesn't need us? I'm saying exactly that. He doesn't need us. Lupo isn't thinking of us at all. He will go where Victor is being held captive, and he will rescue his Don or perish trying. In Lupo's terms it's as simple as that. Could he do it? Columbine shrugged. She held an unlit cigarette between her fingers. She'd been intending to light it when the phone had rung. It's possible. I've never had cause to meet Lupo, but I have met others from a similar background. The word implacable was coined for ones like them. Fenrir has a lot of swords at his back. I doubt Lupo intends any kind of frontal attack. He's probably quite able to slip through an entire regiment of Fenrir's Highlanders completely undetected. He might go directly to the top and kill Fenrir. It's been said those old-time Renaissance killers could walk through walls, could make themselves functionally invisible. Joey Nightshade. Precisely. Once an Nosferatu like Lupo had been set in motion, stopping him is all but impossible. They all arrived at the same question at the same moment, but Mariko voiced it. If Lupo doesn't intend to so much as meet up with us, what do we do? Before any attempt could be made to answer the question, Columbine twitched, and the phone rang again. Mariko looked at Columbine and Destry. They both nodded, and she picked it up. Ravenkeep. After a short pause, she nodded. Yes, this is Mariko Matsunaga. The next pause seemed to run to the eternal before she snapped her fingers and made a writing motion. Destry handed her a pad and pen. She quickly wrote down a sequence of figures. "Yes, I have it." Another long silence ensued, and then Mariko nodded once more. "I absolutely understand. There is no problem. We will be at the rendezvous." After the seemingly interminable and tantalizingly one-sided phone call, Destry and Columbine were all but beside themselves. Mariko let them suffer a little. "I was speaking to Julia Aschenbach. And she had a lot to say for herself. To cut a long conversation short, she wants us to meet her at a private airstrip in the Midlands. At 2 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow. There will be a jet." Destry frowned. "Her and Lupo?" Mariko shook her head. "Just her. Just her? They're not traveling together." Mariko tore the page with the numbers written on it and carefully folded it in half. "My impression was that Julia and Lupo are acting totally independent of each other." "That makes no sense." Columbine pointed to the folded page from the pad. "What's that?" "The map coordinates of the airstrip." Destry leaned back in her chair. "Does anyone mind if I briefly recap?" Columbine finally lit her cigarette. "Recap away, my dear." "We have called California, and the sum total result is that Lupo and Julia will be coming here. Lupo declines to even so much as contact us, and Julia will be showing up in a private jet." "Did she suggest any course of action when she got here?" Mariko tucked the map coordinates into her pocket. "No. We are not exactly creating a grand alliance with which to confront Fenrir and his claymore-wielding cohorts." Columbine smiled resignedly. Her voice was brightly cynical. "Well, my dears, I think we can agree this has all the absurdity of any Nosferatu effort at coordinated action. Once again, we are reminded why we are the top of the food chain but we don't rule the world." The door swung back, and the cell was filled with the sound of boots on stone. Ronquist was plunged into a world of cold and noise, initially not knowing where he was. It seemed, in his befuddled condition, that he had hardly made it to the dream state, and he couldn't have slept for more than a few minutes. Realization was slow to return of how he was prisoner in an anonymous cell in the castle Fenrir, and Gallowglass was bending over the bed shaking him. "Wake up, Master Ronquist. Time to up and go. Damn. I feel like shit." "You'll get over it." Annie Monroe had wrapped herself in a sheet and was making a rapid exit, doing her best to remain beneath the radar of the Nosferatu. Two sturdy Highlanders flanked the door to the cell, Prestwick, the small one who carried the axe, and the big brute with the broadsword and scalp lock. They took no notice of Annie, however, as she slipped between them. Their eyes were riveted on Ronquist, who, right at that moment, didn't feel like having even friendly eyes riveted on him. He sat up with a groan and gestured to Gallowglass. "Would you be good enough to pass me the water?" Gallowglass reached for the Jacobean glass jug and handed it to Ronquist, who took a long drink. As he rehydrated, he began to feel sufficiently improved to at least put a bold face on this unwanted arousal. "So, for what occasion do you come to drag me from my bed, good Gallowglass? Is it to be my beheading, or just some preliminary torture?" Gallowglass laughed. "Why neither one nor t'other, Master Ronquist. The clan is gathering ith Great Hall, and Lord would ha you attend on him." Chapter 6. The Master of Ceremonies roared like a stentor over the hubbub of voices. "Master Victor Ronquist of California." A hush fell over the great hall of the castle Fenrir. It was the largest gathering of the undead he'd seen under one roof in almost a century. His prediction that the Fenrir community would number 60 or more had turned out to be highly accurate, and, at the announcement of the honored guest and celebrity prisoner, every one of them looked up at him. The smoky kaleidoscope of auras turned to a uniform orange-gold curiosity. So this was Victor Ronquist, about whom many had heard, but a Nosferatu few had ever seen. He had entered the great hall by an upper gallery, and now he stood at the top of a flight of stone steps that led down into the body of the hall with its high, smoke-blackened, Gothic arched ceiling. These were stairs by which one made a formal entrance, stairs to be walked down at the dead center, head held aloof, back stiffened with exterior pride, doing one's best to look casual but invincible, while the whole clan Fenrir watched and evaluated. Ronquist was determined, at least in his public behavior, that he would not be found wanting. He was pleased he'd had the foresight to pack a tuxedo for the trip to Ravenkeep. In fact, it wasn't a tuxedo, it was evening dress. He'd been living in the United States for far too long. The long frock jacket came to just above his knee, and it boasted black on black embroidery on the facings and a row of close, almost ecclesiastical Victorian buttons. A last-minute instinct had told him not to underestimate his surroundings. The Great Hall of Fenrir might not be the brawling midden described in third-hand tales. Among Nosferatu it was folly to expect anything to be predictable. The unexpected was the rule. In addition, by all the precepts and protocols, colony to colony, he came to Fenrir with something close to ambassadorial status, and he wasn't about to relinquish rank simply because he'd been brought here by force. He would dress with the maximum style the contents of his traveling bags would allow. With no model to work from, Ronquist had pictured Fenrir as some Nosferatu approximation of the court of Catherine the Great, where unwashed Cossacks held orgies in a palace of gilt and marble, but as he stood leaning lightly on his silver-topped cane, waiting for the pre-arranged signal to descend the stairs, he knew in the first instant he had underestimated quite drastically. Despite all his efforts, he had seriously misjudged the degree of decadence possible in a place that had been so isolated and such a law unto itself for so many centuries. Forget about Catherine, her Cossacks, and their horses. Fenrir was even stranger than Ronquist had anticipated. The Great Hall was a seemingly impossible mixture of the barbaric and the sophisticatedly bizarre. At least the basic layout was as medieval as could be expected. The high table, on the raised platform, at the end of the vaulted space was straight out of any baronial hall, as were the other two longer lower tables, at right angles to it, seating the rank and file. The blazing logs in the massive carved fireplace also made no connection with modern times. The lounging, sprawling Highlanders with their beards, dirty plaid, fearsome tattoos, unkempt hair, and the weapons that they wore even to the feast also contributed in no small part to the atmosphere of wild ages long gone. Much the same could be said for the scantily clad but heavily bejeweled young humans, most dark lost, kin of Annie Munro, who had been provided for the Highlanders' amusement. Although, in their wisps of silk, gold collars, headpieces, and the bangles at their wrists and ankles, they resembled more the denizens of some Turk's seraglio than anything from the Middle Ages. At this point, though, the strict resemblance to the 14th and 15th century ended, taking a turn in the direction of pure Nosferatu caprice. The furniture in the hall of any medieval baron or earl would, even allowing for an element of decoration, have been solid, four-square carpentry. In the Great Hall of Fenrir, the creators of the furniture seemed to have studied under no less than Dolly, Henry Moore, or both. The long tables and the chairs and benches had been carved from living wood into sweeping curves following the form of the grain. Polished and finished, and then distressed by long years of hard use and abuse, the forms were as wild and organic in their invention as the Highlanders who sat at them. Instead of straight lines, they undulated like the distortions of a hallucination, with strange insets, liquefying faces and torsos, inlays, patterns of jewels and mosaics, gold and silver inlaid coins, and the irregular heads of huge, individually designed iron nails. Made for decadent function, though, the angry, storm-tossed kinetics of the designs were softened by expanses of velvet cushions, pillows, leather upholstery, tapestry, and exotic rugs. The central seat at the high table was little short of a throne, and obviously where Fenrir himself must sit. The two lesser seats flanking him were actual sculpted forms, more distorted human figures, but in this case huge, with angular arms and blind staring eyes, racked and misshapen into contortions to conform to and enhance the seated figure of the Lord. The walls were equally surreal in their decorations. Vast expanses of stone, in some cases stretching from floor to ceiling, had been carved into complex and apocalyptic bas-reliefs depicting some end-time horror of monsters, seemingly from some nightmare location beyond space and time, carrying out the flesh-rending destruction of a hapless humanity. Ronquist had to believe the carnage was the vision of the stone carver. If the scenes were based in any earthly mythology, it was one quite unknown to him, although he suspected some of the figures might be representation of the old ones, the dire and fearsome contemporaries of Cthulhu. Where the walls had escaped the carver's grim art, they were hung with a profusion of paintings. An art collection worthy of the most exacting human multimillionaire looked down on the assembled clan and its bacchanal. Some were what might be found in any Scottish stately home. Armed aristocrats in kilt and plaid posed against impressive mountain backgrounds with dogs at their feet, or lurking behind them, or in the more exotic examples, a falcon perched on a gauntlet. In addition, though, violent abstracts by an artist Ronquist didn't recognize shared vertical space with at least one Francis Bacon, a William Blake lithograph, two of Turner's more spectacular sea battles, some of Goya's more unpleasant horrors of war, a scattering of German decadence, and one of the best-known death row paintings of a notorious serial killer. Sculpture also played a part. A special alcove had been constructed to house the almost perfect, twice life-size stone idol of an Assyrian bull god, while other niches contained smaller pieces, both ancient and modern. Fenrir's taste, taken as whole, seemed to favor art created near the brink of the abyss. At the foot of the stairs, the rearing form of Madigan's notorious The Balrog, which humanity believed stolen from a New York gallery in the 1950s and lost to the world, seemed to guard the approaches. The mind that had conceived the Great Hall was unusual, even by Ronquist's standards, which accepted many outer extremes as still near to the norm. No matter how outlandish the decor, it was no match for the sinister diversity of the assembled crowd. Although the roughness Faratu Highlanders made up the majority, they were by no means the only guests at this feast of the undead. A representative selection of archetypes ensured it was no simple gathering of kilts and fangs. Some present could never have ventured out of the castle, while others obviously travelled regularly to London and Edinburgh and, for all Ronquist knew, Paris, New York, and Singapore, where, after dark, they made profitable sport with merchant bankers and the political elite. Ronquist spotted an exquisite in a powdered wig apparently left over from the court of Versailles, unable to move on in either fashion or manners. Nearby, a hairless and massively obese grotesque in a blue and gold caftan stroked the naked legs of a dark lost plaything and drooled unappetizingly in anticipation of some gross gratification on which Ronquist didn't care to dwell. A dour group of 5 in ceremonial black robes and cowls stood apart from the festivities. Ronquist suspected they might be a pentacle coven of the craft workers, who many claimed were now nothing more than a part of history. He recognized a young male in white tie and tails with hair like Fred Astaire, Henry Brazil, a Eurotrash Nosferatu whom Ronquist recalled as being an incredible and vapid nuisance in La Dolce Vita of the 1950s. A flamboyant and voluptuous undead female with purple hair and proud curves contained in a form-fitting leather sheath barked orders at a younger companion harnessed as a pony and wearing platform heels of an absurdist altitude. The orders were reinforced with cuts from a flexible switch, and Highlanders watched the interaction with leering appreciation. They similarly stared at another female, who was fully naked apart from shoes and a full head owl mask, but paid no attention to a thing enclosed in a rubber garment akin to a diving suit, its face covered with circular goggles and a snout-like air filter, as though the very atmosphere acted on it as a toxin, sitting by itself and looking from side to side with slow rhythmic turns of its head. Liveried thralls moved among the crowd, fetching and carrying, and even removing the human playthings rendered unconscious or dead by the depredations of the guests. Ronquist might have been surprised at the thralls serving many of the guests, particularly the Highlanders, with whiskey by the bottle, had Galloglass not warned him in advance how it was a practice of the clan to become intoxicated by a microfungi introduced into the raw spirit by a process of filtering through peat. Galloglass had also, somewhat primly, warned that, before Ronquist went try he should remember it was a long-acquired taste. He could observe how groups of armed Highlanders were already showing a noticeable boisterousness. The group around Duncan was acting particularly frisky, and all but butting heads in cock-of-the-walk male competition, and Ronquist couldn't see how the night could fail to end with swordplay and drunken fury, unless Fenrir was a genius at keeping his wild ones in check. A quintet of musicians was grouped in a corner close to the high table. The ensemble consisted of two Nosferatu, one on keyboards and the other on tenor saxophone, a dark lost on percussion, and a human bass player, who was there with a guarantee of non-molestation from Fenrir simply because he enjoyed the music. They played a syncopated form Ronquist could only assume was of their own creating. To his ear it sounded like overcast bebop with decidedly sinister African polyrhythms, but also traces of a keening hunger from the mountains of Eastern Europe. At one and the same time, it was both savage and mournful, and couched, as Ronquist walked, in a very loose instrumental reading of Bob Dylan's The Gates of Eden. The musicians stopped, however, when a female at the high table rose to her feet from the semi-throne on the Lord Fenrir's right hand and made a discreet signal. The lady was willow slender, clad in white, gold, and silver, ethereal in a diaphanous dress and a coronet of large, faceted diamonds. Ronquist could tell, even at a distance, that if the court had its high alpha female, she was it. As the quintet fell silent, 6 other females detached themselves from the crowd and started to make their way to the foot of the stairs where Ronquist waited. Galloglass had told Ronquist to stay where he was until the leading ladies of Fenrir, known through the castle as Fenrir's 7 Stars, made their formal approach and bade him enter the festivities, and now that formality seemed to be underway. The voluptuous one with the leather and the purple hair, who wielded the switch on her companion, was one. Whether the pony girl who followed behind her with an extraordinary high-stepping gait was a second or just an accessory remained to be seen. The lady from the high table was also making her way toward the stairs, drifting rather than walking, as though her feet hardly needed to touch the ground. She was joined by a Victorian study in scarlet and a rail-thin, long-legged, 60s vision in a mylar mini dress. 2 more females fell in behind her, completing the 7. One was a distaff version of the untamed Highlanders, a sword maiden through and through, with the same plaid and the same red hair. Ronquist was starting to wonder if the proliferation of red hair was a sign of too much past inbreeding that maybe still continued among the humans of the village. The 7th of the 7 Stars was one of the figures in black robes, an apparent craft worker. This surprised Ronquist. In other parts of the world, the undead discussed whether the craft was practiced at all. Here a supposed adept occupied a position of power, and Ronquist was starting to suspect the castle Fenrir might prove the grave of many popular illusions. The robed female seemed to complete the set, and since no other joined the group moving toward him, Ronquist could only assume the pony girl was actually one of the exalted 7 despite her costume of submission. The 7 Stars reached the foot of the stairs and waited for the lady from the high table to join them. When she reached them, she didn't hesitate. At the first step, she seemed to simply rise. The leather and the purple hair followed with pony girl close behind, separated only by the length of her reins. Purple hair undulated, sensual and self-aware. The pony girl teetered. Behind her, the Victorian in scarlet imposed a sense of melodrama, the go-go dream all but danced, the sword maiden strode resolutely with her claymore in a shoulder sheath, and the cloaked figure brought up the rear with anonymous determination. They came toward him in single file, close to the left-hand balustrade. Ronquist thought they would come all the way to where he was standing, but instead, the lady from the high table stopped at exactly the halfway point. The others halted behind her, each standing 2 steps below the female in front, against the balustrade almost like a ceremonial receiving line. "Welcome, Master Victor Ronquist of California." Welcome to Fenrir and all it has to offer. Come down and meet the 7 stars. A slight salute with his cane, and Ronkist started down, halting one step above where the lady from the high table was standing. He bowed low, taking a proffered hand in a white kid glove and kissing it. Madam, I fear you have the better of me. The lady smiled. He noticed she wore a ring over the glove, with a diamond worth a not particularly modest fortune. No need to fear, Master Ronkist. I am the Lady Gethsemane. The only word for her was radiant. Her face was both timeless and ageless, knowing and wise, but strangely neutral in that it was neither cruel nor compassionate, simply and wholly confident in her unquestioned authority and power of total command. She seemed like something unique among Nosferatu, one who was always courteous because she never needed to be otherwise. Ronkist imagined she could send men and women to their deaths without so much as raising her voice. Up close the dress she wore was revealed to be of the finest silk, translucent in that it hinted at but didn't quite reveal the slender white body beneath. It was enhanced by a wide silver collar engraved with both runes and flame script from which hung shining pendant diamonds almost as large as the one on her hand. On her head was a silver crown set with more diamond-like spikes of ice crystal. The crown and the way all appeared to bend to her will suggested that Gethsemane could only be Fenrir's first consort, but Ronkist had no idea how the Lord Fenrir conducted his relationships. Were the 7 stars his brides, his consorts, his hunting partners, his concubines, or was their multiple association more distinctively original in its patterns and complexities? Ronkist had no easy way of finding out, but he imagined, if he kept his senses alert, he would discover at least some of the answers in the fullness of the night. From Gethsemane he moved on to the female with the purple hair, and like Gethsemane, she, too, extended her hand to be kissed. As Victor leaned forward, he couldn't help but note the intricate fastening on her leather dress and the way it accentuated her ample cleavage. Welcome, Victor. I'm Theta. I'm charmed. Where Gethsemane was ethereal, Theta was fully of the flesh, sensual and, Ronkist suspected, greedy and infantile when the mood took her. But he didn't doubt that she could also be a ready and probably extreme source of risky amusement should the occasion arise. Theta indicated the pony girl who was next in the line. This is Circe. She can't speak for herself, she has a bit between her teeth. I'm enchanted to meet you, Circe. Circe snorted and nodded her head, carrying the equine pantomime to its logical conclusion, but Ronkist saw a calculation in her eyes. She was no oppressed victim, and her current costume and restraint and even the stinging cuts she received from Theta's switch had to be part of a long and continuing game in which she was a more than willing and totally equal participant. He would not even attempt to divine what went on between Theta and Circe. Back at the colony, he had Dahlia and Imogen, whose behavior frequently challenged even the most distorted concepts of reality. He had never truly worked them out, and he wasn't about to delve for instant explanations of another pair of equally bizarre females. Fratri in sanguinem, Master Ronkist, I am Lithbit. Lithbit, in the scarlet ball gown, had no fangs, but instead wore what could only be described as an extended thimble on the little finger of her right hand. Wrought from what looked to be steel set in a spiral basketwork of gold, it ended in a small but undoubtedly efficient blade, which he could only suppose she used on her prey. As Ronkist kissed her hand, she folded the device back against her palm to avoid stabbing him in the cheek. I met Kinara once, a very long time ago. I can only offer my condolences. Thank you. I still greatly miss her. Lithbit's voice was soft and with the trace of an accent, perhaps from Georgia or Tennessee. He wasn't sure, and he wondered how she had managed to make her way to the north of Scotland. He would have thought the climate too cold and the manners too rough to suit a Dixie peach. Kinara had been in the south during the war between the states, and since Lithbit's costume came from approximately the same period, he wondered if they might have encountered each other in Confederate Richmond or Atlanta. He didn't have time to ask, though. He was now being moved down the line quite quickly, and Gethsemane, Theta, and Sirs were descending the stairs behind him, creating the ingredients of a small procession. I'm Star. Star could easily have been a dancer on the television show Shindig. A young Goldie Hawn with makeup so heavily and uniformly applied it masked all behind a blank cartoon of sexuality. White lips, white stockings, a short, bleached, vital Sassoon haircut. Even her eyes were hidden behind small circular opalescent psychedelic glasses. Star was giving absolutely nothing away. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. The blank mask hardly smiled. Groovy. Groovy. How long was it since he'd heard that word used with any seriousness? The Warner maid was tough as nails, and, although protocol decreed she greet Ronquist cordially, her look told him she regarded his presence at the castle as little more than an unwanted intrusion. She plainly didn't require her hand kissed. Goneril. Right. That just left the figure in the cowl. Even standing right in front of her, the hood was pulled so far forward, her face was still invisible to Ronquist. The only clue to the mood or nature of the supposed craft worker was the voice, and it was cold, neutral, and not even speaking English. Ei cures cac, fratri in sanguinem. Presented with both the old speech and Latin, Ronquist could only bow low and respond in kind. Ei cures cac quia anti malida, sorori in sanguinem. With a whole new menu of puzzling questions nagging at his mind, Ronquist allowed himself to be ushered on down the stone steps. Gethsemane walked beside him, and the rest of the 7 stars closed behind them like an honor guard. Every eye in the great hall was on him, but he found it hard to read the humor of the assembled Nosferatu. He had hardly anticipated being greeted with riotous applause, and he'd expected the prevailing atmosphere to be one of curiosity tinged with suspicion. Such would have been the way of it even in a small enclave of the undead. At this unprecedentedly large gathering, everything had to be on a greatly enhanced level. Yet Ronquist sensed something else. The interest the crowd in the hall showed in him was somehow related to something larger. He knew his having been lifted by Gallowglass was connected with the waking of Taliesin, but was the whole gathering a part of the Merlin's return? If that was the case, then Fenrir had known the secret of the burial mount at Morton Downs for much longer than Columbine and her friends, and Ronquist should regret having allowed himself to be brought into the situation by anyone as shallow, vain, and uninformed as Columbine would. On the other hand, if Columbine hadn't contacted him, he would never have known about any of this, and no matter what the ultimate outcome, he would not have wished to miss the awakening of Merlin and the spectacle of an Urshu walking the earth under any circumstances. In addition to the speculation and curiosity his arrival seemed to have triggered, Ronquist could also sense a strong element of hostility. Most of this seemed to come from Fenrir's Highland bully boys. It was really only to be expected. Violent and tightly knit communities were instinctively wary of outsiders, and wariness could all too readily turn into furious, claymore-swinging hatred given the required but easy provocation. When a sudden eruption of laughter came from a section of one of the lower tables occupied by Duncanon and his cronies, Ronquist knew it had been triggered by some derogatory remark about him. Before he had time to react, though, further mirth was quelled with a look from Gethsemane, which, if nothing else, indicated the extent of her authority. Gallowglass had been unable to command such instant obedience from Duncanon with nothing more than a look. The Lady Gethsemane took Ronquist by the arm. "You're being seated at the high table." "I'm honored, my lady." Gethsemane looked amused. It was the first time Ronquist had seen her express a real and spontaneous emotion, and for a brief moment, she ceased to be ethereal and looked almost down to earth. "Don't be too honored. You are quite near the end of the high table, I'm afraid. Next to Shaggy Lachlan, who occupies his place primarily because he's the oldest of the sword-bearers in the clan. There was some dispute about you being at the high table at all, you being, to put it delicately, hardly here of your own accord. I'm sure Shaggy Lachlan will be entertaining company." Gethsemane laughed. "No, he won't. First he'll get your measure by trying to scare you, and then he'll fall asleep." She hesitated and then delivered a warning. Don't overdo the courtly diplomacy, Victor. This place has its rough and dangerous side. Don't worry, ma'am. I've already seen some of that. Gethsemane nodded. Yes, I suppose you have. Did anyone warn you about the whiskey? Gallowglass. Yes, he would. He has his Puritan streak. Gethsemane returned to her place on the left of Fenrir's empty seat, and Ronquist took his debated seat next to Venerable Shaggy, who had fought at Flodden. He had expected all of the 7 stars to have places at the high table, but this didn't seem to be the case. Goneril returned to her whiskey-swilling Highlanders. Theta and Circe went back to mingling with the more socially flamboyant. Star did take a place at the opposite end of the high table from Ronquist and Lachlan, and then immediately proceeded to look bored. The one move that took him completely by surprise was that of the hooded craft worker who had not given her name. After his formal entrance, she had moved to where the 4 of her coven were still keeping their own company, but only stayed with them for what seemed to be a fast and whispered discussion. When that was concluded, she hurried to the high table, and, to Ronquist's amazement, seated herself to the right of Fenrir's throne. The indication was that she had equal power to that of the Lady Gethsemane, and Fenrir had what in human terms would constitute a witch occupying a crucial place in his inner circle. Before Ronquist could consider what this latest development might mean and how it might affect him, Shaggy Lachlan grunted. So ye be Ronquist, I'm Ronquist. Shaggy Lachlan's face was completely covered with tattoos, abstract Celtic swirls and spirals. About the only skin that didn't carry the blue and magenta ink was the long gray scar that ran from his hairline, past his left eye, down his cheek, then continued down his throat, and was finally hidden by the greasy leather tunic under his plaid. Ronquist could only imagine Lachlan must have been close to cleaved in half when Fenrir had saved him. The combination of the scar and that he looked at least 60 years old led Ronquist to suppose no time had been available for cosmetic adjustment when bringing the dying and bleeding man through the change. Strangers don't find too warm a welcome round these parts. Ronquist responded without expression. Everyone has been very courteous so far. Thas because ye been moonin with woman. Apparently no one had told Shaggy how Ronquist had come to be there. Yeri frat south, I can. I'm from the United States. California to be precise, but before that. Shaggy didn't seem overly interested in before that. Americas, hey. Well, I'll no save yet. Save me from what? Like as no one lads'll call ya oota for death night. Before either could say more, a young serving thrall in garlands crushed by the embraces of Highlanders high on microfungi placed bottles of whiskey in front of both Shaggy and Ronquist. As the newcomer, Ronquist also received a pewter mug. Shaggy pulled the cork from the bottle with his teeth. "'Tis a dark bottle so I dinna look ugly when I's half empty." He splashed the scotch into his own pot until it was at least half full, guzzled a quantity, and then nodded to Ronquist. "Ye better get some o' yon down you, lad. It'll stiffen ye when they come to take ye head." Ronquist realized he was being subjected to peer pressure, but when the peer pressure comes from a 500-year-old, bad-tempered, broadsword killer Scotsman, it can be very persuasive. He knew, when both Gallowglass and Gethsemane had warned him about the whiskey, sooner or later, he would sample it, if for no other reason than, with nearly a millennium behind him, new and novel experiences were not so common or easy to come by. Microfungi. Thas what they say. The intoxication took a minute or so to reach his brain, but when it did, it hit hard. Damn me. This is why first time. Ronquist gasped out the single word. Yes. And yeri feelin' I. Oh, yes, I'm feeling it, all right. And how do you find our Uistchbitha? It's certainly novel. I suppose Thas one way o putin if a southern jasmine limp wrist. The customs and practices of the court of Fenrir probably required Ronquist to take exception to being called a southern jasmine limp wrist, but right at that moment he was swimming in a sea of tranquility, and it had been many ages since he had found himself so immersed. At various times and in various places and almost non-stop through the latter half of the 20th century, Ronquist had absorbed a comprehensive pharmacopoeia from the blood of his victims, but no intoxicant had even come close to the microfungi in the whiskey. How was it no other Nosferatu knew about this? The undead metabolism made the Nosferatu immune to so many of the chemical diversions enjoyed by humans and other lower animals. It seemed hardly right Clan Fenrir kept such a thing to themselves. Ronquist was totally unused to stimulation, except the jolting energy rage of the blood feast. Initially he found himself filled with a golden glow of affection. All things were bright and beautiful, even shaggy Lachlan, whom Ronquist only just managed not to embrace. Lachlan must have read it all in Ronquist's aura, because he winked knowingly. "I'll bet Yeri loving everyone reet Noah. Dinna worry lad, I will no last. Next y'all be wantin' to laugh, and then y'all be feelin' no fear and want to fight everyone ith room single-handed." The experience was so intense that Ronquist knew he was at very great risk of losing control, and this was neither the time nor the place to let that happen. And yet he couldn't seem to be overly concerned. It was all so futile. All his care and conspiracy and plotting for eternal survival, loaded on the microfungi, he could only find it all laughable. He noticed an influx of new guests in the hall that he suspected only he could see. He also noticed Lachlan staring at him and blurted, "It's all so ironic. Ya probably feel like Logan helplessly right now." Ronquist could scarcely suppress a guffaw. "I do." "Well dinna, because Yeri at th high table, and y'all look like a bloody fool." For an instant, Ronquist's mood tilted, and he wanted to punch Lachlan hard in the face, but then his feelings shifted once more, and all seemed hilarious again. It's hard to resist. I mean, we're all bloody fools. Some bigger and some smaller, and some who can when I's time to shut th fuck up because th laird's a comin' dot. Ronquist looked up at the stairs but saw nothing. Were his senses so impaired? It seemed Shaggy wasn't the only one who sensed the coming of Fenrir. The quintet fell silent. The standing crowd between the lower tables began either to take their seats or melt back toward the walls. It was only then that Ronquist heard the mournful skirl of a single piper. Lachlan whispered in his ear, "That's Angus Crummin, the laird's own piper." Ronquist was swaying slightly. "Is that so?" "Aye. He's playin' the Black Swan. After a while ya get to ken th laird's mood accordin' to th tune he orders." "And what does the Black Swan mean?" But before Lachlan could answer, the laird had appeared. Preceded by an angry undead dwarf who restrained two huge wolfhounds that tugged at their leashes, and with Gallowglass, Crummin the piper, and a huge bodyguard Highlander, the Lord Fenrir stood at the top of the stairs, exactly where Ronquist had paused a short while earlier. Columbine stared through the Range Rover's brand new windshield, only replaced earlier that day. By a near miracle, Bolingbroke had managed to organize the repair while the Troika slept. Almost immediately she started to protest. "You must have misread the bloody map. It's nothing but an empty field with mist and an old barn." "It's only an old barn until one sees the antennas." Columbine sighed. "Antennas on barns. I'm not ready for this modern world. I've always hated science fiction. You'd better get ready for it, because science fiction is coming right at you, and at a considerable rate of knots." Columbine's problem was that she simply hadn't kept up. The last time she had learned anything new was during the wartime occupation of Ravenkeep by Dorichlo and his madmen. As that generation of humans finally died out, Columbine had increasingly ceased to identify with the new times. The goddess cult had been easy. They'd made that up as they went along, but after it was abandoned, she'd contented herself with her perfumes, her foibles, her undead neuroses, and her boys. Mariko and Destry always seemed to know, and usually made the right decisions, so she'd amused herself and let them take care of the day-to-day business. Day-to-day, however, had turned into year to year, and decade to decade, and really, without noticing, she had lost track of the passage of time. Fad, fashion, and technology came and went without Columbine being anything more than peripherally aware of them. Every season brought new haircuts, gadgets, and pop music, but all proved infinitely replaceable. But then the dreams had started, and the rest of the mess had coagulated around her, and she was completely unprepared. Now she found herself in a field waiting for a mysterious aircraft bringing a woman who, for Columbine, was about as welcome as anthrax. "Wait," Mariko warned. "What?" "Men are coming." Two human figures had detached themselves from the dark mass of the barn, large men in combat coats, blue jeans, and knit caps. They carried compact machine pistols down by their sides. Destry would have recognized them as Czechs, but Columbine was far from au courant with such things. The pair moved toward the Range Rover with a casual caution that spoke of expert military training. They could well have previously served in some elite unit like the Special Air Service. One stood back while the other walked to the driver's side. Destry rolled down the window. "We're here to meet the plane. Do you have identification?" Destry looked at them as though, armed as they might be, they were total idiots. "Of course we don't. You think we're crazy?" This seemed to be exactly the right answer. The man nodded and signaled to his partner to relax. "Just wait where you are. It'd be best if you didn't get out of the vehicle until the plane's down and secured, okay?" Destry nodded. "No problem. Is the plane going to be on time?" The possible ex-SAS man shook his head. "They don't tell us. You'll know when the field lights come on." In fact, it took 20 minutes for the field lights to come on. And in that time, 3 more cars drew up to wait for the plane. Each was stopped and was inspected as the Range Rover had been, and each hinted at a story. An antique James Bond Aston Martin DB3, an embassy-loaded Mercedes town car, obviously bulletproof and with a great many options, and a lavender Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud made exotic companions for the Ravenkeep Range Rover. Even these diversions, though, did little to cushion Columbine's impatience. "What is this?" "A scheduled service." Destry seemed fascinated and possibly quite excited. "It's a black plane." "A what?" "I'd heard about them but I'd never seen one. It's a private and highly secret network for people who want to move around under the radar and have the price of a very costly ticket. They commute regularly between New York, London, Moscow, all over. Governments use them when they need a whole shitload of deniability." She paused and listened. "I think I hear something." Mariko nodded. "It's a small jet." What seemed like a flat meadow suddenly blossomed with parallel rows of landing lights that extended far enough into the distance to provide the needed runway length for a small private jet to land and taxi to a halt. Columbine looked at Destry and Mariko in amazement. "Well, I'll be damned. It's like a bloody spy movie or a meeting with the aliens." Mariko nodded. "Or a very big cocaine deal." Destry was now really excited. She seemed to thrive on this human shadow world stuff. "Possibly all three. That's what the black plane's all about." Columbine pretended to be unimpressed by the sudden appearance of an airfield out of nowhere. "Who does this woman think she is?" Destry shrugged. "She's Julia Aschenbach." "Who's to judge? She used to be a player. Old habits die hard." Destry faltered. "Holy shit, that's some plane." It had been difficult to see beyond the lights, and the plane only became visible at the very last moment. The black plane was a drama unto itself, without even taking into account the location and supporting cast, and now not even Columbine could remain blasé. It had probably started its life as a small twin-engined executive jet but had then been so extensively customized, all the way to extra, stealth-style airfoils and fuselage panels, and strange lance-like probes extending from its nose, until it had become the matte black Chevy Stingray of the skies. Destry nodded in admiration. It sure beats an Air America DC-3. It's the Bat plane. Mariko was positively delighted, in a way Columbine found close to unseemly. She was Japanese and harbored what Columbine considered an unhealthy liking for all that was new, modern, and outrageous. Elvis couldn't have lived without one. Columbine was bored with all this aircraft worship. Elvis didn't live. Exactly. Columbine changed the subject. Did Victor fly like this? Destry shook her head. No, Victor still likes to fly the old-fashioned way, as high-maintenance freight. The black plane's wheels had touched, and though it had come out of stealth darkness, its lights were blazing as it braked on the runway, rolled to a near stop, described a half-turn, and then halted completely. The doors quickly opened and two heavy-set security men, again with machine pistols, jumped down and assumed defensive postures. The original guards from the barn approached them, words were exchanged, and the area appeared to be declared safe for the passengers to disembark. Just 4 passengers came down the short ladder, a suave middle-aged man with no luggage, who made straight for the Aston Martin, a short worried man, with an uncanny resemblance to Peter Lorre, hurried to the bulletproof Mercedes, and a tall black man in an ankle-length fur, wide-brimmed hat, and dark glasses strolled casually to the rolls as if it were all no big thing. Even if being the only female hadn't given it away, Julia would have been immediately recognizable. Tall, model thin, and blonde, she seemed to have taken the idea of flying on the black plane rather too much to heart, and dressed in the style of a 1930s aviatrix. This stopped Columbine, who was right in the act of getting out of the Range Rover. Good grief, she's dressed up like Hannah Reich. Julia's butter leather flying suit was midnight blue with contrasting lapels and piping, and although loosely cut, it clung crucially to various parts of her body as she moved. The ensemble was completed by a matching leather flying helmet with pushed-back purple goggles. The Third Reich via Rodeo Drive. Either way, it's a Nazi whore on wings. Stop it, Columbine. She's our best ally so far. The man in the hat and sunglasses gave Julia an appraising look and the slightest of waves, which Julia returned, before he ducked into the silver cloud. Columbine was even more determined not to like Julia Aschenbach. Will we be expected to feed her? I expect so. She is our guest. Now shut up or she'll hear you. Destry and Mariko stepped forward to greet Julia, but Columbine lagged behind. Julia pointed to each of the 3 in turn, proving she'd done her homework. Destry. Mariko. And this must be Columbine. Columbine's forced smile took on the sweetness of acid. Did you have a good flight? Julia waved it away as if she did it all the time. It was uneventful. One of the humans was amusing, but the other 2 were exceedingly tedious. They walked quickly to the Range Rover, and Mariko slipped behind the wheel. Columbine pointedly sat in the front passenger seat, leaving Destry and Julia to climb into the back. Already the black plane was being refueled and restocked, and 3 figures were coming out of the barn, apparently a new roster of passengers. Mariko put the rover in gear, and Julia glanced at Destry. Where are we going? To Ravenkeep. To our residence. Do you have any plans? If no one has a better idea, I intend to present myself at Fenrir Castle and demand to see my master. As a right, not as a privilege. Columbine turned back to face Julia. She should perhaps be aware with what she would be dealing. Fenrir has an entire tribe of undead savages behind him. Julia didn't seem too concerned. To deny me access to Victor would be nothing short of an outrage. It would be to turn all Europe against him. Not only our own kind, but the humans in power who know. Destry and Columbine exchanged glances. Hadn't Julia considered how Fenrir didn't seem too worried about committing outrage, or the opinion of the world community of the undead and of the human cognoscenti? That would have to be dealt with later, however. Mariko voiced the question foremost in all their minds. And Lupo? If Lupo has a plan, he isn't going to reveal it to us. Not even to me. Lupo will free Victor and exact any revenge he deems suitable. I imagine he'll destroy Fenrir. In this context, I am the diplomat and Lupo is the executioner. Columbine was skeptical. Lupo thinks he can do all that on his own. You think Lupo doesn't have contacts? Or resources he can call on? Mariko looked briefly back at Julia. That's exactly what I told her. Columbine didn't like it at all that Mariko had used Julia to score a point against her, and she began to wonder about the possibility of a German-Japanese axis. It had, after all, happened before. The Lady Gethsemane rose to her feet, and all those who weren't already standing followed suit. Their laird was among them, and as one, the clan paid their tribute and made salute. Ronkest's manners hadn't completely deserted him, although the microfungi were still at work in his head, and he rose with the rest despite his obvious anger at Fenrir and the uncertainty of his status in the Great Hall and in the castle Fenrir as a whole. He had been anticipating a massive, woolly, untamed bear of a man who could subdue his rowdy followers by force of sheer size and intimidation. To describe the figure who paused briefly at the top of the stairs and then descended to the tune of the Black Swan played on the pipes as the exact opposite was a slight exaggeration, but Ronkest's expectations were so far off the mark the statement came close to the truth. Fenrir was tall, slim, almost boyish, and charismatically handsome, although Ronkest found it hard to tell in which century he believed himself to be residing. The side-paneled dark glasses that hid his eyes were the perfect example. They could equally have been ultramodern, futuristic Victorian, or simply copied from the actor Vincent Price in the motion picture made from Edgar Allan Poe's Ligeia. Much the same could be said of the long, decorative leather waistcoat. It might have been 18th century, but Ronkest had seen similar garments worn by gentleman rock musicians in the 1960s and 70s, except gentleman rock musicians didn't also wear the kind of straight dress sword that hung at Fenrir's side. As Lord of Fenrir, he was obliged to wear that plaid, but he had it nonchalantly draped over one shoulder, secured by a large rose and dagger pin. He'd also foregone the kilt, instead wearing high, above-the-knee boots with rows of silver buckles, very akin to ones often worn by successful Mexican banditos of the 19th century, over contemporary plain black jeans. The paradox was continued by the sheaths for two long dirks that were built into the top fold of each boot. A second surprise for Ronkest was that Fenrir didn't have red hair. Seemingly he hadn't contributed anything to the gene pool's prevailing pigmentation. His hair was jet black, dead straight, long, limp, hanging almost to his waist, and contained a single white streak that ran from the center parting. A secondary function of the dark glasses might well have been to keep the fall of this relaxed mane out of his eyes. He made his way to the high table, exchanging jokes and brief pleasantries with individuals along the way, proving himself very much the lord of the people, although Ronkest noted the continuing skirl of the pipes enabled Fenrir to play the Ronald Reagan trick of pretending to be deaf to those he didn't wish to hear. He mounted the high table dais at the opposite side from Ronkest and moved quickly to his throne, where he stood and slowly surveyed the assembly. The Black Swan ended, but Fenrir, with definite theatrical timing, waited for the pipe's wheezing deflation to finish before he spoke. "Please be seated, my friends. Let's not stand on ceremony. We are to feast on the indulgence of vices before our adventures to come." Ronkest didn't know to what adventures Fenrir specifically referred, but he was sure they included both him and the cocoon of Merlin. Fenrir's voice was precise and educated, perhaps deceptively languid, as if the laird fancied he suffered from the ennui of power. It had none of the swallowed vowels and bizarre syntax favored by Galloglass, Shaggy Lachlan, and the rest of the Fenrir wild bunch. Fenrir was the undead version of those paradoxical Scots aristocracy who, throughout history, had toured Europe, been educated at the Sorbonne, but, back in their native banks and braes, could adopt an attitude of murderous and demented savagery with no apparent effort. Ronkest could imagine Fenrir had fed on whole families, but probably with an unsurpassed gentility of manners. "I have an entertainment planned for you later." At this, The Highlanders roared their approval, and some even drew their swords and beat the flat of their blades upon the table. To make noise seemed to be a popular social pastime in Fenrir. As the hammering subsided, the Lord held up his hand for quiet. As is tradition, however, before we have our fun, I have to ask if any present might have a question, demand, or petition to address to me. As a preliminary to the feast, the Lord must hear and know all that may be undone or amiss. The Highlanders scanned one another's faces, but their auras showed it was only a matter of form. No one was expected to speak up or complain. Everything in Fenrir was supposedly as it should be. In confirmation, Duncanon got to his feet and declared, with what Ronquist considered an excessive degree of ass-kissing mock bravado, "Nothing undone or amiss here, lord." It all seemed to be part of a regular routine, and the Highlanders cheered, applauded, and engaged in more sword-banging. Ronquist wasn't sure if he'd have done what he did if he hadn't ingested the microfungi. He'd like to think he'd be prepared to face down entire Clan Fenrir and its lord, alone, unarmed and cold-sober, but he had to admit the intoxication helped. Hadn't Shaggy Lackland said there would be a phase of him wanting to fight everyone ith room? Ronquist may have been putting his own unique spin on the prediction as he rose to his feet and faced Fenrir. "I have a question, my lord." The great hall fell silent as Fenrir looked along the high table at Ronquist. "A question? Perhaps even a demand. Do I know you, sir?" "You should know me, my lord, since I believe it was you who ordered my abduction." Ronquist's open accusation produced shocked expressions throughout the hall. Clearly no one in a long time had taken such a tone with the Lord Fenrir. The only exception was Lady Gethsemane, who smiled with open amusement. Fenrir turned. "Ah! Master Ronquist, I presume." "The same, my lord." "And your question, Master Ronquist?" Ronquist sensed the way the confrontation was going to be played out. Fenrir seemed to favor an archaically mannered wordplay. Of course, that was no hard thing when one enjoyed absolute power, but Ronquist would play along. By this point, he really had no choice or means to back down without a maybe fatal loss of face. Incorporated in Fenrir's maintenance of power was a need to remain popular. It was a weakness with potential for exploitation. Wasn't it the will to popularity that had, in the late 20th century, destroyed the human concept of democracy in all but name? It could do the same in an absolute monarchy if the monarch wasn't careful. "I am a trifle confused, my lord. I sit at your high table as a supposed guest, and yet you have deprived me of both my liberty and my sword." "Your sword?" "My sword is at the Savoy, sir." "Your sword is at the Savoy, sir?" "So I believe. I carry it with me when I travel to wear on formal occasions such as this, when swords are apparently worn. Now I come to your hall as an Nosferatu master deprived of his sword and therefore deprived of his status. Deprived of my sword, I can only consider myself a prisoner and leave this feast forthwith, since a prisoner has no business here." An angry muttering had begun among the Highlanders, but Fenrir seemed to savor Ronquist's juggling of protocols. "This is a sword of some significance. It was given to me some centuries ago by Hideo Matsutani, the great swordsman of Kyoto. So how does it come to be at the Savoy, Master Ronquist?" "I had no time to collect it, my lord, when I was seized by Galloglass and his companions. It remains in London, in my suite at the Savoy, with the rest of my luggage." The muttering of the Highlanders grew in vehemence. The common view being Ronquist was indeed a southern jasmine limperist, giving insolent lip to their lord. Fenrir turned and quieted them with a gesture that also seemed to indicate the best had yet to come. "You are mistaken about that, sir." "Mistaken about what, my lord?" "That your sword is at the Savoy." "Indeed, sir." "Your sword is not at the Savoy. Your sword is here, sir." As if Onkudrone appeared bearing the Bushido blade in its ivory sheath. The Highlanders exploded with laughter as the joke seemed to be on Ronquist, but then the laughter abruptly died and hands went to hilts as Ronquist slid the sword from its scabbard. He turned it slightly, so the light was reflected from the old and exquisitely fashioned steel. In the body of the hall, claymores were being slowly drawn, but Fenrir himself simply watched with the detached interest of one who truly believes nothing can happen to him. Ronquist knew he had to judge the mood of the Highlanders with great accuracy, which wasn't made easy by the microfungi. At the very moment they seemed ready to rise and rush him, he stiffened slowly and brought the blade up to formally salute Fenrir, then dashingly cut it away, sheathed it in a single motion, and smiled. "Thank you for the return of my blade, my lord. You can count on its service while I remain your guest." The Highlanders were silent for all but a half-minute, then Gallowglass and a number of the older retainers broke into an appreciative round of applause. The Lady Gethsemane joined in, and then the rest of the hall followed suit. The only ones whose hands remained firmly on their swords were the young ones around Duncannon, and Ronquist was well aware they wouldn't like anything he did. Boys would always be boys. He and Fenrir bowed low to each other like two actors who have just completed a scene. On the unspoken levels of undead diplomacy, much more than a scene had been concluded. Fenrir had flexed his muscles, but he had also made a concession to Ronquist, and a message had been sent. The matter of Ronquist's abduction would be shelved for the moment, but his status as an honored and untouchable guest had been clearly established in front of the entire clan. Fenrir turned away and faced the hall. "And now, friends, the entertainment." Mariko observed from a distance as Julia and Destry walked the horse and noted how many mannerisms Julia had consciously or unconsciously copied from Victor. She wondered what this newcomer really thought about Ronquist. He was her creator, and that alone was a source of tension without any further or added complications. Gossip claimed that Julia wanted to become Ronquist's consort, and gossip also maintained that, if she hadn't actually connived the destruction of Kinara, his previous longtime companion and hunting partner, she had at least been instrumental in manufacturing the chaos that had made such a thing possible. Mariko somehow doubted Julia was quite so obsessively infatuated with Victor as international undead chatter seemed to assume, except insofar as Julia saw Victor as the next step on her personal stairway to power. Although, might she be judging Julia a little too harshly? How many relationships weren't, in one way or another, based on one or both partners' self-interest? On the other hand, she wasn't convinced. An ever-present hue in Julia's chill aura told that she might pose a very special kind of threat. She would do exactly what suited her at the time, and only a fool would act on the assumption that Julia would behave according to the rational dictates of the common good. In Julia, Mariko observed a most unique of beings, a cold and calculating tactile hedonist. She would have to be studied. Julia and Destry were, for the moment at least, the fastest to achieve the superficial bonding of the newly acquainted. They were both young, both 20th century, and their kindred cloak and dagger backgrounds provided an extra commonality. On first arriving at Raven Keep, Julia had sensed the horse and, on finding out Destry was its mistress, had begged to be allowed to see the incredibly rare Uzbek. While Julia continued to praise and flatter the horse and, indirectly, his owner, Destry positively glowed, and if things continued in the same vein, they would soon be hunting together. Unless of course, Julia decided to prevail on Destry to let her ride Dormandu. Whether she asked and, if she did ask, whether she pressed the point would prove a strong augury of how matters might continue. Seemingly Julia had not made the request, because Destry turned and handed Dormandu's halter to Bolingbroke so the thrall could return the stallion to his loose box. She then called out to Mariko. "You look like you're spying on us, lurking over there like that. I was being discreet while you two equestrians went about your business. Just breaking the ice. And you were doing it so well, I thought I'd stay out of it." Julia's aura remained carefully furled, but for an instant she looked curiously at Mariko, as though considering a possible rival. She looked more openly at Destry. Apparently Julia didn't feel threatened by Destry. "Is she always like this?" Destry nodded. Inscrutability is her profession. Mariko gave a polite social laugh. That's a stereotype, sister dear, and you know it? Julia looked from one to the other. I've never been part of a troika. Destry smiled. You should try it sometime. It's not all it appears. Mariko glanced up. Sometimes it's less than it appears. Above them, on the second floor of Raven Keep, a curtain moved and an aura flickered. Columbine, having pleaded she needed to rest after the journey to meet the plane, had left the three of them to inspect Dormandug. Instead of resting, however, Columbine now seemed to be spying on the other three, doubtlessly eavesdropping on their conversation to hear if they were talking about her. Julia frowned. Will she be okay? When you ask will she be okay, I take it the intention is we all go to Scotland together. Julia looked surprised. What else? Mariko nodded. Then she will be okay. Even Columbine needed an occasional encouragement. Having been at least partially reassured about Columbine, an idea seemed to come to Julia. We should take Dormandug with us. The suggestion hit Destry like a small bomb. What? Mariko saw the point. It is an idea. Mobility in the wild. Julia smiled sweetly at Destry. Think about it. That great horse in the highlands putting the fear into those barbarians. Julia had obviously conjured an epic Valkyrie vision in Destry's mind. Could we do it? I mean practically. I'm sure it can be worked out. All it takes is money. Ronquist failed to notice when a cover was discreetly placed over the Bechstein. That the piano needed protection should have warned him of the carnage to come, but unfortunately, he didn't make the connection until the entertainment was well in progress. Unprepared as he was, the start of the proceedings gave him a moment's pause. He had expected advanced degeneracy, and instead, he was presented with a moment of innocence. 2 fiddlers and an accordion augmented the quintet, and the 8 musicians launched into sprightly traditional dance music. Ronquist knew virtually nothing about Scottish folk dancing, so he could not identify the tune, and even if he had, he probably would have been too distracted by the troupe of 12 human dancers, 6 teenage girls and 6 teenage boys, presumably all from the village, who came running down the stairs, positioned themselves in formation in the open space between the 2 lower tables, and commenced to dance. They looked so neat, so innocently practiced and enthusiastic, virginal, and maybe strangest of all, they looked so alike they could have had common parentage. Only one lacked the standard red hair. Spines ramrod straight, knees high, feet flying, but with united precision, they danced their hearts out for their laird. The boys and girls were dressed identically, kilts to just above the knee and crisp white blouses over juvenile breasts or hairless chests, but with grave faces, beyond all youth, indicating a subconscious knowledge this night was a fulfillment, and therefore an ending to a life that had been nothing but a single long rehearsal for this moment of diversion for their lord. Ronquist knew it wasn't Riverdance, but to his untrained eye, unable to tell a jig from a reel, it seemed a close approximation. Ronquist realized the ultimate outcome long before it was even partially revealed. The only real question was how long Fenrir would drag it out. Once again, he seemed to be leading his people with what really amounted to a lordly sense of showmanship. As soon as the Highlanders began to grow restless with the display, the atmosphere in the hall went through a slow but theatrical change. Candles guttered, the flames in the fireplace leaped higher, as if competing with the dancers, and the lights in Fenrir's great hall grew progressively more dim. The dancers' firelit shadows grew long and sinister, as did those of the Highlanders who watched them intently. The eyes of the masked Nosferatu all but glowed in the gloom, but Ronquist had to concede the dancers had been superbly trained. Even as the tension built, their expressions of concentration hardly flickered, except for one of the girls, whose eyes were tightly shut. There was, however, no mistaking the bright fear in their auras and the smell of their dread as they anticipated their futile doom. To say who made the first move was hard. The bubble of peace and innocence seemed to burst violently and almost all at once. A Highlander on one side of the hall let out something between a bark and a howl, and one on the other side responded with the same sound. Maybe half a dozen rose from their seats and scrambled over tables, closing on the dancers. In an instant, everyone in the hall seemed to become part of a single snarling pack. Guests even jumped down from the high table. Dancers were screaming. Shaggy Lachlan was gone like a venerable flash. One of the boy dancers tried to flee up the stairs but was brought down by Theta, whose leather dress was already stained with gore. Ronquist saw Duncan rise from the crimson scrimmage for an instant, his mouth, chin, and throat red with blood. Of course, 12 teenagers among 60 or 70 Nosferatu was little more than a token. A communion seemed an apt metaphor to Ronquist. As an offering to the clan, they were more symbolic that substantial sustenance, and first one, and then another of the serving thralls were dragged to the killing floor, along with the Dark Lost who had been there all along for the clan's amusement. It wasn't that Ronquist felt himself above a blood orgy of this kind or that he didn't feel his own primitive stirrings. Indeed, when he decided to sit out this phase of the feast, he was glad he had very recently been able to feed on Annie Munro. He had no hunger in him, and thus found it easier to resist what a Cockney vampire had once called wallowing in the claret. His main reason for abstaining was that he felt it was far too early to get that intimate with the rank and file of the Fenrir clan. To be in that splattered maelstrom of heaving, ripping, grunting, live and undead flesh, fangs and claws, the cries and moans of the still living and momentarily dying, was hardly the place for a less than trusted stranger. The clan's collective blood was quite literally up, and that, coupled with the effects of the microfungi in the whiskey, made them highly volatile and unpredictable. Here and there fights were already breaking out between Highlanders disputing the ownership of prey, and Ronquist knew, if he were down there, it would be all too simple for Duncan or one of his crony boys, to use the cover of the bloodletting to thrust an unseen dirk into his heart. As the great hall grew even darker and the blood flowed over the flagstones, Ronquist turned away and noticed he was not the only one sitting out the entertainment. The musicians had backed off into a corner, protecting their instruments from the spray. The human bass player had vanished altogether. Both Fenrir and Gethsemane had also remained in their thrones, but the craft maker was either down in the bloody mosh or had wafted away with her coven early in the festivities. Fenrir and Gethsemane watched the happening with an indulgent and almost parental amusement, but when Fenrir saw Ronquist looking at him, he rose from the throne and walked along the dais toward him. A little barbaric for your taste. Ronquist gently brushed a drop of blood from his jacket. I have a limited wardrobe. I didn't want to ruin this suit. The lads need their fun. It keeps them in line. I can well believe that. You appear to take good care of them. Fenrir shrugged. I bring them into this world. I am responsible for their management. The burden of leadership. You understand? Of course I do. I have a colony of my own. Smaller in number, of course, but I know what's required at times. There are some European Nosferatu who consider us uncivilized. Rest assured, my lord. I am not one of them. I have never been all that enamored of civilization. Too human a concept. If they think it's uncivilized now, they should have seen us in the old days. I can imagine. Fenrir nodded. You probably can. You have the age on you. I saw the 30 Years' War. After that I could believe anything. Some of the old lads had to be weaned of eating the flesh. The Native Americans call them Wendigo. I called it bloody uncouth, and had it stopped on pain of sunlight. I also put a stop to the spread eagle. The spread eagle. Opening the chest and prying the ribs apart like the wings of a bird to drink directly from the heart. It sounds messy. Below Ronquist and Fenrir, the supply of humans had apparently run out. Some Highlanders were performing their own shuffling dance, while others beat time on the table with the hilts of their swords. A high keening started from throats just slaked with blood, and Ronquist wondered what dementia might follow. Fenrir seemed to sense this and gestured to an exit from the hall behind the high table. "Walk with me, Master Ronquist. Walk with me a little. The aftermath is never pretty." The Range Rover swung into the parking lot of an international chain motel with perhaps 45 minutes to spare before dawn. They were somewhere south of Newcastle, according to the road atlas. They pulled up in front of the main entrance, and Julia indicated she would get out and check them all in. "There's no point in the desk clerks getting a good look at all of us. It'll be far easier to fog their minds if it's just me. Also, I have platinum credit cards in a variety of untraceable names." Destry, Mariko, and Columbine waited in the vehicle while Julia went inside. She had changed out of her leather flying suit, replacing it with jeans, a t-shirt dedicated to the rock band Metallica, a flowing canvas duster coat, and a beat-up straw cowboy hat pulled down over her eyes. The original plan, as Julia and Destry had laid it out, was to start promptly at sunset and attempt to make it to Scotland by dawn. Julia and Destry had taken over the planning stage of the journey to Castle Fenrir, while Mariko said little but reserved her doubts, and Columbine complained and made difficulties. Columbine seemed to be increasingly getting on Julia's nerves. So far, the new arrival had yet to flash her anger, but Mariko could easily read how an eventual confrontation was building, as the difficulties multiplied and the departure time grew later and later. Getting through to Grondel and Bolingbroke and making it clear to the confused thralls that they were expected to maintain and run the house while their mistresses were away, had proved comparatively easy. A company that specialized in the transportation of valuable horses had been recruited to move Dormandeau, but outside problems delayed the arrival of the horse box that was to take the stallion to Scotland and eventually to meet the four of them at a pre-arranged point near to Fenrir. Columbine had also contributed her share of hold-ups, and indeed, Columbine appeared to be growing quickly and progressively less stable. Her newest drama was a lengthy procrastination about leaving Ravenkeep. Leave Ravenkeep indefinitely? How can I leave Ravenkeep indefinitely? Finally Destry had to snap at her. Stop being Scarlett O'Hara, and pack the minimum you think you'll need. Another unplanned pause had occurred when a report of the killing of security guards at Morton Downs appeared on the local TV news. A student, Winston Shakespeare, was missing, but it was unclear if the authorities were treating him as a suspect or a mislaid potential victim. Nothing in the story indicated any connection to Ravenkeep or the Troika, and no witnesses came forward claiming the perpetrators were a gang of wild vampire Scotsmen. It still seemed a good time, though, to be away from home. Let the thralls confuse any county cid detectives who might happen by to ask questions. After Julia had been inside the hotel for a full 5 minutes, Columbine took it as her cue to start complaining. "What's taking her so long? You know how long it can take to check in anywhere these days. Computers are inevitably down. And why's she doing it, anyway? She has the documentation." Columbine was being gratuitously petulant, but she was on a roll and seemingly didn't feel it safe to stop. "We have our own documentation." Mariko knew it was pointless to argue with her when a mood of this kind had hold of her, but she argued anyway. "Why use our documentation when she's willing to use hers? It gives us three an extra degree of separation." "I don't know. She seems to be taking over. I don't recall putting her in charge." Destry had heard enough. "Columbine, get off it. Stop pissing and moaning, or I swear I'll damage you." Mariko continued to appeal to reason. "Victor is, after all, the master of her colony. It's only natural she should take a proprietary interest. And besides, she's German. She doesn't give a tinker's cuss about Victor, except as a means to an end. Is that what's really bothering you? It still starts and ends with Victor." "No, but..." Now Mariko reached her limit. "Shut up, Columbine. I swear, if you don't stop whining, I'll let it slip to Julia how you sold out Victor to Gallowglass. You wouldn't. Keep up the negativity and find out. Destry gestured for them both to stop. Julia was coming back. She opened the door and showed Mariko where to park the Range Rover. They claimed they were short of rooms because they had some kind of convention booked in. I had to use my high beams on them. So there's no problem. Not now, there isn't. Julia had booked 4 rooms, 2 that connected. The interior of each motel room was globally unremarkable: easy clean furniture, a muted color scheme, the obligatory bad landscape on the wall above the king-size bed, a black TV set, a beige phone, and individually wrapped soap. They really could have been anywhere on the planet. Before separating to sleep, they gathered in one of the 2 connected rooms to unwind and generally review their situation. Destry switched the black television to CNN to see if anything more was emerging about the killings at Morton Downs, but the story didn't seem to have penetrated that far north. Julia removed her hat, and Destry quickly turned from the TV. Just one thing, please. Don't throw your hat on the bed. It spooks you. We all have our foibles. She dropped her hat on top of her overnight bag and faced the troika. I think there's something I need to say before we go any further. What's that? I'm getting the impression you all feel too much reliance is being placed on the invincibility of Lupo. Mariko was defensive. None of us have said that. But you've thought it? Mariko nodded. I certainly have. The Lord Fenrir commands his own army. Destry added emphasis. That's really no exaggeration. There must be dozens of those undead Highlanders. All armed to the teeth. Mariko continued. I do think we'd feel more confident if we had something even slightly similar behind us. You believe we need an army? Not an army, but I don't know what the 4 of us can really achieve. I could make some calls if you sincerely feel that way about reinforcements. It's pointless hiring humans. There are some of our kind I could contact. Mariko liked that idea. It might be worth at least seeing how the land lay in terms of possible support. Julia shrugged. There's no time like the present, and since it's not quite dawn here in Europe, most won't have retired yet. She fished in her bag, produced a cell phone, dialed a 13-digit number, and spoke in rapid Italian. After some minutes of both talking and listening, she snapped the phone closed. That was not good. How not good? You might say double plus ungood. It seems most of the Euroclans would agree Victor being snatched by Fenrir was quite beyond the boundaries of good manners, but no one wants to get involved. They'd all prefer to see the show. It's an event. They feel it could be the first great confrontation of the new century, and they all want to sit on the sidelines and watch it play out. Columbine snorted. Selfish bastards. That's the undead for you. Spectacle before justice. We don't get enough thrills in our lives these days. I still think they're selfish bastards. Wouldn't you do the same? Of course, but that's not the point. Destry shook her head. There's no sense in starting yet another bloody discussion. We have no backup, and that's that. We're right where we started. We can only confront Fenrir, and if he doesn't decide to do the right thing and release Victor, we can only hope Lupo will pull our chestnuts out of the fire. Julia removed her duster and inspected the bed. I was offered one piece of advice. What was that? As 4 females, we should make our demands of the Lady Gethsemane, and not Fenrir. If she refuses, any of us are quite within our rights to call her out in single combat. Destry nodded slowly. I think I could take her. Mariko sighed. I would have no problem facing her. Julia sat down on the bed and started pulling off her boots. We can talk about that after we've slept. Columbine picked up her overnight things as a prelude to finding her room. You should probably know Gethsemane hates me. Julia looked up at her with one boot on her foot and the other in her hand. Now, I wonder why that might be. Fenrir and Ronkist walked down a corridor lit by hundreds upon hundreds of candles. The place smelled of small flames, melting wax, and an elusive perfume. It was Gethsemane's idea. Pleasant, don't you think? An armadillo scuttled under a low wax-crusted table as the two Nosferatu approached. One thing in Fenrir was as it should be. Ronquist nodded politely. Very pleasant. You recognize the perfume? No. It's one of her own design. She has it made up by an old human in York. Still calls himself an apothecary. Ronquist noticed, even in this soft gothic gloom, Fenrir didn't remove his dark glasses. Could it be something was wrong with the Lord's eyes? Had they accidentally or deliberately been damaged at some time in the past, or were they perhaps strange and unsightly to look upon? Obviously it was something one didn't inquire about, but he couldn't help wonder. The Lady Gethsemane is constantly redesigning and making changes to the interior rooms of the castle. It passes the nights for her, but I must confess, there are times even I don't know where I am. Fenrir's joking admission confirmed something Ronquist had already begun to realize. The castle Fenrir was an absolute labyrinth of rooms, corridors, and, from what he'd seen earlier, a warren of subterranean tunnels. It was impossible to guess how far the structure might extend underground or stretch beneath the lake. Fenrir had been able to work on the enlargement of his edifice for centuries, and Ronquist couldn't imagine he hadn't put the time to good use. The idea of escaping became even more remote. Far from finding his way out of the Scottish Highlands before he was caught by the sun, he realized he'd actually be lucky to find his way out of the castle. Thought of escape moved very logically to thoughts on what Lupo might be doing. Lupo could go to ground for a month in place like this, suddenly appearing, destroying Highlanders when they were least expecting it, and then disappearing again. Now that we're alone, there is something I need to ask you. Fenrir looked at Ronquist a little warily. That sounds ominous. Why did you have Galloglass take me the way he did? I had every intention of coming here. I suppose you could say I grew impatient. I was no longer able to wait. And anyway, I had to know if I could trust you. I knew your reputation, but I had to check. You could have been as big a liar as that fool Saint Germain. But you trust me now. I watched you feed, didn't I? I rather resented that. That's what I saw. Ronquist waited a few moments before playing his last, what he hoped would be his trump card. You are aware that Lupo, if he's heard what's happened, may well come and take your head. Fenrir nodded slowly like a man being apprised of something he'd overlooked. Ah, Lupo. I suppose I should take that seriously. If he arrived here, I would obviously dissuade him, but he might decide to finish you before he looked for me. Or my lads might finish him. Ronquist smiled coldly. I very much doubt that. Could you contact him? I don't know. If he's left already, I can't. Even I don't know how Lupo travels. And if I could, what could I say to him? I don't know what I'm doing here, or how long I'm going to be doing it. I thought we had your status fully established. That was for the clan. For Lupo, I would have to know the reality. Fenrir drew himself up to his full height. I'm a vampire lord, Master Ronquist, and you are pressing me hard. Fenrir was a little taller than Ronquist, but Ronquist refused to be intimidated. And I am 1,000 years old, my lord. I suspect time is pressing the both of us. I wanted you here for when Taliesin wakes. And the Merlin is waking faster than I expected. I didn't have to be brought here for that. I would have come in an instant. I may also need your help to destroy it. Ronquist's shock robbed him of caution. What? I said destroy it? My present intention for the Urshu is welcome it, study it, and having won its trust, kill it. Kill it? Are you insane? It takes a lot of courage to ask an absolute ruler if he's insane. The question stands. Fenrir laughed once, a soft, ironic bark. You really are 1,000 years old, aren't you? Ronquist nodded. And not getting any younger. You talked earlier about your impatience to get me here. I have my own impatience. As Fenrir spoke, all Ronquist could see was the candlelight reflected in his dark glasses. The steel frames were like sections of a black greenhouse, maybe for poisonous plants. Don't talk to me about impatience, Victor Ronquist. I have been very patient. Infinitely patient, you might say. I have known about the Ursha sleeping in the barrow at Morton Downs for over 100 years. I was aware of its existence since before Columbine would so much as moved into Ravenkeep. When Mariko semi-predicted that Destry and Julia would be hunting together, she had neither imagined the peculiarity of the circumstances nor that she and Columbine would be hunting with them. They had decided before leaving Ravenkeep, aside from a dozen packs of whole blood in an ice-filled cooler for emergencies, they would live off the land as far as possible. They'd feed where they could, working on the assumption that, since they were moving fast and leaving as many false trails as possible, their depredations would be blamed on misadventure on the part of the victim or on some unknown human psychopath. Mariko had assumed, when the decision was taken, feeding would be a private and personal matter, with each female satisfying her needs as she felt fitting, and in her own way. She had certainly not expected Julia would both attempt and succeed to turn basic survival into a group social activity or that she would act as a kind of cheerleader for a collective blood orgy. Destry, as seemingly befitted their ongoing bonding, had elected to sleep in the room that connected with Julia's, and Mariko and Columbine had gone to the other two single rooms, where they could depart from the day in undisturbed isolation. Certain preparations had to be made before they could enter the dream state, primarily the covering of all windows with tape and aluminum foil, but Mariko herself had made sure they'd come prepared with all the materials for that eventuality. Some, probably Victor among them, claimed the undead traveled fast. Others subscribed to the opposite. Like certain fine wines, Nosferatu didn't travel well at all. She felt the current outing conformed to the latter maxim. When finally alone in her room, Mariko had wondered if Destry and Julia might end up sharing the same bed. Neither could be truthfully described as masculine, but they were both Nosferatu females of action, and it looked to be a case of like attracting like. Mariko had noticed the unmistakable traces of a studied and mutual, quasi-sexual heat in their auras when they were together and thought they weren't observed. The arrangement had been, once sunset had come and all four had awakened, they would gather in Julia's room to prepare for the coming night, and then journey on to the Highlands and Fenrir. Mariko woke with an automatic punctuality, and found that she was the first to arrive at Julia's door. She knocked, and after a short delay, Julia answered. Mariko was surprised Julia was not dressed for the north of Scotland, but for cocktails and seduction. In the background, Destry was similarly in party rather than traveling mode. Mariko found herself at something of a loss and stood rooted until Julia hustled her inside. Don't just stand there in the corridor like a bellhop waiting for a tip. Mariko looked from Destry to Julia and back again. Behind Destry, the connecting door between the two rooms stood open. Mariko saw that Destry's bed was unconvincingly messed up, as if in a last-minute attempt to make it appear slept in when, in fact, it wasn't. Had the pair sidetracked each other already? Both showed signs of a definite dark-eyed, heavy-lidded satisfaction. Nosferatu could suffer from a shortness of attention span, but this was absurd. What the hell do you two think you're doing? We've got a long drive in front of us. We also have to feed, my darling. Though we'd attempt to pick up victims on the run. Julia shook her head. First we feed. Then we travel. We have to be on top of our form for what we are about to do, and need all the fresh energy we can acquire. Julia's white silk evening dress, which all but exposed her breasts each time she leaned forward, was a perfect match for her straight white blonde hair. Destry was wearing the same man's dinner jacket she had worn to greet Ronquist. The plan is that we hit the happy hour in the motel bar, glut ourselves, and then leave around 9. That should give us plenty of time to be at the gates of Fenrir well before dawn. Does Columbine know about this? Julia nodded. Destry called her in her room. She's dressing. By now Mariko was experiencing a definite foreboding. She stared at Destry. So why didn't you call me? Destry avoided looking directly at her. Her aura had a certain blush. I knew you'd be on time. I could also have dressed. You look fine as you are. Mariko looked down at her faded blue jeans, t-shirt, and motorcycle jacket. We look like lesbian humans. Destry's aura blush deepened, but Julia merely laughed. All the better to reach our objective speedily without undue entertaining of the prey. You know how both human genders are fascinated by attractive lipstick lesbians. I'm just not sure I wanted to be cast as the butch tomboy. Julia laughed dismissively. You'll adapt, my dear. Further discussion was interrupted by a curt rap on the door. Destry opened it and let in Columbine, who was also, literally and figuratively, dressed to kill. Mariko felt completely isolated, totally left out of this plan to collectively vamp the motel bar. How dare Julia dismiss her with "You'll adapt"? Columbine was a retrovision in flowing antique sequins and embroidery to a color scheme of white and pale blue. A large sapphire was at her throat on a white velvet band. Her curls fell to her shoulders in contrived disarray, and a dark blue diamond beauty spot decorated her heavily powdered left cheek. On close examination, though, all about Columbine did not seem right. She looked drained and unhealthy, but no one else appeared to notice. Was Columbine continuing to dream, or had what Mariko firmly believed was her link with Merlin entered some new and more damaging phase? Whatever the problem, Columbine was manifestly determined to put the bravest possible face on it. So, are we going to see what this place has to offer? The hunting party left the room and followed the signs to the nearest lift with a giddy and high-spirited girlishness, as if they were off on an adventure. If the sight, when the lift doors opened, of two silver-green aliens with oversized heads and huge ovoid eyes wasn't initially a shock, it was at least highly unexpected. A second take, of course, revealed the creatures were in no way extraterrestrial, but merely humans in not particularly well-made fancy dress, but this didn't completely cancel the primary surprise. More strangeness waited when the four, plus the two ersatz aliens, exited the elevator and stepped into the lobby. The entire motel seemed to have been taken over by emotionally disturbed humanity, many seriously overweight, elaborately costumed as if in some projected make-believe future. The quartet's Nosferatu senses were instantly struck by a confusion of thought that came at them as an uncouth, nonsensical, and highly intrusive babble. What the hell is this? Julia looked around. I suppose this must be the convention that delayed my obtaining our rooms this morning. The desk clerk told me it was dedicated to a popular science fiction series on television, but I didn't imagine it would be like this. These people are nothing more than chronic obsessive compulsives. I suppose they must be the fans. On this subject, Mariko was far ahead of Julia. She was well aware of the TV show and the less than rational cult surrounding it. She could only assume Julia was one of those Nosferatu who disdain the gross pop culture of humanity, and restricted themselves to Miro and Mahler. Four humans walked by in identical imaginary astronaut uniforms, white pancake on their faces, and false plastic hair. Mariko commenced to follow them, going with the flow, and the other three came after her by default. The four Nosferatu may not have conformed to the theme, but they were certainly not out of place. An entire section of the motel had been specifically set aside for the convention, designated banqueting and conference rooms on the ground floor where they held their seminars, watched their films and videotapes, bought and sold their artifacts, and would later indulge in painfully awkward drinking, disco dancing, and attempts at hedonism. Before they could enter this reserved area, the quartet was accosted by a convention organizer in the costume of a warrior from some alien military culture. They might not have looked out of place, but they apparently lacked credentials. The faux warrior demanded to see their badges. Seemingly a badge indicated one had paid one's money and was entitled to partake of the convention. Mariko was tempted to use the immortal movie line from The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, but she decided the pretend alien warrior wouldn't even get the joke, and she reduced it to "We don't need badges," accompanied by a brain smack of sufficient force to ensure the young man would never bother them again. Just to cause him future remorse, she also left him hopelessly in love with her. If nothing better presented itself, he would be hers at a snap of her fingers. Mariko made the mistake of allowing herself to be distracted by the convention itself. The way in which the humans were prepared to treat their passing amusements with such a quasi-academic seriousness was the source of a definite anthropological appeal. From Godzilla to Pokemon, Japan had served as ground zero for this kind of collector cult behavior, and she felt patriotically obliged to keep abreast of developments in the field wherever she might find them. Some of the costumed participants seemed consumed by their fantasy cravings to the point of a wistfully neurotic melancholy that it all couldn't be real all the time. After browsing a number of random minds, Mariko commented to the others without actually speaking. "I swear if we were to reveal what we really were and our true intentions to some of these freaks, they'd willingly give themselves to us." She turned and discovered no one was there to hear her. Julia, Destry, and Columbine had wandered off, more interested in the quest for prey than the weird cultural fringes of human socio-dynamics. She supposed she also should be taking care of the task at hand, rather than wandering like a predator tourist. She decided the bar might still be the best place to snag a fast and effortless victim. Her first glance inside confirmed Destry and Julia had either come to the same conclusion or had opted for a certain alcohol content in their feed. The convention had thoroughly infiltrated the conventional motel happy hour, and they were in deep conversation with a pair of young humans in matching, somewhat revealing. The minds of the two girls revealed they used these conventions as a release for exhibitionism and a limited perversity unavailable in their dreadfully mundane lives. Gatherings of this kind offered them an immunity from shock, guilt, and inhibition in that they could always tell themselves afterwards they had only been play-acting rather than acting out, and nothing that transpired was really real. Under the screen of vodka martinis and small talk, Julia and Destry were reinforcing this idea, mentally conditioning them into the illusion that fantasy could be elevated to far greater heights, and their limits should be extended infinitely and unconditionally. At the same time, they fed them a line of seductive suggestion tailored precisely to the desires revealed in their purple-tinged auras. Unfortunately, these quasi-images were being broadcast on an indiscreetly wide band, and many of the human males in the bar were becoming warmly uncomfortable, but not sure why. Mariko knew what Julia and Destry were up to, but this break for a roadside diversion hardly seemed appropriate. She would normally have no objection to playful bonding games, but they were supposed to be on their way to rescue Victor, and surely that was worthy of everyone's full concentration. She decided to take it upon herself to move matters along and remind them of their primary objective. She pushed her way through the crowd of space crew, extraterrestrials, and traveling salesmen. "Ladies." "Mariko." They didn't seem overly pleased to see her, but the two humans, who, up close, were really showing too much of their thighs and cleavage for a sci-fi convention, seemed to find her oriental and exotic. "I'm Epiphany." "And I'm Devora." Of course, these weren't the girls' real names. They'd taken them from a book they'd both read. While smiling politely at the humans, Mariko mentally hissed at Destry and Julia. "This is not the time for games." Julia gleamed angrily and seemed poised to tell Mariko to fuck off and leave them alone, but Destry accepted the chiding. Yes, we'll move it along. Do you have one of your own picked out?" Mariko decided she'd settle for the warrior checking badges. "Yes. It'll take me just a moment. I'll meet you in the elevator." A snap of the fingers was literally all it took. The young man fell into step behind her. In the elevator, which they mercifully had to themselves, Julia produced a bottle of vodka. More alcohol was always a good and simple way to keep humans distracted without the need to lock down their minds. It was all too plain to Mariko that Destry and Julia, in their new role as soulmate hunters, wanted their prey to be helpless but fully conscious, aware of what was being done to them but unable to resist. Mariko doubted Epiphany and Devora would resist anything. So many pleasure centers had been teased and tantalizingly fondled, they were all but beside themselves, surprised by the uncharted depths of the scary strange, dark lust in which they found themselves. The young man was fully beside himself. He couldn't believe what was happening to him. Ever since he'd been coming to these events he had dreamed and even masturbated to a scenario of this kind. Alone with no less than 5 drunken and apparently bisexual women? His cup was close to running over, and Mariko knew she would need to keep him partially folded down in case, at the last moment, he panicked and bolted. Humans often found it hard to confront the flesh of their fantasies. The party of 5 came out of the lift and stumbled down the corridor, Destry and Julia maintaining a pretense of drunken, human bonhomie as they let themselves into their room. Mariko ushered the young man in behind them, and then immediately wished she hadn't. The spectacle confronting the 5 of them would have been disturbing to any human except perhaps for the most intensely and suicidally depraved. In the middle of the king-size motel bed, Columbine was on all fours, clad in nothing but shoes, stockings, silk French knickers, and a sapphire, mouth to the throat of a blandly handsome and quite naked young man. She looked up with her fangs extended, blood on her lips, and a single trickle running down her chin. "My dears, you're back so soon." Mariko felt shock course through her young man and immediately killed his conscious mind. She would have expected Julia and Destry to do the same with Epiphany and Devora, but they were still playing the game. They allowed the girls an exchanged look of mutual horror, and then swamped them with the illusion they had passed the portals of some dangerous but infinitely rewarding fantasy. The action risked them lapsing into full and screaming hysteria that might be easily noticeable in the motel full of humans, but Julia and Destry pulled it off with almost unbelievable finesse, a finesse Mariko suspected had more to do with Julia than Destry. Epiphany and Devora's faces grew slack and depraved, and they swayed on their fetish heels with the expression of evil children in purple eyeshadow and loaded on opiates. Julia and Destry assisted one apiece through the door into the connecting bedroom. The last thing Mariko saw before she sank her fangs into the throat of the young man in the warrior costume was Destry and Julia on either side of Devora and Epiphany, kissing each other while they undressed the 2 humans, stripping and unlacing their pathetic latex and vinyl. When she surfaced from the mindless animal bliss of feeding to the death, Mariko rose from the corpse and looked again. The 2 girls were drained and dead, and Julia and Destry held each other. Destry was shaking slightly as though she had just undergone a powerful emotional experience, and the room resembled an untidy abattoir. Columbine's boy lay dead on the bed, but there was no sign of Columbine herself. Good manners should have dictated Mariko not intrude on Destry and Julia's moment, but as far as she was concerned, their self-indulgence put them beyond normal considerations. Mariko had set out on what she considered more of a commando raid than a meandering pleasure outing. She walked past them and opened the window at the far end of the room, letting in the night air. The curtains billowed as if some kind of vacuum had been created. "Does anyone have any suggestions?" Julia and Destry languidly disengaged. "Suggestions about what, darling?" "About what we do with these leavings." Although Mariko was clearly very angry, Destry suddenly giggled. "We leave them." This was finally too much for Mariko. She'd expected better of Destry. "Pull yourself the fuck together, will you?" Julia began to gather her scattered clothes. "She's right, actually. We should simply leave them. I mean, who will remember us among 100 demented humans masquerading as alien life forms? The police will assume the obvious insanity of the conventioneers and spend all their time trying to deduce which one. As the song says, we'll be in Scotland before them. That's madness. Is it? We can't get them out of here without being seen." Mariko shook her head. Much as she might not want to admit it, Julia was right. It really was the only course they could take. "It's so damned messy. You worry too much." "I worry to survive." Julia looked at Mariko thoughtfully. I've been noticing, you really are a lot like Victor. I'll take that as a compliment. She looked down at the corpse of the boy in his blood-stained fancy dress. To simply leave him there went against the grain of all her training and upbringing, not to mention her innate orderly neatness, but she knew she had no choice. I'll go to my room and get my things. We should leave as soon as we can. Outside in the corridor she decided, before getting the bag out of her room, she should first check on Columbine. She rapped on the door of her room. After a few moments the door opened, and Columbine, still in her bloody lingerie, stood in the doorway, leaning heavily on the frame, a half-burned cigarette in her left hand. One look told Mariko something was very amiss. "You look sick." Columbine nodded. "Don't say anything to the others, I think there's something wrong with me." "Was the boy's blood tainted?" Columbine shook her head. "It's as though all the energy is somehow being drained out of me." "But you just fed." "I know, and it doesn't seem to have made any difference." "The chained were the lucky ones." "How so?" "The chained knew to the second when their existence would end. The ones who were simply turned loose and locked out prolonged their own agony. They squirmed, they tried to hide, they cowered in the very last patch of shadow as their flesh singed and smoked. Of course, there were others who simply jumped. Fenrir had led Ronquist up innumerable flights of spiraling stone stairs until they came out of a section of flat roof between two much taller towers, and the roof turned out to be a place of execution. A charred and rusting cage of upright iron bars, steel bands, and chains, all bolted down to a solid block of granite, stood in the middle of the otherwise open area, clearly designed to hold a kneeling Nosferatu. You chain the condemned out here to wait for the coming of the sun. Every community needs its supreme sanction. Even among the children of the mist, there have been those who became dangerous and unmanageable. Don't tell me you haven't done the same. Most times it was in single combat. I never held organized executions. In a clan of this size, I could spend all my time in single combat if that were the only way to maintain order. Fenrir grew large enough to require its own code of enforcement. Ronquist walked to the edge of the roof. The drop to the rocks beneath, at the edge of the lake, was at least 150 feet. The fall might not be enough to destroy a strong Nosferatu. No, but it broke their bones and made it hard for them to move. And even if they should land in shadow and recover the strength to run, where would they go with the sun all round them? Into the waters of the lake. The waters of the lake are relatively shallow around the island. The sun would penetrate, and the condemned would slowly cook. That's why I say the chained were the lucky ones. They did not have to meet their end pursuing pointless choices that only delayed the inevitable. As he looked into the abyss, Ronquist wasn't sure why Fenrir had felt the need to show him his personal Tyburn. Was it to counter his warning of what might happen if Lupo came, or was it a simple reminder of the Lord's authority? Either way, he really didn't need to have bothered. Enough of an abyss was already yawning in front of Ronquist. When Fenrir had announced he had been monitoring the sleeping Merlin for more than a century, a whole new depth to the situation had opened up. What I don't understand is, when you knew the Ursha slept beneath Morton Downs, why didn't you tell anyone? Aside from the natural undead inclination to cling to secrets. Aside from that, I suppose I could have told others of our community, but to what end? While the Ursha slept, there was nothing to be done, and if others knew, inevitably curiosity would get the better of one faction or another, and a move would be made to dig the thing up. I knew, in its own good time, it would eventually waken. That seemed to be the time to contact someone like yourself. Unfortunately, the process of waking turned out to be much faster than I ever anticipated. I believe the humans disturbed it. I had no warning that damned Campion and his people would start digging into the mound. But you'd been regularly observing it. We had made a tradition of it. On the eve of every quarter day, either Galloglass or I would formally use our vision to make sure it was still sleeping. We also paid very special attention when anything unusual happened near Morton Downs. I was especially concerned when Dashwood moved into Raven Keep, first with her human husband, and then with her companions. At first I was convinced she knew something and had plans for the burial site, but nothing happened. It was only later I discovered that Columbine wasn't capable of anything as coherent as plans, and was too self-absorbed to notice a sleeping Urshu only a few miles from her. And all that time, the Urshu slept unchanging. I thought I detected a slight change when Dirichlet was conducting his experiments during the war against the Nazis, but it passed quickly and then returned to normal, so I was never sure. Fenrir smiled. And I also observed you, Ronquist, skulking in the bushes, watching Dirichlet for the undead cartel. Fenrir was very well informed, but Ronquist refused to be awed by what the Lord was telling him. Instead he focused on what he was not being told. You still haven't explained why you think it necessary to kill the Merlin. Fenrir paused before answering. He began ushering Ronquist away from the execution site and back inside the castle. It's hard to explain an instinct. Ronquist was as gentle as he could be with the Lord. His hesitation told of a deep-seated fear. Perhaps not to me. I don't demand a rational reason for everything. Fenrir indicated they should continue to climb. There is a high turret where sometimes I go to watch the approach of the dawn, just to see how long I can stand it. Was that what had happened to Fenrir's eyes? Had he stood it for too long? Ronquist had heard of other Nosferatu who had developed a fixation about trying to see the sun and finished up blinding themselves. Fenrir could obviously still see, but had he so damaged his eyes he felt the need to hide them? For a while they climbed in silence before Fenrir finally spoke again. On one level, it's simply self-preservation. We live well here, Victor Ronquist. For how long I don't know. The modern world encroaches, although we pretend it doesn't. They reached the top of the last flight of spiral steps and came out onto the flat roof of a circular tower. Fenrir gestured to the moonlit lake and the majesty of the surrounding mountains. Would you want to give all this up? Of course not. Sooner or later it will end, but I would rather it were later than sooner. I am convinced Taliesin is a threat. Any disturbance is a threat, and I believe he will be a major rupture in the world in which we both dwell. Certain texts in history bear me out. All my reading would seem to indicate conflict has always broken out between Urshu and Nosferatu wherever they have been in contact with each other. Ronquist nodded. The obvious example is the confrontation between Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl when Quetzalcoatl was driven out of Mexico. There's little doubt Quetzalcoatl was Urshu and Tezcatlipoca one of our kind. Tezcatlipoca quite literally means the smoking mirror, and has always been portrayed in human accounts as a malevolent god who demanded blood sacrifice. He has certainly always sounded like one of ours. In the Chinese writings of the Hung League we also find the Qiangxi, fully identified as Nosferatu constantly at war with Urshu-like beings who stand as the protectors of humanity. The Urshu have always taken the part of the humans, usually to our cost, and I mean to see it doesn't happen here. But you will observe him first. Of course. There's something I think I'm obliged to tell you. What's that? I believe an unfortunate link may exist between Columbine Dashwood and the Merlin. Fenrir had apparently been there already. We detected the establishment of such a link soon after Campion began his delving. We've been monitoring it ever since. It would seem to have grown progressively stronger. You have a theory. Miss Dashwood believes she has been selected as his consort for this period of his waking. She sees herself as his modern Morgan Le Fay. Again Fenrir's glasses glittered. And do you agree with this hypothesis? Not in the least. For an Ursha to select Columbine as a consort would reflect very poorly on the taste, intelligence, and perception of the Urshu in question, and Taliesin is not remembered in legend for his stupidity. I believe, as the waking process began, he unconsciously cast around for something genetically familiar, something from his heritage, something other than human, a trace, no matter how diluted, of a Nephilim legacy. And she was the first he found as he extended the radius of his search. Exactly. So what would be the purpose of such a linkage? Ronquist shook his head. It's obvious an exchange of energy of some kind, but beyond that, I don't have a clue. My feeling is, however, that she is somehow intimately connected with Taliesin's waking. Fenrir smiled. Then maybe it's just as well she appears to be on her way here. Ronquist wasn't surprised. He'd had a feeling Columbine might follow him to Scotland. Right now, Galloglass is observing her progress. She is traveling by road with 3 companions, 3 Nosferatu. Now Ronquist was surprised and also puzzled. 3 companions. Who was the 4th? He could hardly believe Lupo would choose to throw in his lot with Columbine's troika. Indeed, it was so out of character, it scarcely seemed possible. Had someone else come from California? Julia. Ronquist shuddered to think what havoc Julia might contribute to this already complicated cat's cradle of tensions. He was about to question Fenrir about this extra Nosferatu when, with Shakespearean timing, a messenger called from below. Lord. Word is come from Galloglass. Something is happening to the Merlin. Chapter 7. Ronquist didn't know if he was amazed, aghast, or wanted to laugh out loud. After following Fenrir down endless steps and through a network of tunnels in which each turn and intersection was crowded with an increasing security presence of armed Highlanders, he found himself in what resembled a perfect amalgam of the laboratories of all the Hollywood mad scientists of the previous 80 years. If Fu Manchu, Frankenstein, Auric Goldfinger, and Fester Adams had conspired to design the playroom of their dreams, inside a set supplied by Rotwang from Fritz Lang's Metropolis, they might have come up with something very close to the complex Fenrir had devised to accommodate the waking of Merlin. As Fenrir and Ronquist entered, followed by the messenger and a number of Highlanders, the Lord gestured with hasty pride to the intricate systems of electrical circuitry, oiled machinery, dancing needles on VU meters, and at least 3 generations of computers. You can doubtless see I have applied myself to this problem for some time. The dungeon he had entered was, as far as Ronquist could tell, deep beneath the castle, and the massive pillars that made the spacious interior resemble a stone forest seemed to support the weight of the entire building. Ronquist decided the most diplomatic reaction was to act as if awed while quietly attempting to discover if all around him made any sense, or was just the product of an advanced undead madness. Fenrir had obviously had a very long time to think about this moment, and Ronquist knew he had to take care not to confuse an understandable obsession with out-and-out insanity. The laboratory was nothing if not impressive. Great induction coils ran from floor to ceiling. Purple arcs of static electricity crackled between the poles of massive circuit breakers. Tall vacuum tubes, the size of wine casks, glowed in the confusion, and lights flashed on control panels dating back to the 1940s and the Manhattan Project. Overhead, cables drooped from ceramic insulators, looping between the stumpy stalactites created by centuries of moisture seeping down through the stonework, while more thick power feeds, with heavy-duty rubber sheathing, snaked across the floor. Cranks turned and gears engaged, and 2 thralls worked behind a concrete and cinder block radiation screen, powering up an elderly X-ray machine. With the kind of incongruity typical of all of the Castle Fenrir, the scene was lit not only by electric bulbs and neon tubes, but also burning torches set in cressets in wall and pillar, which lent a certain flavor of an alchemist's lair from the 15th century. Despite his obvious pride in his accomplishments, Fenrir allowed Ronquist no time to linger or observe. He hurried to the epicenter of all the towering hardware, where, in the blaze of banked floodlights, the Ursha cocoon reposed on a raised rectangle of flat steel, which could have been an operating table or an advanced instrument of torture. Galloglass stood looking down at the cocoon, as did 2 other undead with the distinctive Fenrir red hair, but dressed in contemporary clothing and white lab coats, who flanked a small, completely bald Nosferatu with poached egg eyes and an Austrian accent. Fenrir didn't have to ask the nature of the problem. It was immediately obvious. The hairline cracks on the cocoon that Mariko had originally noticed inside the tomb were now gaping fissures, and viscous colorless liquid was oozing from them. Fenrir looked first to Ronquist. "What do you make of this? Is this part of the process, or do we have a problem?" Ronquist was at a loss. "I'd hesitate to guess. If the cocoon was simply fragmenting, like a breaking egg, I'd say Taliesin was well on the way to some kind of consciousness, but this glop would suggest that it was trying to reseal itself. We have to face the possibility that it was damaged in transit, or even when Duncanon and his lads broke the spikes off so they could get it down the tunnel at Morton Downs." Fenrir's aura flashed angrily. "Are you telling me I was wrong to move it?" Ronquist shrugged. "I didn't have to make that judgment call. Ideally it should have been left where it was, but that would have meant leaving it to the humans, and they would definitely have moved it. On the other hand, it could merely be some kind of amniotic fluid, and the waking is proceeding quite normally. What do either of us know, after all, about the finer metamorphic details of the Urshu? I fear all we can do is once again wait. I've waited a long time for the Merlin to wake." Ronquist looked round at the strangely assorted technology. "How long has this place been under construction?" "I first discussed the possibility of the wakening of an Urshu with Nikola Tesla in the early 1920s. He was still depressed at the time. His death ray experiment had blown up the Tunguska region in Siberia, the US Navy had refused to believe in his robot submarine, and the electricity cartels had crushed his plans for free broadcast power. He was, however, able to design a device to draw off any surplus psychic energy." Fenrir gestured to a tall, cylindrical, stainless steel column topped by a perfect sphere of the same material. Ronquist moved a little nearer to better see the thing and noticed small sparks of static running up and down its smooth milled surface. Fenrir spoke warningly. "Don't touch that. It carries a massive positive charge. You explained everything you were doing to Tesla. He could hardly apply himself to the problem without knowing the facts. I'm surprised you confided in a human." Fenrir laughed. "What makes you think Tesla was human?" Ronquist smiled wryly. "I often wondered. Of course, Wilhelm Reich was human, and he was also extremely helpful. All the work he did for me, though, was totally based on his theory of argon energy, which I thought put too much stress on a single and not totally proven idea. I also corresponded with Fermi, but it came to nothing. Among the humans, Einstein was the biggest disappointment. He refused even to respond to my letters. I think he still felt burned in the matter of the Philadelphia Navy Yard experiment. I would also have gone to Oppenheimer, but the FBI was so busy trying to prove him a communist, and it seemed wise to keep away." Fenrir led Ronquist to a part of the complex where the equipment was more contemporary. "I recently had a number of lasers installed, so if the thing turns out to be uncontrollably monstrous, it can rapidly be cut to pieces." As Fenrir continued to give Ronquist the VIP tour, he began to see the undead laird in a somewhat different light. Although continuously surrounded by his Highlanders, advisors, and retainers, Fenrir was peculiarly isolated. From what Ronquist had seen, few in the castle could match his education or intellect. Galloglass was far from stupid, but academically lacking, and Ronquist could hardly see the two of them talking philosophy far into the morning. Perhaps Gethsemane and others of the Seven Stars, and maybe the small Austrian filled these needs, but he still appeared gratified to have another there with whom he could discourse as an equal and demonstrate all his wonderful toys. Ronquist didn't care to guess how long the discourse and demonstration might have gone on had events not suddenly violently caught up with them. A loud crack was followed by the sound of a small moist explosion, and a piece of the cocoon's shell, about the size of a dinner plate, flew up into the air and about 10 feet across the room. The first reaction by both Ronquist and Fenrir was to duck for cover. Both had, in their time, been the potential targets of assassins. Half crouched, they found themselves facing each other. Ronquist's mouth twisted into a rueful smile. I think, my lord, the fireworks have commenced. Julia drove, and Destry sat beside her. Mariko and Columbine were in the back, leaning away from each other, and with their heads resting against the interior fabric. After the feeding, everyone was naturally quiet, so it took Mariko some time to realize Columbine's eyes had, at some point, fallen shut, and she scarcely seemed conscious. Remembering her promise to Columbine not to say anything, and also not wanting to unduly alarm the two in the front, Mariko placed a soft hand on Columbine's leg. Normally a move like this would have produced an immediate reaction. Nosferatu were a cold breed who did not like to be touched without a definite purpose to the contact. To her dismay, Columbine only let out a soft, whispered whimper and failed to so much as open her eyes. Mariko shook her a little harder. This time the effect was more dramatic. Columbine groaned, opened her eyes, and suddenly sat bolt upright. "Where the hell am I?" Without waiting for an answer, she groaned again, and then collapsed forward with her head all but between her knees. Mariko put a hand on her shoulder, but Columbine shrugged it off as though the touch caused her pain. "Just leave me the fuck alone." "What's wrong?" "Something's happening to me." "What kind of something?" Destry glanced back. "What's going on?" "Columbine seems to have a problem. Again. I think this is real and serious." Julia kept her hands on the wheel. "Shall I pull over?" Mariko shook her head. "No, keep on driving. Stopping won't help." "I think I've been dreaming." "Dreaming about what?" "I don't know. Darkness, pain, a feeling like being crushed, or drifting deep underwater." "Do you think this is coming from the Merlin?" "I don't know." "I told you already." "I don't know." She suddenly gasped. "Oh shit." "What?" "This pain. It hurts." Destry turned in her seat. "Columbine, if this is a game, I swear I'll push you out the car. This game, as you call it, is fucking tearing me apart." Mariko was as gentle as she could be. "You have to tell us what's happening to you so we can try to work out what to do." "I don't know, that's what scares me." Destry decided to play bad cop, even though Mariko tried to wave her off. "If you don't tell us what's wrong, we're going to look inside your mind." The Dashwood belligerence resurfaced for a moment. "Try that, and you won't have enough brains left to regret it." Although Mariko disapproved of Destry's approach, she knew the fastest way to find out what ailed Columbine was to penetrate her thoughts and see for herself. "Destry's right. This all too weird. Your aura is unraveling. One of us has at least to see the surface levels." Columbine's hand suddenly and completely unexpectedly flashed out like a talon and gripped Mariko's. "You want to see it, do you, my dear? Then take in a good look. How much of this do you think you could stand without a little unraveling?" Mariko showed no reaction for almost a full minute, then her jaw dropped, her eyes widened, and she tried to pull away from Columbine. "Oh, no, 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 let go of me. I can't." Columbine was weakly triumphant. "You can't? Look at it from my side." "I can't, but I have to. He's only leaving me one way out of this." She let go of Mariko's hand, and the two of them fell back into the car seat. Mariko's aura registered extreme, undisguised shock. A second and third fragment of the cocoon had blown off with a noisy crack, and more of the clear slimy liquid was seeping from the holes. The underground laboratory was now at full function, reminding Ronquist of a submarine going to action stations. Only a honking klaxon was missing. The hairless Austrian looked urgently at Fenrir. "The readings on the argon accumulator are right off the board, my lord. I suppose that rather negates Reich's theory. Unless, my lord, the cocoon is giving off massive waves of energy that are invisible even to us. Is that possible? We are entering the realm where all things are possible." Fenrir glanced at Ronquist. Dr. Morbius was the companion of the notorious Ruthven. He managed to escape when, during their final and fatal escapades in Greece, the Orthodox Church declared poor Ruthven of Rheicolacus and burned him in the sun. Ronquist nodded. I knew Ruthven. I thought you did. I seem to recall he had an alienist with him who claimed to be seeking a cure for vampirism. Morbius seemed to think he could speak for himself. I was that alienist, Herr Ronquist. Fenrir laughed. Dr. Morbius abandoned that project many years ago. When he underwent the change, he came to realize the last thing a vampire needed was a cure. Gallowglass picked up an antique black rotary phone, listened for a moment, and then called to Fenrir. Th lads on Th hill are seeing bands o' radiation comin' fra Th castle, pale blue fire in big concentric rings. Ronquist wondered if Gallowglass was able to predict incoming phone calls. He had seen other Nosferatu do it in moments of high stress. Fenrir, however, was more interested in his opinion of the concentric rings. Ronquist considered them, but he was starting to think the Lord credited him with knowing more than he did. I still sense he's looking for something. You think so? Ronquist spread his hands. As I said before, I'm only guessing, but I have this feeling. Morbius snorted, wordless exasperation. The Exilianist seemed unduly threatened by Ronquist's presence at Castle Fenrir. He had no doubt acted as Fenrir's Dr. Strangelove for some time and was now afraid that his privileged and highly recompensed position was in jeopardy. I cannot see, Herr Ronquist, how the Ursha can be conscious, let alone sentient at this early stage of the process. Gallowglass surprised Ronquist by taking his side. Th chick is conscious when I pecks its way OOTTH egg, isn't I? One can hardly equate the waking of an Ursha with the hatching of a common fowl. Morbius was beginning to irritate Ronquist. I don't see why not. The principle is very similar. Morbius decided to ignore Ronquist and direct his next remark to Fenrir alone. My lord, perhaps we should consider removing some of the outer casing ourselves. Fenrir turned to Ronquist, and Ronquist shook his head. I think that's a very bad idea. Morbius's sneer came with a heavy layer of accent. From the man who opened the door of the burial chamber without a clue as to what might happen. That's exactly why I would urge caution. I've had my fingers burned once, which makes me circumspect about sticking my hand into the fire a second time. Morbius's tone was close to snippy. It's easy to be knowledgeable after the fact. Ronquist's irritation boiled up into anger. Listen, little man. When I'm asked for my opinion, I give it, strictly for what it's worth. I'm not here to debate each point with an individual who once believed in a cure for vampirism. Fenrir intervened. Gentlemen, no rancor, please. We are all working in the dark here, and all suggestions are welcome, and must be entertained, both the mundane and the outlandish. If Fenrir wanted outlandish, Ronquist was quite prepared to give it to him. Are Columbine Dashwood and her companions still being monitored? Gallowglass answered. Tha they are. And are they still on their way here? Aye. Would it be possible to intercept them and bring them here as fast as possible? Aye. Then I suggest we do exactly that. If I'm wrong, no harm will be done, but if I'm right, it could have a profound effect on the Merlin's waking. Gallowglass looked at Fenrir. Master Ronquist ha a point there, lord. Another piece of the cocoon's outer shell came loose and crashed to the floor. Columbine was shaking like a human. Julia gripped the steering wheel of the Range Rover with tense hands. I think it might be best if we pulled over. Mariko had recovered sufficiently to speak. Just keep driving. I think Columbine's only hope is to get to the Merlin as soon as possible. What did you see in there? It's impossible to describe. A vast sucking blackness, lights drifting but illuminating nothing, and casting no shadows. This terrible, crushing need to escape, and a feeling like falling. I swear the Urshu is pulling her to him. Destry was leaning back, doubled over the front passenger seat. "Are you sure you're not projecting?" "I'm sure." Julia took her eyes off the road and glanced back. "How do we know, by going on to Fenrir, we're not just rushing into a trap?" "We don't." "Could you go back in there, and maybe look for something a little more concrete?" Mariko's jaw was set. "I'm not going in there again. I've already seen enough. She's become an integral part of the Merlin's waking. I can't explain how or why, but she feels she either has to go there or perish. I think it's this link with the Merlin causing her progressively deteriorating behavior. I think he's using her as a source of energy." Destry wasn't quite ready to buy the last part. Columbine's always been a pill. But never as bad as recently. Julia glanced quickly at Destry. "Do you think we should still go straight to Fenrir?" Destry slid back down into her seat and nodded. "If that's what Mariko says, it's good enough for me." "What about the horse? What about Dormandu?" Destry cursed, but Julia was ahead of her. "The meeting place with the horse box is on the way. We proceed according to plan. If it's already there, we take it and one of us drives Dormandu to Fenrir. What about the driver? We kill or incapacitate him. Simple as that. Simple as that. I mean, we've hardly been covering our tracks in the strip. What's another body, more or less?" The outer shell of the Merlin's cocoon was halfway broken away, exposing a translucent membrane, beneath which it was just possible to make out a man-shaped form. The viscous liquid had ceased to flow, and now only moisture coated the surface of the membrane. Fenrir stood close, and for the first time, Ronquist saw the Lord succumb to visible anxiety. His aura was suffused with worry, and he wasn't bothering to hide it. If any record existed of an Urshu waking, we might have a clue if it was all supposed to be like this. Morbius waxed pompous from a distance. "We all go blindly into the unknown. Such is the nature of exploration." Fenrir snarled. "Shut the fuck up, you dwarf." Ronquist was equally at a loss, and didn't mind admitting it. Both males were totally accustomed to being both well informed and in control, but the current circumstances were beyond even their extensive experience. Those observing the waking of Taliesin had now divided into two distinct factions. Fenrir and Ronquist stood alone, while those who were not monitoring the curious assortment of instruments, were grouped around Gallowglass. Morbius fumed because Ronquist had usurped his access to the Lord, but there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. If he dared speak, it only got worse. The shadows of the two groups constantly shifted and shimmered, as bright radiation alternately surged and faded through the underground chamber. At a fairly regular rate, the surface of the membrane would emit a ripple of static that would grow increasingly powerful, until it arced off, snapping in a jagged curve to the sphere at the top of the Tesla column. At the first of these, Fenrir had remarked dryly, "So Tesla was correct, even if he claimed to know less than we did." When the cocoon had started to shed its outer shell, the ripples had appeared completely random, but then Gallowglass had the initiative to start timing them on his large pocket chronometer. At first the pulses of power had been 20 minutes apart, but then the intervals had progressively dropped to 15, 10, and finally 5. The obvious correlation was that of being present at a birth. The birth, however, was taking place in what was rapidly becoming a sauna. The energy flow had produced a damp heat in the chamber. Ronquist had removed his jacket, and Fenrir was down to his waistcoat and jeans. "I can't shake the feeling there's something missing. The Urshu is throwing off this vast flow of radiation, but is taking nothing in. Can a change of state occur without some kind of energy intake?" Ronquist was too tired to be anything but blunt. After her dreams and the link your lads tracked from Morton Downs to Raven Keep, Columbine has to be the missing factor. I'm sending out a Hummer to bring them in. The Hummer isn't much faster than their Range Rover. Fenrir smiled for the first time in a while. "No, but my lads know the way. I thought you'd sent them already. I was going to send Duncan on, but then I thought this might cause you a problem. It would. The lad doesn't like me. So I sent Shaggy Lachlan instead. Fenrir hesitated. There was one thing I thought I should check with you first, though, Ronkist. What's that? You're saying the purpose of having Columbine here would be for the Merlin to take something from her. That's precisely what I'm saying. Did you consider that although it might well be a benign and symbiotic exchange, it could also be completely one-sided and highly destructive to Miss Dashwood? Ronkist nodded. I considered that. And it doesn't create any ethical issue. Ronkist shrouded his aura. I think we have to take the calculated risk. Even though the risk is actually incalculable. Ronkist's voice was soft and chill. Let's just get her here and see what happens. An ancient Nosferatu with clan tattoos covering his badly scarred face was leaning out of the passenger window of the black Hummer yelling furiously at Mariko, but his accent was so impenetrably thick, she was at a loss to know what he was saying. Then the Hummer, headlights blazing, got in front of her. It speeded up and she realized the driver was making it possible for her to go faster. He completely knew the road and could take it at a much higher speed. All Mariko had to do was follow in the after-images of his tail lights. An element of danger was present, but Mariko's Nosferatu reactions made it possible to follow in a way that would have caused a human to spin out on a turn or plow fatally into the back of the lead vehicle. Although she still had no idea exactly what the old Highlander had been yelling, the gist of the message seemed to be that someone in Fenrir wanted Columbine at the castle as badly as Mariko wanted to get her there. She was, of course, leaving the horse box far behind. No way could the tall, swaying trailer truck match the speeds of the Range Rover and the Hummer. The brief alliance of the four females was sundered into separate pairs with no means of communication between them. Mariko, Destry, Julia, and Columbine had made it into Scotland fairly uneventfully after the bloodbath at the motel, except, of course, for Columbine mentally and physically deteriorating in the back seat. They had reached the appointed meeting place to discover the horse box carrying Dormandu was already there and waiting. The horse was decidedly put out after what he considered a swaying incarceration, but beyond that, all appeared to have gone to plan. The driver, of course, had to be incapacitated, which seemed less than strictly fair to Mariko. He was a superficially reasonable and trustworthy human who would have a great deal of trouble explaining to his employers how he had managed to mislay both horse and vehicle, and have absolutely no idea or memory of how such a thing could have happened. Even before the rendezvous, they had decided, once they had Dormandu and the horse box, they would split their forces. Mariko knew it was against the classic tenets of strategy, but there seemed to be little choice. Bringing Dormandu had been an impulsive flourish on the part of Julia, which, so far, had proved a total hindrance, but what was done, and they had to live with it. Mariko, and the now sweating, shaking, and completely incoherent Columbine, would drive in the Range Rover at all speed to Fenrir and, once there, demand that she be taken immediately to the Taliesin cocoon, or whatever state of his metamorphosis the Merlin might currently occupy. Thus Mariko wasn't too concerned when, in chasing the fast-moving Hummer, she completely left the horse box behind. The moment she had seen the Hummer coming toward her, she'd known it had to be from Fenrir Castle. Few enough of the US military vehicles were on the roads of England. Tinted windows made it impossible to see inside, but her deep vision revealed four male Nosferatu, and in all probability they'd been sent to intercept her. Mariko had decided not to slow the Ranger Rover as the truck approached. The encounter could only go two ways. Either these Highlanders had been sent to bring her to Fenrir as fast as possible or to prevent her from getting there. If it was the latter, slowing down would only make it easier for them, and if the intention was the former, speed was actually of the essence. The two vehicles passed close on the narrow two-lane road, each doing at least 70. Mariko kept on going, but the Hummer immediately executed a wheel-spinning, three-point turn and came after her, placing itself neatly between the rover and the horse box. At first the Hummer followed her, fast, crowding her, forcing her to put the hammer down and press on the speed to prevent herself from being rear-ended. Now the speedometers of both vehicles were well into the 80s. Then, with one set of wheels on the grass verge beside the road, the Hummer had pulled abreast of her. Only advanced Nosferatu driving stopped the two trucks from smashing into each other in the darkness. The confused and one-sided conversation had followed, but even though that communication failed, all had at last become clear. The Hummer was there to speed her progress, not stop her. They apparently shared a common objective. Despite her undead skill behind the wheel, Mariko all but lost the road when she followed the racing Hummer over what turned out to the last ridge, and she had her first sight of the castle. The moon was a white-blue, blind wolf's eye in the sky, and it reflected in the still waters of the loch, from which the castle itself reared blackly on its own small island, as implacable and seeming permanent as the bedrock of its foundations. Her hands momentarily froze on the steering wheel as she felt herself transported back in time to when she'd been fresh from the change, with the novice's angry hunger and razor energy. The Japanese fortresses of the Nosferatu lords were architecturally very different to Fenrir, but the atmosphere couldn't have been more similar. Fenrir was shrouded in a cumulative psychic haze created by the presence of a large community of the undead. Such collective auras were now a rarity, largely a remembrance of the past, as the large communities of the undead vanished one by one. The strange, lava lamp bubbles of psychic plasma that rose lazily from somewhere under the lake to burst silently on the surface were not at all familiar, although she had seen enough at Morton Downs to know their source had to be Taliesin the Merlin, and by their color and the spasmodic way they surfaced, they left Mariko with the distinct feeling the Merlin was not in good shape. Then, as if to confirm all her theories, the same glow appeared in the back seat of the Range Rover like a sympathetic vibration, soft at first, but growing in intensity. Columbine moaned, trying to speak. Mariko could do little to help her if she was to continue driving, but she made her voice as hypnotically comforting as she could. Try to hang in. We'll be at the castle in a matter of minutes. Columbine's words came out as a feeble and rasping croak. I hate to say this, my dear, but I think I'm being slowly destroyed. It's as though he can't close the final contacts, like he can't trip the last circuits. I don't know how to describe it, he's hit some obstacle that stops him from achieving full consciousness. The outer shell had now entirely fallen away, and the humanoid figure under the thick membrane was attempting to move, but with a feeble and uncoordinated lack of success. Even as Ronquist and Fenrir watched and discussed it, the figure they all assumed was the Ursha Taliesin raised an arm, attempting to push at the membrane, as if trying to puncture or penetrate it. After about 30 seconds, the limb dropped impotently back, clearly drained of strength by the exertion. Fenrir faced Ronquist. Are you still against cutting it free? Ronquist's experience at Morton Downs had left him convinced that to meddle with the Ursha was courting disaster, but he might well be placing too much reliance on the key to the Merlin's successful resurrection being the link with Columbine. Maybe Fenrir was right and they should try the direct and obvious approach. Without some kind of outside intervention, it was starting to look very much like Taliesin would perish in the effort of freeing himself from the cocoon. I'm damned if I know. We have to do something. We could lose him. Perhaps if we waited until Columbine arrives? If nothing happens then, tell your lads to cut that membrane and pull him out of there. Fenrir slowly nodded. If nothing occurs when we bring her in, we get him out of that thing as fast as we can. Agreed. One chance then you get no further argument from me. Fenrir looked round at his Highlanders. Do you all hear that? The moment I give the word, cut that thing free. A few of the Highlanders looked nervous, and they touched their swords for reassurance. All in the laboratory were dealing in their own way with something well beyond the limits of their understanding. Ronquist looked round at the lights and meters and discharge tubes, All the science and alternative science that had been Fenrir's contribution, and reflected on the irony that, when the chips were down, the resort was to cold sharp steel to solve the problem. Gallowglass suddenly reached for the black rotary phone. He listened for a moment and then nodded. I'll tell him. Tell him what? Tha were Shaggy Lachlan, Lord. Wood Lass is Ith Castle. Fenrir turned to Ronquist. Now we shall see. Columbine seemed to recover with an unbelievable rapidity the moment she set foot inside the castle. She and Fenrir might be neither friends nor allies, but she seemed to find strength from the walls that had protected so many undead for so long. Mariko was relieved at the recovery, but not merely out of concern for Columbine. Such a marked improvement after simply entering the confines of Fenrir did a lot to confirm Mariko's theory that Columbine's collapse, and even her increasingly erratic behavior over the past weeks, were inextricably linked with the waking of the Merlin. To be proved right did a lot to offset Mariko's natural fear of entering the enclosed and ancient with little idea of what might happen next. The Hummer and the Range Rover had roared through the village on the shore of the loch so fast, Mariko had no chance to observe Fenrir's preserve of domesticated humans. Just an impression of buildings, and then over the causeway and onto the bridge. Rings of blue iridescence rose to welcome or perhaps scrutinize the Hummer as it approached the castle's great main gates. The same thing happened to the Range Rover, and Mariko was both relieved and encouraged that she and Columbine were not immediately rejected by the fortress's radiant, defensive magic. The tall iron-reinforced gates swung wide to admit the Hummer and remained open until Mariko was also inside. She found herself in a large central courtyard with high granite walls rising on all four sides. She brought the Range Rover to a stop beside the Hummer and wondered what her next move should be. A line of Highlanders was drawn up facing the two trucks, and Mariko thought she recognized 2 or 3 of those who had come to Ravenkeep with Gallowglass to kidnap Ronquist. For a force so hard, wild, and unkempt, they maintained a fairly strict formation, suggesting they might be an honor guard instead of simply just a guard. The ancient Highlander with the scarred and tattooed face dismounted from the Hummer, and Mariko wondered if she should do the same. Before she could make that decision, Columbine made it for her, opening the rear door, climbing swiftly out, and facing the rank of Highlanders with an air of impatient authority and a complete lack of any visible fear or trepidation. His voice was clear and strong in the night air, in total contrast to the enfeebled whisper of just minutes earlier. "I don't know who's in charge here, but I demand to be immediately taken to Taliesin the Merlin, or failing that, the Lord Fenrir himself." A Highlander somewhat shorter than the rest stepped forward from the line and advanced on Columbine. "I am Goneril OTH 7 stars, and Delegated Captain OTH Nightwatch. Orders are exactly THA. You will be conducted straight TTH Lord." Hearing her voice, Mariko realized the guard captain was female, and was somewhat gratified that Fenrir not only included females among his sword bearers, but had also elevated at least one to a position of command. 2 taller Highlanders moved to flank Goneril. They carried burning torches that cast menacing shadows, but Columbine refused to be intimidated. "The Lord Fenrir should know me." "Indeed he does, Mistress Dashwood. And my companion, Mistress Matsunaga. She is also expected." Ronquist and Fenrir both turned as the party of 5 entered the chamber. Goneril, boots ringing on flags and hand on the hilt of her claymore, led the way, with Columbine and Mariko behind her, and 2 Highlanders bringing up the rear. Columbine advanced, brisk and businesslike. "Fenrir, Ronquist, I would not have forced myself into your..." Then Columbine saw the Merlin, bathed in light, beneath the so far unyielding membrane, and the sight left her, both figuratively and literally, gasping for breath. For a moment she seemed to regather herself. "I would not." Again, though, her emotional footing was lost. "I..." A flash of static fountained up from the Merlin, as if, as far as Columbine was concerned, their eyes had met across the legendary crowded room. For her, a love of the strangest kind filled the chamber of technology with a roseate psychic flush, and the illusion spilled over to all who were present. Sparkling plasma particles performed a drifting waltz before being drawn either to the Tesla coil or the argon accumulator. Fluttering, bird-like hallucinations wing-whispered in the arches of the chamber roof. Lilting combinations of harps and flutes were indistinct but audible, until a second eruption of energy rose from the Merlin. Instead of drifting aimlessly, this one circled Columbine with a deliberate sense of purpose. As Ronquist noticed this new control of the energy flow, the hallucinations vanished and the musical sounds ceased, as though whatever synergy was present had tightened its focus so the flow was strictly between Columbine and Taliesin. She swayed for a second as though about to fall, but Mariko moved quickly forward and placed a steadying hand on her arm. The touch instantly brought her back from wherever she had been, but during her absence, an unmistakable change had taken place. She snarled at Mariko. "Get your Jap hands off me." Her eyes had turned piggy. She was greedy, and she wanted it. She wanted it worse than any want she had experienced, even if she had no clear idea of what it might be. Somehow the Merlin had infused her with an overpowering, and, Ronquist guessed, a very unhealthy desire. She moved toward the membrane that shrouded the Urshu with both the longing and hesitation of a virgin bride. If Ronquist hadn't seen it, he would not have believed it. She stretched out her arms as though to her long-awaited lover. Ronquist quickly shouted a warning, reinforcing it with a strong mental command. "Wait, don't touch it." Columbine halted and turned. She was angry. "Don't use the voice on me, Victor. You must not touch that thing." "It's not a thing, Victor. It's Taliesin. And why shouldn't I touch him? Soon he and I will be one." "You know nothing about it?" Columbine's aura was drifting and indistinct. Her eyes had become peculiar, unfocused and distant. "Oh, yes, Victor, I know, I know. Soon I will be the consort of the Merlin, and you will no longer be needed." Fenrir took a step back, deferring to Ronquist. "I think I'll leave this one to you." Mariko was also staring at Columbine, amazed and disturbed that, at such a momentous instant, she could take time out to play Victor against Merlin. Her mind had to be crumbling. Meanwhile Columbine glared vindictively at Ronquist. He knew she could be both vicious and infantile, and at times unstable, but contact with the Urshu appeared to have sparked a dangerous and overwhelming insanity. "That's why you don't want me to touch him, isn't it, Victor? Try and detach from this, Columbine. You're putting yourself at great risk." Columbine merely laughed. "Does it bother you that the Merlin is now the object of my attention? Or that he should choose me as a mate and partner, Victor? That's ridiculous. Is it?" "Patently so. The Merlin is not even one of us, Columbine. You can't be his consort because you and he are not of the same species." He glanced at Fenrir. "We have to stop her." Fenrir's expression was bleak behind his dark glasses. "Do we, Victor? She's gone this far, let her take it to the conclusion. You've warned her. That's all that can be expected of you." Columbine laughed. It was definitely the laughter of madness. "You don't want me to touch him because now he has the hold on me and you don't." And at that point, Ronquist gave up. Fenrir was right. They had come that far. Let her take it to the conclusion. "I never had a hold on you. I wasn't even interested in you. Go ahead, Columbine, embrace your Merlin." Columbine took one more step and it was as though a trap had been sprung. No fireworks and no radiance. Columbine's very being was simply drawn into the Merlin. At first it was as though all pigmentation had been leached out of her body. Her clothing retained its color, but her flesh turned to a gray shade monochrome. Second to go was all trace of moisture. Her body took on the dry and fragile rigidity of a plaster statue. Finally, what was left of the physical form of Columbine-Wood gave up its structural integrity. It was no longer able to support itself. The weight of her ring snapped a dead finger, the ring with the large single ruby in the elaborate Art Nouveau claw setting. It hit the stone floor, bounced twice, and then rattled to silence. The fabric of her dress pulled down on her shoulders. Collar bones snapped like petrified twigs. Skin cracked and powdered. An arm fell loose. Her head sagged forward, her neck fragmented, and the head rolled and fell, striking the flagstones with a thud of soft horror, and a final disintegration left nothing but dust and ring-leafed hair. The large bones in her legs were the last to go, but then they, too, gave way, and her dress and underthings deflated to the floor, leaving nothing but grey powder and discarded clothes. Mariko let out a short gasp of a kind that required immense control not to be a full-blown scream. Goneril's eyes widened in a way that suggested her mind was completely out of its depth. The other Highlanders demonstrated the same reaction as jaw muscles tensed and knuckles whitened on the hilts of their swords. The experience had temporarily paralyzed everyone in the chamber, and although it may have been an illusion, even the grind and crackle of the electronic and mechanical hardware seemed to drop to little more than a soft hum. When he finally broke the silence, Victor managed, with a great effort, to sound almost detached. "I didn't expect it to destroy her." Fenrir was in immediate agreement. "None of us did." But Mariko knew, from the way they avoided looking at each other. Ronquist and Fenrir had suspected and maybe discussed the possibility of Columbine's destruction, if only as a worst-case scenario. Otherwise, what had that final exchange been all about, letting her take it to the conclusion? "You're a pair of elevated immortal hypocrites. You knew what might happen. She was one of my troika, damn you both." Before either could answer, Morbius created a much-needed distraction by darting forward to collect a sample of the powder that had once been Columbine-Wood. Fenrir cuffed him hard across the side of the head with his clenched fist. "Be still, you creature." The blow sent the small Nosferatu sprawling across the flagstones. One of the Highlanders bent down and, grasping Morbius by the collar, hauled him to his feet, and maybe the judgment of his lord, but while he was nursing the pains in his head and hip, he, too, was blessed with a saving distraction. Taliesin ripped the membrane. Fingers split the sticky elastic film, and a seemingly human right hand thrust itself free, glistening wetly in the concentration of light. The body inside the glutinous sac summoned up a mighty heave, and an entire arm and shoulder burst free. Fenrir looked quickly to Calloglass. "Bring the lasers up to power." "They already are, lord. What would I do without you? Sometimes I wonder." The Urshu's left hand had now reached around and tugged at the hole created by the right arm and shoulder. Ducking and butting, it pushed its head loose. The membrane, once breached, seemed to tear more and more easily. Mariko had heard the word lasers, but hadn't understood what Fenrir meant. The Urshu was now up on its knees, clawing the membrane down over its chest. Fenrir gestured to Galloglass. "Fire on my signal, but not before." Galloglass. I hear yet." Enlightenment dawned on Mariko, and it was immediately followed by an intense anger. Fenrir intended to use lasers to destroy the Urshu, presumably if he decided it was dangerous or unmanageable. The idea of casually cutting up so unique a being on nothing more than some antiquated feudal lord's order struck her as so fundamentally ignorant and immoral. "You fool, you can't kill him." Mariko had little or no idea what she intended to do when she launched herself at Fenrir. She only knew she had to stop him from killing the Merlin. That Goneril was able to block her was probably her salvation. As she staggered to one side, Fenrir spun round. "You dare to call me a fool deep inside my own castle?" Mariko leaned on a pillar and pushed herself upright. Fenrir loomed over her, but she could only point at Taliesin. "Just look at it. It's beautiful. He's more than all of us put together. Fog alsi hudi ilanit ilani ilaye. Salalakal latum rebuti, Tezcatlipoca. Ronquist stood stunned at the silent center of chaos. He had become the eye of the storm. On his left, Fenrir and Mariko wrestled and screamed at each other. Galloglass stood at the laser controls ready to slice the Urshu into superanimate fillets, while on his right, the Merlin spoke demandingly to him in a language he couldn't understand. Salilocalatum rebuti, Tezcatlipoca. Tezcatlipoca. Only he could understand it. He was hearing a mutilated version of the old speech, more complicated, a larger vocabulary, more intricate verb and sentence structures. He knew in an instant what it was. The Nosferatu old speech was the military form, tailored to the original beings. Taliesin was speaking the version of the Urshu. Most probably the purest form of the language the Nephilim had imposed on their creations. Feeling uncomfortably like an unversed hick, Ronquist attempted to reply. No, the Merlin had not woken among the followers of Tezcatlipoca, but perhaps their distant descendants. Mensushakalatum alciatani ia rebuti, Tezcatlipoca. Ne habi nabat salicum. He hoped from the Merlin's response to glean how much had been retained and how much had been lost in the translation. Unfortunately, at the same time, Fenrir had hurled Mariko to the ground, and was simultaneously signaling to Galloglass at the controls of the lasers. Ronquist's only option was to scream. "Don't fire! I can handle this. Whatever you do, don't fire." Fenrir ignored him. "Are you ready, Galloglass?" No." Ronquist's shout was enough to stay Galloglass's hand despite the orders of his laird, but Taliesin speaking immediately afterwards, in perfectly modulated English, also had its effect. "Don't kill me yet, Lord Fenrir. Believe me, there is much I can teach you." The Merlin stood upright, naked, superior, and proud. He was slim, slight, beautiful, idealized and golden, and Ronquist realized to his amazement that what he was seeing was an idealized version of the young David Bowie. Where could the Merlin access not only a memory but a highly romanticized memory of a performer of the 1970s? It made no sense, and apparently made no sense to the others in the room, except he could see some of the Highlanders were fighting down a primitive fear. That the Urshu was speaking English completed the puzzle for Ronquist. The Merlin had swallowed Columbine Dashwood whole. He had her language centers, her memory, and for all Ronquist knew, a huge amount of extraneous nonsense. Taliesin had used Columbine to power himself up, and this also may well have meant the Merlin had treated himself to a major inoculation of the imprecise, the greedy, the shallow, and the pragmatically devious. The David Bowie figure gave it all away. It was one of the outward appearances Columbine favored in her young human playthings, and Taliesin could only have taken it directly from whatever might be left of her. The Merlin must have somehow sensed from Ronquist or one of the others that he had chosen the wrong disguise. What might be appealing to the last shards of Columbine Dashwood's taste and personality would hardly pass as plausible with Ronquist, Fenrir, Mariko, or the Highlanders. The gold tarnished to a more realistic aura. The body broadened and the look quickly became less than narcissistically perfect, character built quickly in the face, until it was aged, wise, all-knowing, and yet infinitely compassionate. The hair grew long and white and cascaded down the Urshu's back. Bushy eyebrows formed as a thatch above tired eyes that had seen it all, and the hands grew larger and more capable. All in all, the Urshu had redesigned and transformed himself into something very close to what he'd been previously, the Merlin of lay and legend, folklore, and the classics, Tennyson, Malory, and Marion Zimmer Bradley. With this one initial error, however, he had demonstrated, at least to Ronquist, the surface had very little to do with what lay beneath. Taliesin's conversion to his more traditionally accepted outward appearance also brought an infusion of calm to the room. The Highlanders released Morbius, Goneril lowered her sword, Mariko crawled to a safe distance from Fenrir and got back to her feet. Fenrir himself turned and faced the Merlin. "You are Taliesin the Merlin. I was once. I am Fenrir of Fenrir. That much I already know. Ronquist felt it was time to interpose a question, and also that he should formulate the question in a way that told the others something of the nature of the being with which they were now dealing. You have read our memories already. The Merlin stared at Ronquist, smiling indulgently, but at the same time, Ronquist could feel himself being assessed as a potential adversary. Only that of Columbine Dashwood. Are you aware you totally destroyed her? You reduced her to ash. The Merlin looked mildly regretful. That was unfortunate. Mariko was unwilling to let the Merlin off so lightly. Unfortunate? Did you hear what Victor said? You destroyed her. You destroyed her immortality. The Merlin tried for a little more sincerity in his regret. I wasn't aware I was dealing with the more than mortal. As I said, that was unfortunate. But there must always be at least one sentient being sacrificed each time I wake. It's an unavoidable dictate of my survival. The kindling spark that empowers me has to be taken from another. You people, what do you call yourselves? Unisferatu? You should fully comprehend that kind of need. The Highlanders and technicians had now mostly recovered from the shock that had started with the rising of the Urshu and culminated in the wasting of Columbine. They didn't, however, return to their posts, but continued to stand and stare at the principal players. Only Gallowglass still manned the bank of lasers that were Fenrir's failsafe. "Do ye still want me to use these, Lord?" Fenrir quickly shook his head. As far as Ronquist could tell, the Laird had done a complete about-face in his attitude to the Merlin, and now only acted anxious to please. "No, Gallowglass. You can power down. For now, Taliesin the Merlin is the guest of Fenrir and will be extended all the formal courtesies." The Merlin gestured to his total state of undress. "Perhaps the formal courtesies should start with giving me something to wear. I know we come into this world naked, but I feel at something of a disadvantage. Damn me. Will you look at that?" Without thinking, Destry had slammed on the brakes of the horse box. Both she and Julia were tossed forward, and from behind them, Dormandu protested angrily. The great Uzbek stallion had been cooped up for far too long and was building a head of wrathful steam. Right at that moment, though, her prized mount was not her first consideration. The lock on the far side of the castle Fenrir seemed to be on fire from beneath. The valley was lit up with a submarine aurora glowing from the bottom of the lock. Indistinct hallucinatory objects and shapeless hostile things swam around it, and in the middle of the bright but sluggish vortex was the unique emptiness left by the passing of an Nosferatu. "I think something's happened to Columbine. I can't feel her anymore." Julia continued to stare at the psychic flares in the depths of the lock. "I think we should leave the horse box right here." Destry bridled. "I'm not leaving Dormandu. I didn't say anything about leaving Dormandu. Just the horse box. I don't want to drive up to the gates of Fenrir with everyone inside alerted and waiting for us. We'll go the rest of the way quietly and on foot." "We're going on." Julia sighed. "Do we have any choice?" Moving the horse box off the road, calming and then saddling Dormandu, and selecting essentials from their luggage that might be easily carried without making either themselves or the horse unwieldy beasts of burden consume 10 or 15 minutes, and then Destry and Julia set off on what surely had to be the final leg of their journey. The narrow road zigzagged down the side of the glen leading to a village on the lakeshore before it turned into the causeway and bridge that would bring a traveler to the castle. Destry sniffed the air and used her deep vision. Humans in the village. We knew Fenrir maintained a reserve of humans. Did you think he kept them in hutches like tame rabbits? Do you think they pose any kind of problem? Julia laughed. Everything else we encounter seems to pose a problem, but logically they shouldn't be a source of trouble. They should be accustomed to the nocturnal comings and goings of Nosferatu. Unless, of course, Fenrir has trained them as watchdogs, the way some cultures use geese. Destry managed to smile ruefully. But the only way to find out is to keep going and see what happens. You said it, sweetheart. And so Destry and Julia continued on down the hill, two females leading a huge black horse. You say Arthur died in 539. As the Christian priests calculated time. Galloglass sniffed. They still calculate ith same way. Th bastards ha a lock on th calendar, and thas not all, by a long sight. Taliesin looked shocked. Christianity still survives. It not only survives. It grows and prospers and becomes more blasphemously absurd year by year. The Merlin shook his head. I never understood how Christianity managed to take and maintain such a hold. As a religion, it seemed so damned nebulous. Roncast laughed. Its strength has always been in its nebulousness. The Christians have been able to adapt to anything. Most recently they began to use television to spread their poison. They're also able to justify any atrocity in the name of their God, from the Crusades to the Inquisition and witch burning, to the military-industrial complex and nuclear weapons. When a priest can bless an atom bomb, you know he'll bless anything. Mariko felt the need to interject. Of course, we are maybe not the most objective observers of the Christian religion. It is, after all, totally dedicated to our complete annihilation. Taliesin rolled his eyes as if it were all too much for him. I have a great deal of history to learn. He was now comfortably dressed in a white kimono with gold trim, and Turkish slippers, and had started to look a little priestly himself. Dressing the Merlin had not been easy. He had refused a plaid to which he was not entitled. He appeared under the illusion that the whole world operated on the same principles as the castle Fenrir, and plaids had a universal significance. He obviously knew nothing of golfers, grunge rockers, soccer hooligans, or horse blankets. The net result was that none of the Highlanders' clothing was acceptable. The Merlin was approximately the same height as Fenrir, but his broader chest and greater girth precluded very much borrowing from the Lord's extensive wardrobe. After some searching and assistance from the Lady Gethsemane, the kimono had been brought out, a gift from some visiting Japanese undead, descendants of the Kanzu, Mariko suspected. When no longer naked, the Merlin had changed his tune and commenced to complain about the cumulative hunger of the past 1500 years, and it was discovered that both his needs and tastes were so close to those of a human, the difference hardly deserved comment. Lacking anything that even approached a repast from Camelot in its prime, the larders of the Dark Lost were ruthlessly raided, and Taliesin was presented with a tray of delicacies, all of which were completely unfamiliar to him. In the matter of food, Columbine's memory was of very little use to him, and he consumed canned sardines, picked pig's feet, angel cake, salami, jelly donuts, pork pies, all washed down with beer, Coca-Cola, and strong black coffee, with the complete lack of discrimination of the wholly ignorant. It was hard, though, for Roncast or any of the other Nosferatu to know just how ignorant. Taliesin, after dressing, revealed no aura. The challenge of finding a suitable outfit and acceptable victuals for Taliesin had caused the party to adjourn from the underground lab with its monster mechanisms to a spaciously elegant but windowless room in Fenrir's private suite. Those invited to follow Fenrir and Taliesin were kept to a short list, just Roncast, Mariko, and Galloglass. Morbius had again been excluded. The Lady Gethsemane joined them during the search for clothes, but remained for the ensuing discussion and proved herself the best read in the subject of England in the 5th and 6th century. So you retired to hibernate after the death of Arthur. The Merlin munched greedily on a Cadbury's chocolate flake, an act that caused a certain queasiness on the part of some of those present. Some undead simply could not stand to watch a human eat. That's how it worked out, but the fall of Arthur wasn't the direct cause. My natural time was, of course, close. We Ursha do not just curl up and slumber for a few centuries because our plans have been reversed or the going is rough. I doubted I would survive the reign of western fire and the dark skies. Fenrir frowned. The what? The Merlin stared at the Lord in amazement. You ask what? The comet was probably the most important event of the entire millennium. More significant even than the fall of Rome. Comprehension dawned on Gethsemane. The comet impact? The one that supposedly struck the Earth in AD 540 and compounded the darkness of the Dark Ages. You do know about it? Human archaeologists have only just presented the first evidence in support of the theory, and it's still opposed by the majority of the archaeological community. Mariko scowled. That's because the majority of the archaeological community is composed of individuals like William Campion. The Merlin looked puzzled. I'm sorry, but who is William Campion? He's the one who started digging you up in the first place. So what would this William Campion say about the comet impact? This time Gethsemane supplied the answer. He would deny it happened because no factual record exists. How could records be kept when there was no one to keep them? Campion wouldn't see it that way. Gethsemane leaned forward with the intensity of a true student of history. So what did happen after the comet impact? What exactly were the rain of western fire and the dark skies? The Merlin sampled a slice of salami, dipped it in orange marmalade, and leaned back in his chair. You have to realize that, after the fall of Rome, European civilization was shaky but still basically viable. As the Merlin spoke, Ronquist noted in passing how quickly the outlandish could become cozily urbane. Was it yet another paradox of Nosferatu changeability, or did it go deeper? Was this what happened when the potentially immortal got together? One minute they would be issuing orders to cut each other to pieces with lasers, and the next, they were discussing European prehistory with extreme gentility. To say the company was an unparalleled mixture in an unprecedented environment was an understatement of apocalyptic proportions. 5 Nosferatu and a Urshu, all products of ancient alien genetic experiments, sitting in comfortable late Victorian leather furniture amid hanging lamps and Art Nouveau decor could never have happened anywhere or at any time previously. The scene had to be unique in infinity. Then the comet came, all remaining viability ceased. The humans called it the rain of western fire. A dust cloud enveloped the earth for a full 7 years. That was the dark skies. Crops failed, wild and domestic animals died. Humanity was gripped by a paroxysm of kill or be killed. Famine and disease were all powerful. All across Europe and Asia, armed bands from starving and disintegrating armies roamed the countryside, preying on the weak and burning all that wasn't edible. It was a time of unconcealed horror, when the worst excesses of desperation became the basics of survival. Cannibalism was rife, and it was then I decided to repair to the bold hole I'd prepared for myself at Morton Downs and wait for a less disastrous age. Mariko avoided looking at the Merlin as he followed the chocolate with a spoonful of Stilton. Those were Columbine's dreams. Were you sending them to her deliberately? The Merlin wiped crumbs of cheese from his mouth. I may have been sending those memories, but not deliberately. My contact with the unfortunate Miss Dashwood was purely random. She just happened to have been at hand. Mariko's mouth became very small. It's that word again. Unfortunate. Ronquist intervened before Mariko could start on Taliesin about the destruction of Columbine. And I suppose you know nothing of what has transpired in the world since the 6th century. The Merlin nodded. As I said, I have a great deal of history to learn before I can tell what my new purpose will be here on this planet. Purpose? What do you mean purpose? We Nosferatu have no purpose. We simply are. Humanity definitely has no purpose. In fact, recent models have suggested human behavior patterns here on Earth conformed more to those of a highly destructive virus than any ecologically integrated species. Why does an Urshu need a purpose? We were designed by Marduk Ra as the guardians of humankind. They're shepherds, if you like. Back before I slept, I was restricted to working within the very narrow confines of the time. I was primarily concerned in supporting Arthur Pendragon against the invading Saxons and slowing the spread of Christianity by aiding the Druids. In this age of mass communication, I believe I can work on a much broader, a much more global canvas, as was first intended. Ronquist began to grow irritated with the Merlin's absolute certainty in the supposed infallibility of himself and Marduk Ra. How can you be so sure such an intention is still valid? Marduk Ra made a great many mistakes, including coming to Earth in the first place. The ancestors of the Nosferatu were such a grievous error, he attempted to eradicate them with every advanced weapon at his disposal. Human beings are a mess of defects. To say the least, the God King tended to fuck up. The Merlin's face became prim, bordering on angry. In the case of the Urshu, Marduk Ra made no mistake. The Nosferatu in the room exchanged significant glances, and Ronquist felt that perhaps, if he'd been a little less sure of himself, Marduk Ra, and the manifest destiny of the Urshu, the Merlin might have taken the note of warning. Aside from appearing somewhat shabby, the village of Fenrir was nothing out of the ordinary and, in the dead of night, showed no signs that it was under the absolute control of an undead overlord. The village pub, the Red Hand, seemed perfectly normal, as did the red phone box and the general store. Advertisements for cigarettes, soft drinks, frozen foods, and photographic film covered its frontage, and were only remarkable in that they seemed a trifle out of date. All that appeared to be missing were any of the usual signs for newspapers: The Sun, the Mirror, the Glasgow Herald, and the Scotsman, which ordinarily would be on sale in a village shop of this kind. Perhaps the laird discouraged too much news from the outside world. Destry glanced up at the roofs of the two-story terrace houses in the main street and saw no TV aerials or the small satellite dishes that now covered most of residential Britain. The village apparently existed in a state of enforced isolation. The slow clop of Dormandu's hooves echoed back from the silent walls of the buildings, and Destry looked round for any sign of movement at the curtained windows. "It's so damned quiet. I doubt Fenrir likes his thralls to be roaming the night. It seems scarcely possible such a place could exist in this day and age. It's that very impossibility that allows it to survive. The truth is so fantastic, no human from the outside would ever believe it." Julia softly grasped Destry's hand. "Isn't that what saves us all, my sweet?" "I suppose so, but you have to admit this place is well beyond the unconventional. Do you think they ever come here?" "Who?" "Humans from the outside. Tourists, travelers. I'm sure they do, now and again. Every so often a busload of Japanese probably takes a wrong turn and finishes up here. They find the place quaint, take their inevitable photographs, and move on. They probably even take pictures of the castle, assuming it's a picturesque abandoned ruin. And what about mailmen, and government officials, and delivery drivers? What the hell do they think? I'm sure Fenrir has all that under total control. In Los Angeles, we even live on a road that's no longer marked on the maps. Victor is very clever about things like that, and I'm sure Fenrir is just the same. I sometimes think males make too much of secrecy and security. It's been my experience humans will believe pretty much anything if you give them half a chance." Destry suddenly let go of Julia's hand. "But I don't believe this." On the final stretch of the main street of the village, with its pub and its shop sloped quite steeply down to the shore of the loch, and coming up the incline toward them was what could only be the Fenrir village constable. The man was fleshy and audibly out of breath, and wore a flat Scottish-style peaked cap with the checkered band rather than the English-style Victorian helmet, but he was pushing a bicycle, and his uniform looked to be 50 years out of date. At the sight of Destry, Julia, and Dormandu, he stopped dead in his tracks and stared at them in amazement. Destry leaned close to Julia. "Do you think he knows what we are?" "I don't think so. And he doesn't need to know unless it's positively to our advantage." The constable took almost a minute to recover from his initial shock and find his voice. "So what do we have here, wandering about in the night? Are you lassies lost?" Julia shook her head. "No, officer, we're not lost." "Is that an American accent?" Julia wasn't ready for this. "Is that a Scottish accent?" The constable seemed to miss the slight mockery. "I've heard Americans talking at the picture show." "The picture show? In what century did Fenrir keep his thralls?" Then you probably recognize us for what we are. Destry looked sharply at Julia. What was she up to? I'm sorry, miss, I don't know what you're talking about. Julia giggled, a parody of a flighty human. We're two gal pals on a horseback vacation. My best advice to you is to turn yourselves around and go back the way you came. This street goes to the water and stops. It's a dead end here. What about the castle? It was our intention to spend a day at the castle. No, miss. No one goes to the castle. It's not safe. It will be safe for us. Don't make me have to take action, miss. No one goes anywhere near the castle. That's the law. The law doesn't apply to us, constable. I'm warning you, miss, I don't want to. Julia silently gave Destry the signal. It's time to let him have it. Destry and Julia revealed what they truly were. To the constable, their eyes would appear to glow a deadly and hellish scarlet. At the same time, Dormanda snorted and tossed his head. The constable didn't fall to his knees, but, in every other way, he groveled. I. Yes, we know. You're sorry and you're scared, but we won't harm you if you just get out of our way. I didn't know. Just let us pass, and we'll say nothing to the Lord. The constable scuttled to one side and then watched, stunned, as Julia, Destry, and the huge black stallion walked past him, ignoring his very existence. Although we are in no position to dictate what you should do, I would strongly recommend you remain here as our guest for a time. At least until you've caught up with all the changes in human civilization. You think there's a great culture shock waiting for me out there? Fenrir nodded emphatically. I do, indeed. Mariko was taking an increasing dislike to Taliesin, and she hardly bothered to conceal it. Perhaps you should have consumed a being who was more informed than Columbine. It might have better prepared you for the changes. The Merlin was using his fingers, stuffing Heinz baked beans into his mouth with a determined gluttony. Red-brown sauce had dripped on his previously white kimono. Sucking his fingers and wiping his chin, he ignored Mariko and nodded toward Ronkist. Will he also remain? Of course, if I'm needed. The Merlin laughed and washed down the beans with a local soda pop called THIRD. If you're needed? Of course you'll remain. You wouldn't miss a chance to study a real live Urshu. I understand you, Victor Ronkist. Ronkist might have imagined Taliesin as a pig, but he was carefully editing his imagination. He was rapidly becoming convinced that Fenrir and the others were seriously underestimating the Urshu, with the possible exception of Mariko, who was positively simplistic in her undisguised loathing. The Merlin might be busily creating the impression of an uncouth slob on the far side of disgusting, but Ronkist still remembered when he had first woken and assumed the golden bowie form. The Urshu was as immortal as any Nosferatu, and certainly as powerful, if not more so. He might even be able to read minds. Ronkist was quite convinced the thing swilling soda pop and spilling beans on itself was just another illusion designed to keep them collectively off balance. The only advantage the five Nosferatu had was that Taliesin knew next to nothing about the world into which he had awakened, and the only deception open to them was to keep him convinced they were buying his act. The Merlin was again pawing through the platter of assorted snacks, seeking an even more gross combination and supposedly considering Fenrir's suggestion he remain at the castle until he was prepared for the complexities of the outside world. You have books and things that I could study. Ronkist knew Fenrir was about to boast of the size of his library, but Gethsemane preempted him. We not only have books. Since I prevailed upon my lord, we also have television. Television. The Merlin spoke the word experimentally, as though there might be danger even in uttering it. What is television? Descriptions are pointless. You need to see it for yourself. When can I see one? Gethsemane smiled. She was able to play the charming hostess under just about any circumstances. The party seemed about to move, taking Merlin to the nearest TV set, when a discreet knock on the door caused them all to turn. Enter. Goneril stood in the doorway. I'm sorry to disturb ya at such a crucial time, lord, but there's a problem on Th Causeway. A problem? Duncanon has detained 2 foreign Nosferatu. Mariko stood up. That will be Destry and Julia. Ronquist was gripped by a feeling of rapidly sinking. Julia. She intends to rescue you. The last thing I need right now is to be rescued by Julia. A dozen Highlanders, strung out across the causeway with drawn claymores, were clearly no coincidence. They were waiting for something, and Destry had little doubt they were waiting for her and Julia. The constable may have grovelled and scuttled, but he must also have relayed word to the castle of the strange Nosferatu on their way through the village with their black horse. I don't like the look of this at all. Julia concentrated. I can sense Victor and Mariko inside the castle, but not Columbine. Destry scanned the sky. The moon was setting behind the mountains. I fear we have less than an hour before dawn. Julia took a deep breath. It would appear we have 3 options. We confront them, we surrender and throw ourselves on the Lord Fenrir's mercy, or we flee. Dormandu whickered, and Destry quieted him. Perhaps he remembered the Highlanders from the confrontation at Ravenkeep. I've never thrown myself on anyone's mercy, neither human nor Nosferatu. Julia was staring at the wild Highlanders, and Destry realized this was the first time she had ever seen them in their rough barbarian glory. And how would you categorize these creatures? Oh, they're definitely Nosferatu. They may be uncouth, unkempt, and some are downright filthy in their personal habits, but they are definitely our kind. Julia looked grimly down the causeway. I find that hard to believe. You'd better believe it. It would be a big mistake to dismiss them as just crude or stupid. Julia and Destry were both unarmed, something they not only regretted, but also for which they had only themselves to blame. Columbine had insisted on packing a selection of steel, but it was still in the Range Rover. No one had thought to place even a pair of weapons in the horse box when the 4 had parted company. Even so, to match swords with so many Highlanders would have been nothing short of suicidal. You had better mount up. What? You said you didn't care to surrender, and I am not about to turn tail and run, so you'd better get on that horse of yours. If we're going, we might as well go in style. Destry again had to gentle Dormandu, who sensed trouble on the wind. And where exactly are we going? The only place we can go. Into the castle. Destry glanced back at the village. Maybe we could hide in one of the houses until sunset comes again. Julia sighed. Destry really wasn't thinking. And wait for Fenrir's thralls to search us out and drive stakes through the pair of us while it's still daylight. Destry slowly nodded. She placed one foot in the stirrup and swung herself up into the saddle. So what exactly is our intention? To bluff or brazen it out? That's all we have left. The 2 of them moved slowly out onto the causeway, Julia walking slightly in front of Destry on Dormandu. A single Highlander, clean-shaved and slightly neater than his fellows, stepped out in front of the line, but otherwise the Highlanders didn't move. Let's hope we look sharp enough to make an impression. It's always been claimed that courage impresses the primitive. Although I have observed it sometimes pisses them off. Julia quickened her pace, and Destry urged Dormandu forward. The young Highlander in front of the others allowed them to come about 50 paces, and then he held up a hand. "Th's quite far enough, lassies." Julia didn't stop, and Destry took that as her cue to keep Dormandu moving. As a measure of command came into Julia's voice, her German accent also deepened. "And who might I be addressing?" "Yeri addressin' Duncanon o' Fenrir, and I just told ye both to stop where ye are. And I am Julia Aschenbach of California, and this is Destry Maitland of Ravenkeep, and we have business with the Lady Gethsemane." Duncanon seemed to think about this and then dismiss it as unimportant. "Th's a fine horse ye ha there." Even in the tension of the moment, Destry could not control her pride. He's Uzbek. This impressed even the unpleasant Duncanon. A Uzbek? I'm damned if he is. Then you are certainly damned, my friend. Order Duncanon to back off. Goneril shook her head. He willna, take I fra me, lord. He's captain o bridge, and I only command night watch. He figures he's taken two Nosferatu captives, and ye know wha he's like when bits between his teeth. He's an arrogant, undisciplined little bastard. Fenrir rose and snapped his fingers at Gallowglass. I will have to correct his manners myself. It was the first time Fenrir had rolled his R's in Ronkist's hearing. He seemed to enjoy the word correct. The Merlin looked around, surprised he was no longer the center of attention. Is something amiss? Ronkist and Mariko were also on their feet. Only Gethsemane remained seated. Now the Merlin seemed quite put out. Is everyone leaving? Gethsemane smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Taliesin. I'll keep you company until they've resolved this small problem. Once out of the room, Fenrir, Gallowglass, and Goneril descended flights of winding stairs with both a Nosferatu speed and sure-footed accomplishment of long practice. Fenrir snapped orders at Gallowglass as he went. How long is it to dawn? Under an hour, lord. Then the first thing you'd better do when we get down there is lay some mist. Thick enough to hold off the sun if need be. Ronkist and Mariko were left to follow as best they could and listen while Goneril filled in the details for the Lord. In addition pair o undead captives, I think Duncanon also fancies horse as a prize. Fenrir glanced back. Horse. I am lord. A big black stallion. The female riding claimed I was a Uzbek. Nonsense, the breed died out years ago. I'm only repeatin' what female said. Ronkist called down the stairs to Fenrir. As a matter of fact, it's true. I've ridden the beast. It really is 1/4 Uzbek. Fenrir was adamant. Then that's all the more reason to hurry. Even a 1/4 Uzbek must be protected at all costs. A stallion, you say? Apparently Julia and Destry might be expendable, but the Uzbek was a prize beyond price. Tech lads, but dinna harm horse. Destry had seen troops of all kinds charging through the night. She had seen North Vietnamese regulars charging the wire at Khe Sanh, and faced the MPLA in Angola, but she could recall nothing as fearsome as the silently running Highlanders. She'd heard their human counterparts had attacked with full sound and fury, but these undead clansmen uttered no howls or cries, and even their footfalls were close to soundless. An extra eerie dimension was added by a strange mist that rose from the loch, rearing over the bridge and causeway in climbing tentacles. Dormandu snorted and reared, and Destry struggled to keep her seat. Julia, on foot, was quickly surrounded, with a ring of gleaming claymores leveled at her. Destry, still in the saddle, would have been similarly helpless, had not an overeager Highlander grabbed at Dormandu's bridle, thinking it would be easy to take the horse from its unarmed rider. To his surprise, Dormandu reared again, lashing out with his front hooves, one of which caught the man squarely between the eyes. The Highlander staggered back, blood streaming down his face. Duncanon let out a roar of fury. "What did I tell ye, ye damned fool? Harm yon beast, and I'll ha why fucking head." Duncanon, however, had another problem. Blood was in the metaphoric water, and while he might be able to command Highlanders defending a castle that hadn't been under attack for nearly 2 centuries, the young Nosferatu had neither the experience nor the authority to maintain discipline in the face of free-flowing blood, and the possibility of his company lapsing into an unnatural frenzy. To further complicate matters, Dormandu decided to go on an offensive of his own. He bucked and snorted, eyes red-rimmed and furious, now lashing out with his back hooves, as the warhorse DNA of generations of selective breeding by Puthon Gash, the merciless and eternal, came to fore. This time, 2 Highlanders went down, and more undead blood was flowing. At the same time, Destry rolled from the saddle. If the Uzbek was going to do battle, she could only be an encumbrance by remaining on his back. As Dorminda kicked front and back, she went down on one knee, to avoid being the accidental recipient of a flying hoof. 4 Highlanders were immediately on her, sword points poised at heart, throat, and eyes. Dorminda continued, on the other hand, to hold his own. He moved in tight circles, lashing out each time a knot of Highlanders gathered to attempt to subdue him. Duncan himself tried to make a grab for the Uzbek's bridle, and only avoided being severely kicked by throwing himself flat on the cobbles of the causeway. Infuriated, he yelled at one of the Highlanders who had Destry on her knees. "Decapitate th bitch. Maybe th beast'll calm down, if I has no mistress to protect." The Highlander swung his claymore back ready to take Destry's head clean off, but immediately a terrible roar came from the gates of Fenrir. "Don't you dare!" The Highlanders froze in their tracks. Dorminda bucked and pranced, but didn't lash out at any of his now motionless foes. Destry scrambled to her feet and ran to the horse, attempting to soothe and pacify the angry stallion as 5 figures came out from the gates and strode toward the horse, the Highlanders, and Julia and Destry. "Mariko! Victor!" Julia dusted herself off. "I came here to rescue you, Victor." Ronquist looked Julia up and down with a certain degree of amusement. "Perhaps you should have checked with me first. As you can see, no harm has befallen me. I understood you'd been kidnapped." "I was, but that situation has been rectified. Julia, I'd like to present Fenrir of Fenrir." Fenrir made a courtly bow to both Julia and Destry, while Galloglass and Goneril looked on and Duncan and his Highlanders stared in both amazement and trepidation. "Mistress Maitland, Fraulein Aschenbach, welcome to Fenrir." Chapter 8. Ronquist was in the great spaceport of Baalbek, but it was as he'd never dreamed it before, and he wondered why the Merlin was sending him this glimpse. The sliver of rational thought that remained with Ronquist even in the dream state, the part that would always tell him he was only dreaming if the imagery or content waxed too outlandish, had few doubts that the ancient epic now decorating his sleep was coming straight from Taliesin, and might actually be an unedited slice of Ursha memory. In the 14th century BC, all chaos seemed to rule. Parts of the spaceport were burning, and the obelisks and trilithons around the central landing ziggurat were shrouded in a pall of oily black smoke. The sparking blue tracer of particle weapons cut through the gloom and ricocheted off the marble, gold, and black titanium facings of the power stones in lethal energy splashes. Attack discs hurled low overhead, pounding the ground with their death rays. Crumps like the rumble of thunder, and regular tremblings from the ground under his feet, indicated, somewhere in the distance, huge explosions were being detonated as Nephilim loyal sappers demolished the Baalbek infrastructure. Without being told, Ronquist knew he was seeing the final days of the Nephilim. They were pulling out, abandoning the colony as the rebellion swept over them and the earth became unmanageable. The revolt was first instigated by the genetically engineered military class, Ronquist's own ancestry, the original beings, but it had quickly spread through the large and constantly growing human population, and even to some of the Urshu. Tampering with monkey genes, it turned out, had been a grave error by the alien Nephilim. All around him, crowds were in advanced states of refugee panic or lynch mob hysteria. Some simply wanted to get away, while others sought to destroy. Bodies of the dead and wounded lay where they fell. The great flowing flags and banners that had once streamed in the backwash of the rising and descending shuttles were now burned, torn, or trampled underfoot. The vents in the lower levels of the ziggurat, that, in better and calmer times, had jetted decoratively imposing gushers of brightly colored vapor, were now dead smashed by rioters or clogged with debris. Only the massive iron wind chimes in front of the primary trilithon clashed and clanged, and even their tone seemed to have changed. They now told the passing knell of an era. The crowds milling across the landing and launch sites at Baalbek were primarily human, but by no means exclusively so. Dozens of the small gray bioentities scurried, scuttled, and tried to hide before they were trampled underfoot. A number of Ursha could also be spotted amid the tumult, doing their best to avoid the hostility they naturally seemed to evoke as the Nephilim's key administrators. The only group manifesting a defined sense of purpose was a flying wedge of original beings who had fought their way to the foot of the landing ziggurat. Their intention seemed to be to board and capture the single spacecraft that floated over the apex of the ziggurat and continued to load a select passenger list of those who would return to the stars and continue to live in the golden sunland of an advanced culture and technology. The original beings had a few beam weapons, but they were seriously outgunned by the loyalist humans in blue battle armor maintaining a perimeter partway up the structure. Ronquist didn't have to be told he was not only looking at the very last ship out, but the command vessel of Marduk Ra, as well. It came to him as one of those innate pieces of given intelligence that come only in dreams. He had seen ships like it before in the dream state. More organic than the geometrical machines to which Ronquist had become accustomed in the 20th century, they gave the impression parts had been grown rather than built. The long threatening spines that extended from the underside and the outer edge of its convex, saucer-shaped structure seemed more akin to something that might be found on a creature from an extremely hostile marine environment. The sense of the aquatic was reinforced by fringes of waving tendril-like projections that undulated between the spines. Even the very fabric of the craft's main hull was composed of formidable overlapping scales, like those of a mythological dragon or sea monster. He could imagine how effective these craft must have been in putting the fear of the gods into primitive mankind when they had first arrived. Now that the last ship was leaving, the Earth would undoubtedly revert to the same primitivism that had held sway before the Nephilim had arrived, except it would be complicated by the products of their failed experiments. The newly modified humans, the Urshu and the Nosferatu would roam the planet, having their own influence on all the history to come. A commotion broke out at the foot of the ziggurat. A small force of loyalist troops were fighting their way up to the ship, acting as an escort to something that, at first, Ronquist was unable to see. Then, in a flurry of movement, as the escort struggled up the main ramp of the ziggurat, he had a brief glimpse of a face. Malevolent and wholly non-human, it had two black, shark-like eyes and a bizarre, vertical, almost vaginal slit for a mouth, beneath which depended a beard of moving tendrils, like articulated feelers or fleshy slug-like probes. He recognized it immediately. It was either the great Lord Thulhu, the soul-sucking, squid-headed god of human legend, or one of his close, malignant, and alien kin. Thousands of years later, in contemporary Los Angeles, Ronquist would all but lose his undead immortality to Thulhu, and although many among those who knew credited him with having defeated the monstrous Old One, he knew he had inflicted only a mild reversal, and, indeed, finding himself so close to the being, or even to one like it, so disturbed him that Ronquist struggled desperately to wake. Although neither would ever know it, at the same time Ronquist's dream took him to the ancient destruction of Baalbek, Mariko's dream state was also being invaded by outside forces. As an accomplished dream writer herself, Mariko instantly knew that she was being either mildly tortured or rigorously tested. Her first assumption was that, since she was deep within Fenrir's realm, it was the Lord or one of his retainers infiltrating her sleep, but she had seen his handiwork when he'd introduced his ninja into the dream she had shared with Ronquist back at Ravenkeep. This intrusion was entirely different in its style, content, and the ambiguity of its meaning and motivation. Fenrir's approach might have been violent, even intimidating, but it would also have been direct and to the point. Whoever or whatever was now gauging the vulnerabilities of her mind was subtle, devious, and so highly skilled it frightened her. What frightened her more, though, was that each time she attempted to wrestle back control of the nightmare, the author of the horror had the power to swat her helplessly away, as though it was scarcely any effort. To start from a point of complete imbalance, the invasion of her dreams began by using her own memories to take her back to the single most terrifying episode in her existence. She found herself back, buried alive in the iron-bound Kenzo casket, with 12 feet of earth packed above her, at the very moment when, in reality, she had started helplessly screaming, before she was ultimately rescued by the thrall Kato. In this new version, however, Kato didn't seem to exist, and she had to rescue herself, chewing with her own fangs, like a man-trapped she-wolf, through the carved and lacquered pine of the confining coffin, and then clawing her own way to the surface, nails ripped, and fingers little more than bloody stumps, choking and gagging on the loose earth that filled her nose, mouth, and throat. Even when she thrust through the subsoil, parting the damp, insect-filled grass on her grave, she found her troubles far from over. In one of those unquestioned and unquestionable dream transitions, she was suddenly a human child again, age 7 or 8, the time when the Lord Vampire Daimyo and his noble undead companions, on their tall thoroughbred horses, had descended on the peasant home of her parents and feasted with casual brutality on the entire family with the exception of the single girl child who would one day be Mariko Matsunaga. On a whim, Daimyo had taken her alive to be put through the change at puberty and adopted into the Yarabaka clan, first as a plaything, then as a concubine, a blade maid, and finally, when she found elevation and favor, as a scholar and historian. Again, the story differed from reality. Instead of being taken by the Lord Vampire and set on the strange immortal path she had taken ever since, in another exquisitely executed transition, she found herself part of a parade of many-skirted street whores in some gaudy post-nuclear anime dystopia. Strange aircraft drifted over a landscape of slums and bombed-out ruins, and mutant cruisers leered at her from passing, futuristic automobiles, while the engines of lightweight motorcycles screamed as suicidal young men performed tricks on them for the benefit of the working girls. A figure in a voluminous Yakuza pimp black overcoat approached her down the wet neon-reflecting sidewalk. She recognized him immediately, or, to be more exact, she recognized both of the pimp's alternating faces, Lord Daimyo and Taliesin the Merlin, one and the threatening same, in body and overcoat. In Mariko's reading of the glimpse, the Merlin had just betrayed himself by a flourish of vanity. He hadn't been able to resist affixing his signature to this bout of Freudian assault. Had he remained anonymous, he would have been able to continue to mess with her mind long after the dream was finished. She would never have been sure who had been doing it to her, and she would have continued to guess and speculate. The Merlin was a fool, and she decided to tell him so. She opened her mouth and found herself screaming invective, and probably obscenities, in some imaginary dream tongue even she didn't recognize. The other prostitutes on the street were Nosferatu to assist her, but once she had opened her mouth in defiance to Daimyo/Taliesin, they turned on her, fangs extending, hands morphing to talons, eyes glowing with the menace of bloodlust, advancing on her like a pack, edging to circle, building their rage to rip, rend, and mutilate. At the self-same time Ronkist was fighting his way out of the dream downfall of Baalbek, Mariko decided she'd had more than enough of this pointless and unpleasant game and kicked upward with all her strength for the surface of wakefulness. Ronkist exited the dream state both angry and mystified. His distrust of the Merlin was also greatly intensified. Taliesin had fed dreams to Columbine and look what had happened to her. He had no idea of the extent of the Merlin's powers or his objectives, and he knew there was no easy way to learn. The only purpose Ronkist could see behind invading his much-needed sleep with a graphic dream projection of the fall of Baalbek was to implant the idea of a kinship between the Nosferatu and the Urshu. Of course, the destruction of Baalbek could have come either from his own genetic memory or that of another of the undead, except he absolutely knew it couldn't be. The destruction of Baalbek was not encoded anywhere in the DNA memory of any contemporary Nosferatu because that very destruction had been total and all-consuming. That last spacecraft, with its scales and spines, had dropped the final sun bomb as it rose through the stratosphere. The fusion plasma device had incinerated the spaceport from which the vessel had, moments before, departed. All were obliterated, loyalists and rebels alike, Nosferatu, human, Urshu, and bioentity. No place remained in the double helix for any legacy of the ones who perished in the spaceport holocaust. All trace of them had been permanently erased. Modern Nosferatu were exclusively descended from the original beings who had taken part in the earlier escape bid, the flight. The logic was irrefutable. The dream was a manipulation by the Merlin, and the invasion angered Ronquist to the point that he knew he must confront Taliesin immediately. The game must be stopped. He rose from the bed and from his precious fur rug. He knew the sun had yet to set, but it hardly mattered. Both his room in the castle, and the one where the Ursha was lodged were closed and without windows. Inside the confines of Fenrir, day and night were one. After the arrival of Julia and Destry, Ronquist's quarters had been upgraded from the high-end dungeon to a fairly luxurious guest room as merited by the understanding, not to say friendship, being established between him and the Lord Fenrir. Although he by no means had anything more than the most vague impression of the general layout of the castle, he knew the Merlin occupied similar guest accommodations 2 landings below him in the same tower. He would face the Merlin immediately, while his anger was still hot. He knew to confront Taliesin while still incensed would probably be the best kind of psychic smokescreen. The Ursha would be forced to cut through a tangle of outrage before he discovered Ronquist's real thoughts. He dressed quickly and left the room. For a moment, as he closed the door behind him, he contemplated taking a sword with him, but decided against it. The occasion called for tactics and intelligence, not cold steel, and carrying the blade, even for the sake of symbolism, was too much of an implied admission that he didn't know if he could handle the situation without resorting to violence. With the Merlin, recourse to even the threat of violence was the very last thing Ronquist desired. Aside from any other considerations, he was certain the Merlin was more than capable of handling anything physical. As he descended the stairs to the level that included Taliesin's quarters, he met Theta dressed in an ankle-length leather skirt with a hobble, and a starched white shirt, which together lent her a look not unlike a fetishistic Edwardian governess. Her face was a pale thundercloud of undisguised frustration. "You wouldn't have happened to see a lazy slut of a house thrall, would you, Victor?" Ronquist shook his head. "I'm afraid you're the only person I've seen at all since I woke." "Never mind. I'll find her." Short black bicycling gloves covered Theta's hands, and between her fingers she snapped a leather strap, what Ronquist believed was known as a tawse, a punishment implement once used in Scottish schools as a substitute for the cane favored by the English. From this, he deduced the thrall would undoubtedly suffer once she was located, and dragged from wherever she was hiding, but Theta and the punishment of her domestics was absolutely none of his concern, and after the courtesy of a curt half-bow, he hurried on down the stairs. As Ronquist strode along the landing, a part of him felt like bursting in, throwing wide the Merlin's door with fullness for a dramatic effect, but, like the sword, it was both too uncontrolled and predictable. Instead, he simply rapped firmly on the door and waited for an answer. An agonized female shriek echoed down the stairwell. Theta had clearly captured her errant thrall, whose howls all but drowned out the voice from within. "Enter." "Yes, my Ursha friend, indeed I will enter." As Mariko left her room, she heard a drawn-out series of slaps, leather on flesh, each strike followed by a sobbing wail. She glanced up and saw, on the landing above, the Lady Theta had a thrall bent over the banisters, buttocks bared, and was thrashing her with slow, deliberate strokes. Similar scenes and worse had been acted out in the great castles of Japan in the old days, and even the poor departed Columbine had her moments, so Mariko thought nothing of it and continued on her self-imposed mission. After much consideration, she had decided the effrontery of Taliesin to pervade her dreams, unasked and unwanted, could only be faced head-on. Her connection with the Merlin, as long ago as when he slept beneath Morton Downs, had been through Columbine's dream state. Perhaps it all must also end in the dream state. When Columbine had first complained of her dreams, Mariko had treated the matter with a certain lack of gravity. Now that she herself had experienced the Merlin forcing his way into her sleep, she regretted not having taken Columbine more seriously. The process was both humiliating and enervating, and it had only happened to Mariko once. Columbine had suffered it day after day, week after week. She knew, if she was to retain her honor and her self-respect, she had to go to the Urshu and demand that he cease this violation and trespassing in her unconscious. Inundated with all this television, they cannot dream. This Hitler, did you know him? Only his henchman. Was he human? I believe so. I think he may have been a product of environment. After trench warfare of the kind he experienced as a young man, many things might seem possible. Unprecedented mass slaughter being among them. The Merlin was watching 4 TV sets simultaneously and appeared to be speed reading at the same time. His eating had diminished a little from the obscene gluttony for human food he'd exhibited during the first few hours after his waking, but as Ronquist had entered, he'd been spooning breakfast cereal into his mouth, only he'd substituted Guinness for the more usual milk and sugar. Whether this was truly how the Merlin was, or simply an elaborate piece of lifestyle play acting was debatable. What couldn't be questioned was that he was learning at an impossibly fast and furious rate. Already he was fluent in half a dozen languages, and he had a firm grasp of contemporary world politics and the events that shaped them, but his opinion of human civilization appeared to be diminished each time Ronquist spoke with him. Though he devoured all the videotapes Fenrir could provide for him, plus sampling every channel that could be pulled down by the castle's satellite dish, he seemed to blame a great deal of the world's current ills on the invention of television, which he considered a more dangerous piece of machinery than the atom bomb. Their collective span of attention grows so short, I swear they'll soon be unable to feed themselves. They are sheep governed by charlatans. Hasn't it always been like that? Yes, but in this new world it all moves so fast. The Roman Empire lasted 500 years. The British Empire less than 200, the Soviet Empire didn't make it through a century. How long do you think the American Empire will last? And then what will come? It moves so fast, it scarcely bears thinking about. Ronquist allowed himself a smile, even though he knew Taliesin's generalized tirade was only designed to defuse his anger. I confront that by mostly not thinking about it. How is it that Unisferatu couldn't intervene and halt some of the humans' worst excesses? Ronquist shrugged. We are few in number. The Urshu were even fewer in number, but it never stopped us. We also can't walk in the sun. That I will concede is a definite disadvantage. Primarily, though, we didn't give a damn. Sometimes we manipulate human illusions in our own interests, but we seem to court disaster when we play at God. We learned that the hard way in the upper valleys of the Indus 10,000 years ago. The Merlin chuckled and drank the last of the cornflakes and Guinness straight from the cereal bowl. I heard about that. A nasty business. So what exactly do the Nosferatu care about? Mainly our food supply and our privacy. Ronquist wasn't sure if the Merlin's expression was a sneer or not. Is that an oblique way of telling me you didn't appreciate the little glimpse of the fall of Baalbek? I thought it might be educational for you. Obviously your own DNA memories cannot encompass that epic moment that left your kind and mine stranded on this miserable and backward planet. Ronquist's spine stiffened. He was not going to permit the Merlin to laugh the whole thing off. The Nosferatu care that their minds should remain inviolate. We respond badly to psychic intrusion, whoever or whatever the intruder. Is this what you came to tell me? It is. Putting it succinctly, the message is stay out of my mind, Urshu. That's a warning. You could take it as such. A warning backed by what, may I ask? Before Ronquist could answer, he was interrupted by a soft tapping on the door, and, since he had no answer with any conviction to it, it could not have happened at a more opportune time. The Merlin smiled as though he already knew this. It seems everyone wants to spend time with me. Have you been invading all their dreams? I wouldn't recommend trying it with some of the Highlanders. I've only seen them when they're having fun. I shudder to think what they're like when they're angry. Taliesin ignored him. Enter. The door opened. The caller was Mariko. Her attitude was formal, and she wore a kimono of Yarabaka, but Ronquist noted her mouth was exceedingly small, a sure sign she was exceedingly angry. The Merlin put aside his cereal bowl and used a remote to lower the sound on the TV sets. "Kaneki ha, Mariko-san." As if she'd been steeling herself for the ordeal for some time, Mariko delivered a lengthy complaint in Japanese. Ronquist's Japanese was good, but not that good. He couldn't match Mariko and the Merlin in nuance and subtlety. The gist was that Mariko's dream state had also been violated by Taliesin, and she had come to complain about it. Perhaps not as forcefully as Ronquist, but complain all the same. But for Ronquist to be excluded by language was clearly another of Merlin's ploys. "Could we please continue in English? This kind of thing makes me nervous." "Nervous, Victor? To be excluded from the conversation makes you nervous? Surely I should be the one who is nervous." Mariko switched to English. "And why should you be nervous, Taliesin-san? Am I not alone in a remote castle full of vampires?" This was nonsense, and Ronquist didn't hesitate to say so. "You have no fear of us. You walk in the sun, and as far as I can observe, you don't sleep. I am watched constantly. Could you expect otherwise? And Fenrir plans to kill me." At this, Ronquist said nothing. Mariko looked stunned. "Is this true?" Still Ronquist said nothing. The Merlin laughed. "So tell the lady, Victor. Is it true or isn't it? You don't mind if I call you Victor, do you?" Mariko had never seen Ronquist so uncompromising. "So when we really descend through the levels, you're actually seeking my support?" The Merlin was more than his equal, however, in a lack of compromise. "Of course, why else should I have gone to so much trouble? You believe Fenrir plans your death?" "Indeed I do." "Why tell me this?" "Because you have yet to make up your mind. You don't know if you want me alive or dead." Ronquist's eyes were even harder than before, and Mariko was glad such a gaze wasn't directed at her. Victor knew the Merlin was reading his mind, and he both loathed and resented it. "I've discussed this with no one. But it shows. Even you cannot conceal everything, my excellent Victor." "So it would seem." As the Merlin slowly smiled, Mariko realized the Urshu were truly a very different species both from Nosferatu and man. "And your answer? Do you really believe I'll assist you to survive when you as good as tell me my mind is an open book anytime you care to read it? What makes you think I need your assistance to survive? What else could you want from me? I have little else to offer. You either want me to dissuade Fenrir and his Highlanders from chopping you to cutlets, or at least buy you some time until you have fully prepared yourself for whatever you intend to do." The Merlin stroked his chin. He didn't shave, but apparently he needed to. Stubble was graduating to the start of a full beard. "You're not stupid, Victor." "No, I'm not. Could I command your loyalty if I were, for the sake of argument, to show you the future?" Mariko made her skepticism as obvious as possible. "You have gained the gift of prophecy." "Of course not. We both know that the future isn't stacked, immutable, just waiting to unreal like one of your motion pictures. I can show you the future because the Merlin has returned, and from here on in, I will be shaping by far the greater part of that future, all in fact that is not purely random. I would show you the way to exploit coming events to both your benefit and to the benefit of your kind in general. Indeed, if the Nosferatu as a species might compromise a little, I could bring them to their very own paradise." Mariko expected Ronquist to have a response, possibly a violent one, to the idea of Nosferatu compromise, but instead, he remained silent. Taliesin looked at him questioningly. "You have nothing to say, Victor?" Ronquist shook his head. "I would hear more first." The Merlin looked at him hard and then picked up a bottle of peppermint schnapps from his litter of supplies, and drank from it. "As I tried to tell you when I first woke, we Urshu have a genetic imperative to interfere in the business of humans. We are also immensely powerful, as you may be beginning to learn. You also told us you had yet to formulate your plans, but you were looking forward to working on a more global canvas. And now I'm working on it. Mariko frowned. Are you saying you've already formulated your plans? In a broad sense. I have at least drawn my conclusions. Ronkist's voice was careful and measured. And these conclusions are: without exception, all contemporary problems stem from there being far too many humans by quantum proportions. There are too many humans. Their breeding puts rabbits to shame. They are ecologically unsound and their reliance on technology is precipitating them into devolution. Mariko looked at Ronkist. I can have no argument so far. Ronkist smiled at her. Nor I. That's why I have nothing to say. Merlin continued. The only answer, as I see it, has to be a major cull of the herd. A cull. An extremely large reduction in the human population. I have considered various means that could be employed, and I tend to favor political manipulation toward what would at first be a limited nuclear conflagration. Let's say between India and Pakistan, escalating to more of the smaller and less stable nuclear powers, Iran, Iraq, Ukraine, Argentina, Chile, and stopping just short of Russia, China, and the USA from going into total overkill. That would give us a modest nuclear winter for some 6 or 7 years, during which the other well-known horsemen of the apocalypse, famine, pestilence, and death would naturally follow where war was to lead, but not to actual extinction. It would be a new dark age in which the Nosferatu, if forewarned and forearmed, could stake out their own territory, fully defensible against all humanity, humans having mainly reverted to the primitive. You could have your own world, or, at least, your own continent. As the Merlin spoke, he also wove a seductive visual picture in Mariko's mind of a dark wasteland where the Nosferatu ruled. A dominion of sere and leafless lands, haunted trees, scorched earth, and the skeletal ruins of abandoned cities, some with perpetual fires burning and others that glowed radioactive in the dark. Such meager life as could survive the breaking of the food chain, and the extinction of tens of thousands of species, lived according to a cycle of black, starless nights, and shroud-sheeted days of windswept gloom, black rain, dust storms, and dirty snow. Such humans as remained, ragged and wide-eyed from the trauma, died at the side of the cracked ribbons of what had once been highways as the scavenger pickings of the vanished civilization were rapidly exhausted. Dig deep, Victor. Hoard the power and the technology. Wait out the storm and then emerge, dominant and victorious. The Merlin swilled a little more schnapps and grinned like a jovial conspirator. Doesn't it all seem tempting? In the country of death, the undead rode on hard iron as modern lords in gleaming armored vehicles, sweeping past the remnants of self-destruct humanity, with feudal banners flying and 1,000 years of institutional dread and imposed terror to contemplate. The only well-fed and healthy humans were those in the underground pens, and, to a lesser degree, the slave laborers in the Urshas/Nosferatu-controlled reconstruction camps. I'm offering you a world for Nosferatu, by Nosferatu, without the need to ever again hide from humanity because humanity has been completely and permanently reduced to the subservient role. Mariko was suddenly repulsed. Not so much by the concept but by the brutish and totalitarian ideas of implementation. I'm sorry, Merlin-san, but you have gone too far. The Nazi flags and Stalinist banners are redundant. Such images will only play as retro kitsch and nothing more. My own people, the Japanese, learned that lesson in the atomic fire. You still haven't watched enough television. You're bringing too much of the 5th century and what you saw in the aftermath of the comet to your seductive little vision. Times have changed. Are you telling me humans have improved in the last 1500 years? Not in the least, but they're different. They move so much faster. Ronkist nodded in agreement with Mariko. For a full half-century they lived under the threat of mutually assured nuclear destruction. The Merlin still seemed fully convinced he was right. It matters not what they might live through or under, or at what speed they live it. They still have the same desires, don't they, the same susceptibilities. You can attest to that, can't you, Victor? You've lived among them for almost 1,000 years. Have humans changed so radically? It's hard to say how much they've changed, since I have naturally had to adapt to those changes. But you would agree there are far too many of them. Mariko was surprised to see Ronquist all but smile. Oh, yes. There are far too many of them. She was even more surprised when Ronquist quickly rose to his feet. But on that point of agreement, I think it's a good time for me to leave you. I think we've exhausted most avenues of discussion for this night. Ronquist started for the door, and this seemed to be a surprise even for Taliesin. But I don't have your answer. Ronquist turned in the doorway. Of course you have my answer. You already know it. The only reason you wanted me here was to confirm what you already knew. Ronquist paused, and a momentary and demonically teasing grin flickered behind his eyes. If you don't know, old Merlin, then your bluff may very soon unravel. You don't mind me calling you old Merlin, do you? What was going on in there? Ronquist adamantly shook his head. He was attempting to make his mind as blank as possible, to exclude the Ursha from his thoughts, and Mariko had to do the same. We shouldn't talk about it? We shouldn't even think about it? I don't know from what distance he can read our minds. If he's so powerful, he will know everything anyway. Ronquist interrupted her. His manner was less than kind. Listen carefully, Mariko, because this is all I'm prepared to say. When Fenrir first told me he intended to kill the Merlin after he had studied him, I was shocked. I protested. The Merlin obviously knows this, and that's why he wants to win me to his side. The only thing he reveals by this is that he may not be as invulnerable and all-perceiving as he wants us to believe. That is why I still maintain my silence. It may be hopeless, but I don't think it is. And what about me? Why does he interfere in my dreams and bring me running to him? Maybe he thinks we have some kind of bond or coupling. Mariko's mouth grew very small. That's a highly patriarchal attitude. Taliesin is a high patriarch, even if he is sterile. It could be another weakness. As far as possible you and I have to think in paradox and disinformation. If the Urshu is using us as his window on a particular facet of the world, we have to afford him the most distorted possible view. They had reached the point on the stairs where, if Mariko were going to her room, and Ronquist to his, they should have parted company. A sudden impasse imposed itself. Ronquist, when leaving his room to confront Taliesin, had given no thought to what he might do after that, and it appeared Mariko had been just as narrowly focused. Ronquist had assumed he would probably seclude himself with his thoughts. Even having complete freedom of action after so many alarms and excursions, down the full length of the British Isles was something of a novelty. Fortunately, Mariko was bolder than he was, right at that moment, and he was spared everything but a simple decision. Perhaps I could come to your room. We could summon a thrall and we could feed. Ronquist slowly nodded, commencing the game. Perhaps you should. Mariko shrugged, equally offhand, continuing the game. One way to thwart a mind reader is to turn off the mind and let the flesh and its needs hold sway. Mariko prided herself on her reactions, but even she wasn't sure for a moment how she came to be seeing everything from an unhealthy vantage point, sprawled in a corner and twisted up against the wall, while Ronquist scuffled with 3 Nosferatu in the middle of the room. The only thing she remembered prior to that was Victor opening the door to his room for her and ushering her inside. She had been violently slammed sideways and out of the way. Once again, it appeared Victor was the elected target of Highland skullduggery. The 3 assailants might well have taken Victor completely by surprise had they not expected him to return to his room on his own. That Mariko had walked in first had upset their deadly apple cart. No sooner had Mariko managed to straighten up than she both recognized the attackers and saw the full unpleasantness of their intentions. Duncanon and a brawny Highlander wrestled with Ronquist while the small bald Morbius from the laboratory danced round them, keeping his distance. Apart from his size, Morbius took no part in the fight because he was clutching a mallet and a foot-long iron spike. The plan had obviously been for Duncanon and the Highlander to seize the unsuspecting Ronquist, hurl him to the floor, and before he could gather his wits to put up a fight, drive the spike through his ribs and into his heart. Mariko coming into the equation had, however, spoiled all that, and the deadly trap had degenerated into a staggering, snarling free-for-all. Mariko decided to upset the plan still more. The one-time sword of Hideo Matsutani lay on top of a dresser in its ivory sheath, next to a large Jacobean glass jug. Victor's damned water. Duncanon, Morbius, and the Highlander were so focused on Ronquist, they failed to notice when Mariko commenced her move. Loath as she was to touch a blade that had once been Kanzu need dictated, and the sword was already unsheathed and describing a precise arc that terminated in Morbius's throat as the small Nosferatu, the alleged accomplice of Ruthven, turned and realized his last moment was upon him. Mariko had swung with all the grace and tidy style of a French executioner of the 16th century. Morbius's head remained in place for a full second until it toppled, freeing a short fountain of dark blood and noxious spray. The head rolled for about 2 feet across the floor before it came to a halt. The body attempted to crawl toward the head, feebly trying to reunite the two for recovery and reconstruction, but Mariko put a stop to this by bringing the sword firmly down into his heart. The slaughter of Morbius caused a sharp, shocked freeze in the action, which Ronquist used to break free of Duncanon and the Highlander and snatch up his walking cane. A twist and flick, and the secreted blade was a naked 18 inches of Milanese steel. Without hesitation, while the hollow wooden shaft was still falling, and Mariko had yet to pull her own blade out of Morbius's back, Ronquist had driven the point unerringly into the Highlander's left eye. Ultimately the eye would recover, although a new one might never grow, dependent on the extent of the damage, but this didn't minimize the bleeding or the agony. The Nosferatu dropped his claymore and pressed both hands to his face, but blood still flowed between his fingers as he staggered from the room. To Mariko's eternal wonder, Ronquist actually let out a short laugh of delight. In far less time than it took to grasp what had happened, the tables had been immaculately turned on Duncanon. His trap had reversed itself, so he now found himself facing Ronquist one-on-one, but with Mariko at his back with the Bushido sword ready to take him. His head lowered and claymore held level, Duncanon retreated, seeking to protect his back, but the room wasn't large enough to give him the space he needed. Mariko also began to circle, but Ronquist stayed exactly where he was with his back to the door. "So who gave you your orders, boy? Was it your laird, or did you make this little adventure up all by yourself? I can spot own enemies." "Can you now?" "Tha I can." "Can you also spot when you're beaten, and ask for quarter?" "I ask quarter from no man." Ronquist raised his blade slightly. "Then I'd commend you to make the most of your last few moments. Yeri powerful big with talk when it's 2-on-1. I seem to recall you thought you needed 3 to take me. And where would ye be if ye didn't ha lassie t back why play?" Ronquist's lip curled. "So now the ruse has failed, you have the audacity to appeal to honor." Mariko took a step forward. "Defend yourself, Duncanon." "I'll take you." Ronquist shook his head. "Give me the sword, Mariko. This one is mine, by right." Mariko would have been profoundly pleased to have thrust Victor's sword straight through Duncanon and be finished with the arrogant little whelp, but Ronquist was correct. He did have the right, the prior claim on Duncanon, and after just the slightest hesitation, she tossed the sword of Hideo Matsutani over Duncanon's head to Ronquist, who caught it deftly. Duncanon glanced at Mariko. An evil smile was spreading across his face, and his fangs were slowly extending, exceptionally long and gleaming white. "Ye made a mistake there, lassie. Ye should a kept why sword. Now all ye can do is watch while I gut why fancy boy." Duncanon's breath was in Ronquist's face. It smelled of whiskey, and bloodshot eyes told of recent feeding. Was the young one hyped on microfungi and a fresh kill? He might maintain the pose of fearing nothing, but even a fresh, wild, young one like Duncanon might need to steel himself before he actually did away with another of his kind. Particularly when the method was to be the hammered stake, an end that not only terrified most undead, but also disgusted them as a gruesome and degrading way to go. After catching the sword tossed by Mariko, Ronquist had shifted blades into opposite hands. The Bushido blade was in his right and the thin straight blade of sword cane in his left. As he made the exchange, Duncanon saw a chance to rush him and took it, but Ronquist was able to block the downward swing of the claymore, intended had it struck home to cleave his skull clear to the jawbone. He caught Duncanon's single blade close to the hilt between his two, and after a short trial of strength, was able to push him back and away. Without making a big thing of it, Ronquist also took a step back so he was halfway out the door of the room. "You were already bested by a horse." Duncanon snarled at the taunt and again rushed Ronquist in the hope that a second furious downward slash would succeed where the first one had failed, but Ronquist was able to block it and again take a step back, out the door. Using the two eccentrically matched blades, Ronquist found he was having to quickly evolve a highly unorthodox and ad hoc style, a hybrid of formal Japanese and the hard Italian art of rapier and poniard. He jabbed at Duncanon with the point of the samurai sword. Did you ever hear a blade sing, boy? Ever fancy you sensed an elusive metallic purring as though the steel were anticipating the strike? Did you ever feel a kinship of soul with a weapon? In addition to an eclectic and fabricated style, Ronquist also had a strategy. His goal was to lure Duncanon out of the room and into the narrow corridor, where he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. To swing the long, cumbersome claymore required space. It was a weapon of the outdoors, the battlefield, and the crossroads at midnight. It did not serve its master well in the nooks and crannies of an architectural rabbit warren like Fenrir. The ploy depended on keeping Duncanon angry, and burning his energy by forcing him to bring the fight to Ronquist. His youthful fury and Nosferatu bloodlust would distract him from noticing he'd been effectively confined until it was too late, and to feed that fury, Ronquist went right on talking as he repeatedly jabbed with the Matsutani. This has the reputation of being an evil blade. The antagonists were now facing each other on either side of the doorway. Duncanon looked to strike, but found he was impeded by the doorframe. He lunged clumsily at Ronquist, who parried easily. The previous owner used it when he assisted in the ritual suicides of 3 of his friends. Ronquist parried 2 more of these lunges. The claymore offered its user very little control of the point, and Duncanon had almost none. He relied entirely on the wide and flamboyant forehand swing. After that, he handed it to a 4th knight who used it on him. Ronquist retreated 2 more paces, and Duncanon had to follow to get to him. Ronquist feinted with the sword and then went for Duncanon's ribs with the sword stick blade. Perhaps perversely, it has changed its character since coming into my care. It's proved itself little short of a good luck talisman. Duncanon hauled off for a horizontal swing intended to finish Ronquist, if not actually cleave him in two, but the blow was spoiled when the blade hit the stonework of the narrow corridor. Duncanon cursed as Ronquist nicked his left upper arm and danced back. First blood, boy. Do you believe evil seeks out evil? Duncanon drew a dirk from his sock. Now he at least matched Ronquist by having a blade in each hand. He rushed him, flailing with the claymore while trying to inflict a stomach wound with the dirk. Now Ronquist had to use both blades to full and fast effect to fend off the wild flurry of blows. Duncanon had finally understood how he'd been suckered, and that Ronquist was a skilled and experienced swordsman who would not fall beneath a confusion of aimless slashing and brute bravura. He was finally working according to what was possibly the only tactic left to him. Behind Ronquist, at the end of the corridor, was the tower's central stairwell. If Duncanon could load on sufficient berserk pressure, he might be able to force his older adversary all the way down there, and into the more open area where he could properly use the weight and single edge of his claymore. Ronquist knew it was time to stop taunting and go to work. He beat off one more rush by Duncanon, giving a little more ground. He could see Duncanon calculate the distance to the end of the corridor. The young one was telegraphing his every move before he made it. Ronquist braced for the next rush. When it came, two blades flying, hungry to connect, Ronquist sidestepped like a matador, feinted left, struck right, pierced Duncanon's thigh with the sword stick, and, with his leg already weakened, tripped him so he fell heavily. The claymore was lost to his grasp and clattered along the flagstones of the corridor. Duncanon might have lacked forethought and finesse, but Ronquist couldn't fault the young one for courage. Even though bleeding badly, he came back up on his uninjured knee with the dirk still in his hand. He thrust at Ronquist but failed to connect. Ronquist stood quite still. "I'd recommend you don't do that again. Surrender now and maybe I'll let you survive." Typically ignoring the advice, Duncanon again stabbed at Ronquist. This time the Bushido blade really did seem to sing, as, in a single stroke, it severed Duncanon's left hand just above the wrist. "I warned you, boy, and I only give one warning." Duncanon stared in disbelief at the way his arm now ended in a bleeding stump. "So what is it now? Shall I take your heart or shall I take your head?" The raised voice of the Lord Fenrir came from somewhere down the stairwell. "I would recommend you do neither, Victor. I still have uses for Duncanon." Mariko hurried to Ronquist's side as Fenrir and his entourage reached the landing and started down the corridor toward them. Ronquist lowered his swords and stepped back from the kneeling Duncanon. "You want this thing, even with a hand missing?" Fenrir brushed the question aside. "He's undead. It'll grow back in time. The more important question is, what am I supposed to do with you?" Duncanon dragged himself, using one arm and one leg, to the feet of his lord like a maimed dog seeking its master's protection. The laird had a quite formidable force behind him. He was flanked on one side by Gallowglass, and Julia Aschenbach on the other. What game had she embarked on now? Julia looked down at the crippled Duncanon and then up at Ronquist. "What have you been up to now, Victor? Aren't you a little old for swordplay with the youth?" Ronquist leaned forward on his sword. He looked suddenly tired. First the Merlin and then the fight had obviously taken their toll. "Why don't you ask the Lord Fenrir? I can only assume he ordered my murder." Julia stepped away from Fenrir. "Murder? You said it would only be a distraction. Does Victor look murdered?" Behind Julia and Gallowglass were a guard of a half-dozen Highlanders, armed with pikes and claymores, led by Angus Crumman, the laird's piper, and including, yet again, the diminutive Prestwick with his axe. One look at the auras, heavy with suspicion, paranoia, and distrust, were enough to tell Mariko that Ronquist's problems, and by association her own, were far from over. All present were doing their best to screen their thoughts and emotions, and achieving varying degrees of success, but the general tone and the militant formality of Fenrir's arrival didn't bode well. Crumman and the guard halted a few feet behind Fenrir, Julia, and Gallowglass, close enough to give aid, but far enough back not to be part of the conversation. Fenrir looked Ronquist up and down. "So you've started cutting up my people now, have you, Victor? There's another back in my room separated from his head and a third wandering the halls somewhere, lacking an eye and feeling very sorry for himself." Mariko refused to be sidelined as an innocent bystander. "The one in the room is mine. The one called Morbius. I took his head." Fenrir treated her to a hard look. "Dr. Morbius was my chief scientific advisor. Dr. Morbius was a self-serving charlatan, my lord. And that's why you beheaded him." Mariko shook her head. "No. I beheaded him when he attempted to drive an iron stake into Victor. I presume that was on your orders." Ronquist stared intently at the lord, seemingly curious to hear the answer to this question. Fenrir looked away. "Duncanon was of the firm opinion you had made a secret agreement with the Merlin, to side with the Urshu against me. I believe it was Morbius who sowed the seeds, however. He seemed to take an instant dislike to you when the Merlin first awoke, and it's been festering ever since. Ronquist handed the sword cane blade to Mariko and pushed his hair back out of his eyes. The guards stiffened warily, but they relaxed when no further move followed. But you didn't order my assassination. Shall we say I simply reserved judgment and let events take their course? You could look on it as an old-fashioned trial by arms. And what exactly was I on trial for? Morbius had accused you of betraying us to Taliesin. He had seemingly observed your comings and goings, and the secret meetings between the two of you. Mariko's face contracted in anger. We weren't supposed to study the Urshu. Ronquist gestured for her to contain her outrage. There was the faintest germ of truth in Morbius's conspiracy fantasy. Already tonight Taliesin has solicited my aid and support against you. Fenrir blinked. Did he now? And did you give it? Ronquist turned to Mariko. You were there. Did I pledge myself in any way to the Merlin? No, her reply was true to the letter. Ronquist had given Taliesin no answer, but that was hardly the entire story. Victor gave no reply at all. Julia knew Ronquist well enough, and perhaps Mariko as well, to suspect they were maybe telling the truth, but not the whole truth. The woman is hardly an unbiased witness. She would obviously do just about anything for Victor. Mariko would have happily driven the blade of the sword stick into Julia's eye just as Victor had done with Highlander. She clearly was prepared to totally court disaster to thwart anyone who might be a rival for Victor's attention. Also, Julia wasn't finished. As we all well know, she was quite prepared to sacrifice one of her own troika to ensure that the Merlin awoke. Mariko took a step toward Julia. You know it was nothing like that, damn you. It wasn't. You brought her here, and where is she now? We all know she met the true death when the Urshu lured her to him and drained her energy. You have a lot of Nosferatu bodies around you, Mariko Matsunaga. First Columbine and now Morbius. How many more will perish at your hands before this is over? Ronquist's aura flared with anger. If you can't see the hand of Taliesin in this confusion, you're all fools. Fenrir's hand went to the hilt of his sword. Do you call me a fool, sir? You're worse than a fool if you can't see what's happening in your very own domain. For a moment it looked as though the Lord himself were going to raise steel to Ronquist, but instead, he gestured to Gallowglass. Have the lads take him. Gallowglass nodded. I am Lord. He glanced back at the guard. Lads. Pikes were lowered and claymores raised. Fenrir stepped to one side to give his escort free access to Ronquist, who raised his sword, obviously unwilling to be taken by the Highlanders without a fight. Then, out of nowhere, Lupo was there. Although certainly part of an illusion, he appeared to rise from the floor right beside Fenrir, but then assumed a solidity and strength far beyond any apparition. Mariko, although she had only spoken to Lupo on the phone and very briefly knew it could only be him. The broad back and shoulders, the prominent nose and bull neck, the swarthy complexion, black unknowable eyes, an aura of total and uncompromising invincibility. Having now seen him, Mariko could easily believe he had been created by the craft, and, indeed, that all the other legends about him were absolutely true. And better than just being there, Lupo held what had to be the complete, state-of-the-art, high-tech, ergonomically balanced, butterfly Solignam fighting knife, undoubtedly with a honed and razor edge, to Fenrir's throat, and with Lupo's inhuman strength behind it, the weapon could certainly all but sever the Lord's neck. Should I finish him now, Don Victor? Ronquist wanted to laugh out loud. Lupo. At the moment when all seemed about to unravel violently and fatally, Lupo. His very presence was both a comfort and a delight, and Ronquist felt irrationally buoyant. From there on in, all problems were reduced by at least 50%. Where the hell did you come from? I've been in this place almost as long as you have, Don Victor. It finally seemed the time to reveal myself. I'm very pleased you did. Fenrir's head was twisted away from Lupo and the knife at an odd and probably painful angle. Would you please ask your friend to take the dagger from my throat, Victor? I feel very uncomfortable like this. You better let him go, Lupo. Lupo didn't immediately release Fenrir. He has already committed one assault on your person, Don Victor, and was seemingly about to commit another. Letting him survive could set an unfortunate precedent. Fenrir attempted to placate with actually groveling. Believe me, this is not something I'd want made public either. I think we can allow for extenuating circumstances here, Lupo. You mean Taliesin the Urshu? You know about the Merlin. Lupo gave his Don a dark look. My greater concern is whether he knows about me. I think we all share some variety of that concern. Fenrir was becoming about as impatient as was possible for a man with a knife at his throat. Please, Victor. Let him go, Lupo. You're sure? I believe so. Lupo stepped away from Fenrir, at the same time folding the knife away with a single deft and oft-practiced movement into a concealed sheath strapped to his forearm under his black combat-style jacket. Fenrir touched his throat with exploratory fingers in search of blood or broken skin, although all that showed was a faint red mark where the cutting edge had been pressed against the flesh over the jugular. Then he turned away and removed his dark glasses to wipe his face, but he replaced them before anyone could see his eyes. I take it we talk. Ronquist nodded. Bearing in mind the Merlin is probably eavesdropping on every possible word and thought. We will meet. In an hour. In the Great Hall, to finally settle the fate of Taliesin. Ronquist's laugh was short and ironic. Or for him to settle our fate. He won't be there. He doesn't need to be there. It's my opinion that he's playing us like puppets. Fenrir looked from Lupo to Mariko and finally to Ronquist. It's been a very long time since anyone held a knife to my throat under my own roof. And, for the first time, you have an Urshu under your roof. These happenings would appear to beg for correlation. This is what we must discuss in the Great Hall. In an hour. In an hour. Fenrir gestured curtly to his escort. Two of them picked up the bloody, incapacitated, and now barely conscious Duncanon. The others turned smartly and proceeded down the corridor, back the way they had come. For a moment, Julia seemed uncertain of what she should do, almost as though she wasn't sure which side she was on. Then she appeared to make up her mind, and she followed Fenrir and Galloglass. As they moved off, Galloglass turned back for a last consideration of Lupo with an aura of kinship and awe. Ronquist let out a long weary sigh. Julia's apparent problem with allegiances would assuredly create more upheavals before it played itself out, but in the meantime, he had Lupo with him, and his previous grim uncertainty was hard to maintain. Lupo. Don Victor. Once again you burden me with a debt of gratitude. Isn't that my primary function? Ronquist had no answer to this, so he gestured to Mariko. Lupo, this is Mariko Matsunaga. She has been a great help to me since I came to Britain. Lupo bowed. I'm honored to meet anyone who fought with the Yarabaka. You are very well informed. I recognized the symbol on your kimono. You've been in Japan. Alas, no, but the fame of the clan was not limited to the shores of the rising Sunday. Mariko responded to the flattery with pleasure and a certain discomfort, and the body language of a reluctant coquette. Lupo could be strangely charming when the mood took him, and outwitting Fenrir and his entire clan had obviously put him in a very good mood. Not to prolong the moment, Ronquist decided to move the conversation along. So the Highlanders had no idea you'd penetrated their fortress and were lurking in its passageways and on its stairs. I fear these Scots can't see beyond their noses. They may once have been among the foremost guerrilla fighters, second only to the Apache, but life has been too easy for them for too long. They have grown lazy and careless in their unchanging sanctuary, and they lack a sufficiency of foes to keep them sharp. A pity we can't claim the same. Lupo eyed his Don knowingly. Would you really have it that way? A quiet life? I don't know. It would make a change. How long did you manage to fool them? I was present at the Lord's feast and his entertainment. You partook of it? No, Don Victor. I felt the risk of discovery was too great. I did, however, encounter a young woman called Annie Monroe. She wanted me to change her. And did you? I thought about it. She might have provided a diversion, but I calculated it to be too much time and trouble. 3 thralls appeared and went into Ronkist's room. They quickly re-emerged, 2 carrying the body of Morbius by the arms and ankles and the 3rd lugging the head. Lupo looked curiously at the head and then at Ronkist. Morbius. Morbius. He won't be missed. You knew him. He was a nuisance all over Europe after he went to Greece with Ruthven on his final trip. As the thralls departed, Lupo stared around and frowned. Don Victor, we do seem to be standing in a corridor. Indeed we do. Duncanon's blood was on the floor at their feet, but Ronkist knew even more gore was splattered over what had formerly been his room. The problem is I'm not quite sure what to do about it. Mariko was pleased to have the answer. I have a room in which no one has recently been killed. We could go there while we prepare for Fenrir's meeting. It's just 1 flight down. As they descended the stairs, Mariko made conversation with Lupo. Is it true, Lupo-san, that you were contracted to kill Benito Mussolini? Lupo laughed. Unfortunately, I had to turn the assignment down. The logistics of traveling from Havana, where I resided at the time, all the way to Rome in the middle of World War II was beyond even my contacts and resources. How Fenrir had been able to completely transform the castle's Great Hall in time was a mystery Ronkist would never solve. Had thralls been beaten bloody to prepare the place in a single hour, or had Fenrir been planning a meeting of this kind all along? The dais and the high table had been removed, and now just one long table, cleared for a conference and lit by electric spotlights, ran straight down the middle of the room. Fenrir's throne had been moved so it now presided at the head of the table. Long clan banners were unfurled, draping the walls and streaming down from the rafters, lending the hall a majestic feudal dignity. The fire in the huge hearth was cold, nothing but swept ashes, as though the dancing flames of the feast would detract from the solemnity of this occasion, which, from the elaboration of its staging, was intended as a grand and formal hearing on matters of great import before an autocrat assured of his own ultimate power. A single plain chair was set at the end of the table opposite, back somewhat, so it reminded Ronkist of the seat of the accused at the courts of the Inquisition. When Ronkist saw the efforts made to overawe with a display of pomp and circumstance, he had to take a deep breath. It was predictable, but totally the wrong approach. The Lord plainly had yet to grasp what kind of being the Merlin really was, and what he might do if pushed. The lone chair seemed to indicate he meant to subject Taliesin to some kind of inquiry or interrogation. Fenrir appeared to have missed the crucial point that, for such a thing even to take place, it presupposed those conducting the interrogation actually wielded the power. Fenrir's secure certainty in his own power was understandable. He had lorded it over his clan for centuries, overcome all challenges, and was obviously accustomed to never having his authority questioned. Ronkist could hardly blame the laird for what he feared might be an excess of confidence and a severe underestimation of the power of the Urshu. Nosferatu in general had been corrupting and confusing the minds of humans for so long it would be hard to accept the seemingly impossible, a being might come among them who could corrupt and confuse theirs. You look worried, Master Ronkist. Lost in his concern, he turned quickly, taken completely by surprise, and found himself facing the Lady Gethsemane. The blue eyes fixed on his were arctic, and they challenged him not to make diplomatic small talk. Gethsemane wanted to know why he was worried. In a snap call of judgment, he decided to be as open as he could with Fenrir's consort. I wonder if the right approach is being taken here. The Merlin's legend tells of his being able to bend flag-decked halls to his will and freely manipulate monarchs. Arthur Pendragon did not, by the old accounts, die well. They did more than just throw his sword into the lake. The blue eyes didn't waver. You don't equivocate, do you, Victor? Ronquist smiled in an attempt to mitigate what threatened to be a stifling gravity. I frequently equivocate, my lady, but this is not the time. We will not deflect Fenrir from his course this late in the day. You do realize that, don't you? Ronquist had obviously made the right choice. The use of the word "we" could only be a signal that Gethsemane shared his misgiving of Fenrir's methods. I'm very aware of that. And I hold myself ready for what may come next. Gethsemane lightly brushed Ronquist's hand. I'm glad to hear it, Victor. It's a pity we haven't had time to know each other better. She hesitated. Out of interest, how would you deal with the Merlin? With stealth and silence, my lady. The twin touchstones of the Predator. Thank you, Victor. And the lady was gone, leaving a waft of perfume, and Ronquist again wondered about the dynamic between Fenrir and the females around him. Ronquist, Lupo, and Mariko had not been the first to arrive, but they were also far from the last. As the increasing number of those summoned waited for Fenrir, conversation was sparse, and even Theta was subdued, with her purple hair pulled back into a severe bun. Those summoned to the function struck Ronquist as a strange assortment: Shaggy Lachlan and other elders of the clan, 5 of the 7 stars, some outsiders he had seen previously at the feast, the corporate moderns in their dark suits and tinted glasses, the exquisite in the powdered wig, the obese caftan draped grotesque, even the irritating Henry Brazil. It was, however, fairly typical of Nosferatu democracy, in which a leader might solicit the opinion of the many, and then do exactly what he'd decided to do in the first place. Surveying the exotic mixture that seemed already to have been given a voice in the debate, he wasn't surprised when Julia and Destry walked in together. He hadn't expected them to be holding hands, though, or wearing matching borrowed plaids. Ronquist suppressed an inward groan. He had seen Julia's attempts at bonding with other young powerful females and remembered how they always ended in some display of lovelorn violence or worse. The groan was repeated when the pair came directly to him. I need to speak with you, Victor. In fact, Destry and I need to speak with you. I don't have time now, Julia. Much more pressing matters are bearing down on us. That's a little offhand, isn't it, after I came all this way to rescue you? So far I haven't seen much rescuing going on, my dear. In fact, I seem to recall you had to be rescued from Duncanon and his Highlanders on the bridge. I'm serious, Victor. So am I, Julia. I'm very serious. In fact, I cut off Duncanon's hand to express my displeasure. Julia's tone became exasperated. If you're in that kind of mood, Victor, we'll have to take this up later. I'm sure we will. About the only ones in the room who seemed to be taking the situation in absolute stride were Galloglass and Lupo, who had greeted each other with great and dignified enthusiasm and were now conversing with more animation than he'd recently seen exhibited by either. Standing a little way off, he focused on the two of them, shamelessly eavesdropping. Galloglass wanted to know how Lupo had managed to come upon Fenrir so completely unawares. How do ya do that? It's a trick of merging one's aura with the prevailing mood. It can make one virtually invisible to other Nosferatu if they're in a sufficiently heightened state. It works particularly well at times of conflict and confrontation. So you're no shapeshifter. There are no shapeshifters left, my Highland friend. There are those who swear craft workers are all gone, but look yonder. The pentacle coven of the craft workers in their ceremonial black robes and cowls had just entered. It was the first time Ronquist had ever observed Lupo less than fully in control. His jaw dropped, and he performed a complex and seemingly half-remembered genuflection with his right hand. Galloglass was about to comment, but a small thrall dodged around the coven of craft workers and hurried up to him. The lanky Scot bent down to hear what the thrall had to say, then he straightened up and clapped his hands. Everyone take seats. Lord is on his way. No one had indicated to Ronquist where he was supposed to sit, and he wondered if some arcane protocol governed meetings of this formal kind. He feared it would be explosive enough with so many Nosferatu set to arguing. He didn't want to court trouble before the proceedings had even started over a matter of seating. To his relief, Gethsemane took him by the hand. "Sit next to me, Victor. We may have need of you." This positioned him on Fenrir's right, just 2 seats down from the Lord. The Lady Gethsemane's action didn't pass without comment. Some further down the table had in their auras the unmistakable resentment of those who feel passed over. Some may even have believed, like Duncanon and Morbius, that Ronquist was the creature of the Merlin. Mariko also looked decidedly put out, as though she had expected to be seated next to him, instead of a long way down the left side of the table between Goneril and a modern. Fenrir came in fast and businesslike. No piper, although Angus Crimin was present in the hall, no dwarf with wolfhounds, and just 2 guards at his back. He went directly to the throne without speaking even to Gethsemane, unhooked his dress sword from his belt, and tossed it with a clatter onto the table. "My friends and followers, Clan Fenrir, and distinguished guests, we face a circumstance of great gravity." He stared slowly round the assembled faces to see what effect his words might have had. Total silence ruled in the great hall, laying over those present like an uncomfortable blanket of anticipation, and for some, a slight chill of fear. Aside from the unique enormity of the concerns at hand, the very size of the gathering had the weight of potential history. It had been a very long time, even by Nosferatu calculations, since so many of the undead had convened formally to confer. We face a challenge of a proportion we have not witnessed in recent times. As many of you already know, Taliesin the Merlin of old, possibly the last of the Ursha race on this planet, currently resides within the walls of Fenrir. For those who didn't know, he proceeded to recount the waking of the Merlin and give a brief resume of the problems the Ursha's presence appeared to be creating. "I have to take responsibility for initiating all this. My only excuse is that it was done under the innocent auspices of scientific research. In our eagerness to learn, we failed to appreciate what we might be bringing back to life. What does he do right now, Merlin, Lord? Is he passive? Is he liable to turn dangerous? He eats, he drinks, and he learns. He stuffs his face and studies all there is to know about what came to pass while he slept. The Ursha is definitely catching up for lost time. In the matter of is he dangerous? That may well be what we've gathered here to discuss." Fenrir paused and glanced at Ronquist long enough for all present to perceive the message. "Some here believe he is a danger already. Maybe from the very moment he awoke." That was certainly the conclusion of Dr. Morbius, who played a major role in the entire experiment. Unfortunately, Dr. Morbius cannot be with us to state his own case since he was just presently beheaded and stabbed through the heart. A number of Highlanders were instantly on their feet, ready to mete out honorable revenge at Fenrir's slightest say-so. "Who did this thing, Lord?" Mariko remained seated, but her voice was high and clear. "It was I who killed him, gentlemen. For those of you who don't know me, I am Mariko Matsunaga, of the Ravenkeep Troika, formerly of the Yarabaka, and the kill was legal and with honor." All eyes were suddenly on Mariko, and Ronquist understood he was sitting in a very devious, even dangerous, poker game, where what was to be lost or won had yet to be defined. Already hands were on sword hilts and Highlanders were looking for the license to hack. Fenrir calmed things somewhat as he treated Mariko to a courtly smile, but Ronquist knew, behind the greenhouse sunglasses, a brightly insidious mind was at work. "Please, Mistress Mariko, I did not intend to imply otherwise." "Thank you, my lord." Ronquist decided it was time to toss out his first card and take the pressure off Mariko. He now saw how deftly he and she had been physically separated, and at least they should close ranks tactically. Ronquist let his voice and aura become almost languid, as thought it were a fine point, but one that needed clarification. "Perhaps it should be made clear, my lord, that Mistress Mariko was defending my life at the time." So I understand. The Lady Gethsemane quietly interrupted. Excuse me, my lord. My dear. There's one thing I'm less than clear about. Why did Miss Matsunaga have the legal and honorable need to destroy Dr. Morbius in the first place? I don't quite understand. Gethsemane glanced at Ronquist. Beware the cold depths of those blue infinite eyes. The Lady Gethsemane had steered him to the seat at the head of the table, and now she seemed to be setting him up for Fenrir's next play. Let it never be said the Lord and Lady of Fenrir didn't hunt as a team. Now he needed to know if he was the quarry. Perhaps I should answer that, my lord. By all means, Victor. Dr. Morbius was attempting to extinguish me with a steel spike. Gethsemane turned on her patrician smile. But why should he do a thing like that? He knew you were our guest. Ronquist decided to go for broke. Dr. Morbius held the considered belief that I was in league with Taliesin against the Lord Fenrir. Murmuring began among the Highlanders as Gethsemane's patrician smile grew even sweeter. Ronquist had underestimated her. She wasn't just a shill, Gethsemane was quite as devious as her lord, only she was happy to reveal her eyes because she knew they were one of her most powerful weapons. And are you, Master Ronquist? Am I what, my lady? Are you in league with Taliesin against the Lord Fenrir? The game was turning positively Elizabethan, robust and deadly twists of undead power brokerage, and hints of treason and plotting dedicated to keeping everyone off balance. Was Ronquist being invited to place his head in the noose? You make me feel as though I'm on trial here. He gestured to the empty chair at the far end of the table. Should I take the seat reserved for the one under interrogation? The Highlanders were exchanging glances. Fenrir could either calm them down or let Ronquist become the villain of the piece. They were happy to go either way, but he could do very little about it. Fenrir pretended to consider the situation. You volunteered the information. Indeed I did, my lord. And I have had a number of conversations with the Merlin. Perhaps as many as you, my lord. And your conclusions? I made a number of observations, but I'd prefer to wait before I present them. Wait. I'm sure others have opinions to express. I'd rather hold off until we've heard from them. But, in answer to your lady's question, I have sealed no secret compact with Taliesin. When you made me a guest in your domain, my lord, I pledged my sword to your service in this very hall, and nothing has happened to cause me to renege on that pledge. Victor Ronquist does not go back on his word. The short speech seemed to have the right effect, in that it at least produced a silence, which was filled only when Sir surprised everyone by deciding to speak in public. Having eschewed one of her usual extreme fine fetish outfits for a fashionable black evening dress that would have been acceptable at any cocktail party on the planet, she had so far spent the entire meeting writing notes in what looked to be a school exercise book. Now she half raised a hand to be recognized. Ronquist, at least temporarily, was off the hook. My lord. Her voice was a soprano purr that commanded all to listen closely. Sirs. Leaving the matter of Dr. Morbius and Master Ronquist aside for a moment, I'd be interested to know how many of us have had our dreams invaded by this Urshu. Have you experienced this? If I hadn't, I wouldn't be asking the question. My dreams have been violated by this thing, which I find both disturbing and offensive. As you, my lord, are well aware, I can create far more interesting scenarios for my dream state than being forced into gratuitous virtuals of 5th century England or the Nephilim occupation. As far as I'm concerned, this would indicate the Merlin intends us no good, and we should consider ridding ourselves of him. He is a bore and should be dispatched without delay. Of course, this may only be happening to Theta and myself, but somehow I doubt it. That's why I ask again, have more of you had these invasive dreams? It was one of those situations where, despite much muttering and exchanging of looks, no one wanted to be the first to make a public admission. Theta, still in her gloved governess outfit, metaphorically cracked the whip on the assembly. Perhaps we could have a show of hands on this. Finally Shaggy Lachlan himself owned up. Lassie. I hate to admit it, but bastard's been gettin' into mine, and no mistake. And mine. Mine too, fuck him. With Lachlan having broken the ice, other Highlanders felt able to make the same confession without showing weakness. After some delay, about half the assembled company raised their hands. Even Ronkist was a little surprised. The Merlin appeared already to be deep into his game. Circe regarded Fenrir as if her point had been proved. Thus we see the Urshu is making a bloody nuisance of himself all through the castle. One of the coven of craft workers who were sitting together halfway down the left side of the table like a row of black crows on a branch spoke in a hollow voice from inside her cowl. The imparting of dreams would seem a small thing on which to condemn the Urshu out of hand. An elder Highlander grumbled. Mine's own. No fucking King's Cross station on a Saturday night. Up to this point, Destry and Julia had seemed to be contained in their own world of budding undead romance, but Destry suddenly and somewhat angrily detached herself and joined the meeting. With all respect to the learned craft worker, how long will the invasion be confined to our dreams? Let's not forget the total destruction of my Troika companion, the late Columbine Dashwood, began with dreams. The worst catastrophes can start small, but they grow to be uncontrollable before anyone realizes. Shaggy Lachlan spat on the floor. Not to speak ill o dear departed, but Dashwood lassie was bloody mad frat get go. Remember trouble she caused before, and she had to be run oot of here wi her fancy tail between her fancy legs. And when she returned here, compelled by the Merlin, she was reduced to her fundamental ashes so the monster could wake. Shaggy Lachlan appealed to Fenrir. Let's be done wii and kill thing, lord. Then we can off all tea drink and dot. This brought a roar of relieved laughter, but also a good deal of agreement. Fenrir raised a hand. Then you'll be pleased to hear that before we gathered I placed a guard on the Urshu. Taliesin is now under close arrest. Ronkist was careful not to show how he felt. With Gethsemane right next to him, he knew his every feeling was being monitored. Fenrir still had to be in denial of the true power of the Urshu. Lupo had walked through Fenrir's Highlanders without any of them sensing him. How much more could an Urshu do? Posting some lads with pikes outside his door, even undead lads with pikes, would serve only to confirm for the Merlin that the wind had changed and he was no longer the honored guest. While Ronkist gloomily hid his fuming, the craft worker nearest to the head of the table rose to her feet. One among the Highlanders muttered the word witch, but was ignored. Her voice was less hollow and more melodious than that of her companion, and since she sat nearest the head of the table, Ronkist surmised she was the mistress of the coven, the seventh of the 7 stars who had sat on Fenrir's right hand during the feast and the entertainment. My instinct is to concur that, in allowing the Ursha to awaken in these confines, my lord, there is a strong possibility that you have unknowingly introduced a malignancy into your house and into the modern world. Such texts as have survived all led to the supposition of a natural enmity and ill will between Urshu and Nosferatu. The old accounts tell of battles fought and of struggles for the most conclusive of tools of power. The assumption among we of the craft has always been that conflict would inevitably follow an encounter between 2 creations of the Nephilim. If my lord recalls, we urged you long ago not to assist in the waking of the Urshu, but you were of another mind. Fenrir glared at the row of black cowls. I do not need those of the craft to remind me they told me so. I'm sorry, my lord. Should I continue? Yes, go on. You may be irritating, mistress of the craft, but you're also usually right. Master Lachlan has counseled kill the thing, and I would assume others here, perhaps even the majority, feel the same way. Before, however, passing a final judgment on anything, we needs must know whether we can in fact impose the penalty demanded of that judgment. Could you put that a little more simply? To be blunt, my lord, saying kill the thing is all very well, but I'm not sure any of us have the means to kill it at our disposal. There may be no way of killing an Urshu. The death of one has never been recorded. The remains of one have never been unearthed. A Highlander was on his feet. Ah, things die if killed right. When we were human we slaughtered th English, and when we came t Nosferatu estate, we slaughtered th humans. Who tells us we can slaughter one Urshu? The mistress of the craft pressed on. Remember the legend, my lord. In confrontation between Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl, it's recorded that Quetzalcoatl was driven out of Mexico, not that he was killed. It is possible the Ursha do not suffer death as we know it. It might seem impossible to us, who fear the sun and all the other fatal weaknesses that beset us, to conceive of a being to whom all forms of death are a mere abstraction, but think of how the humans are unable to understand us, the Nosferatu. The Highlander hardly seemed impressed with the craft worker's reasoning. Hack it pieces and spread its parts. Then burn I. Tha seems t work f even th foulest o fiends. Galloglass spoke for the first time, almost to himself. Tha or we find th green kryptonite. A number of those present looked at him in puzzlement. What are you talking about? Galloglass glared at those who seemed to question his statement. Green kryptonite, ya ken? Do ya no read th comics, or watch th moving pictures on telly? Green kryptonite was th downfall of Superman, a rock fra his home planet tha caused him to lose his powers. A seemingly invincible bane sooner or later reveal a weakness. Th Persians say perfections only wrought by God himself. Me. I obviously can believe in God, but I believe th Persians. I know from my readin' and fra th tales told that Marduk ra never wrought perfection I anythin'. Jews look at us. Th Urshu has a weakness, mark m words. Without rising from his seat, Lupo spoke next. Shouldn't we be asking ourselves if we have the time to go looking for a weakness in this thing? It already knows all of ours. Before Lupo was answered by anyone, another of the craft workers was on her feet. Before we seek a weakness in the Urshu, shouldn't we question our right to destroy it at all? It is not our food. It is not a kill. With the exception of Columbine Dashwood, it has not overtly harmed one of us. The moral burden of its destruction could prove a weighty one. Again the Highlanders were muttering. The words "fuck the moral burden" were repeated at least twice, but it was impossible for Ronkist to tell who had uttered them. He was more intrigued that the coven seemed to be arguing as one for the preservation of the Merlin, and he wondered what their agenda might be. He continued to wonder as the lady of the craft resumed. It is one of the last of its kind. In fact, it could be the last. There may be no more. Far from destroying it, shouldn't we be seeking a way to safely preserve it? Once it's gone, it will never come again. Taking a cue from Lupo, Ronkist didn't stand, but he made his voice heard over the Highlanders' grumbling undertow. The argument of the lady of the craft does have a certain merit. We would be destroying a crucial link with our own past and origins. Fenrir turned and faced him, and Ronkist wished to hell he'd take off the dark glasses. So Victor, you do stand with Taliesin after all. The debate had come full circle, and they were back to the impeachment of his loyalty again. He let show some of his distaste for the turn of events. No, my lord, I merely thought the point of our friend here was worthy of consideration. Fenrir shook his head. I fear, Victor, you are too much the historian. Can the Ursha really be considered a species? It does not breed like a human or perpetuate its kind in the way of the Nosferatu. It's a relic, and I know you love relics, Victor. I would be the first to admit I share the same fascination, but I believe it is a dangerous relic, like an ancient toxin, an artifact that proves cursed or radioactive, or a disease suddenly flourishing again long after being thought eradicated. My instincts are that the Merlin must go. He is nothing but a sorry relic of Marduk Ra and the Nephilim who sought to enslave and destroy us. Let's hold the method of his going for the moment, and just consider how safe it would be to permit such a thing to continue. What say the rest of you? Gethsemane. Gethsemane didn't hesitate. It must be destroyed. Galloglass. I am Lord. It was a noble experiment, but put an end to. Ladies of the craft. The mistress spoke for all of them. We reserve our judgment for the present. Fenrir didn't seem pleased. So be it. Theta. Kill it. Sirs. Kill it. One by one, as Fenrir continued down the length of the table, the responses seemed unanimous. Kill it. Kill I. Destroy it. Kill it. Kill I. Kill I. Kill it. Kill. Yes, kill it. Do away with bloody thing. Kill I. All seemed to be in agreement, and of the principal protagonists, only Ronkist had yet to speak. Victor. His would, by no means, be the deciding vote, but he knew the comfort of his immediate future would be seriously affected by his yet or nay. Yet he couldn't just be ensuring his own comfort. Too much was at stake, and in the ancient unreality of the Great Hall, of the Castle Fenrir itself, in the midst of this unprecedented gathering of the undead, he could all too easily be carried along by the prevailing mass consciousness of fear and threatened pride. And then there was the temptation of the Merlin. What had he offered? A world for Nosferatu, by Nosferatu, without the need to ever again hide. Was that not a prize to at least be considered? If, of course, there was a word of truth in it, and if the Merlin was not simply playing him for a fool. And wasn't that a very strong possibility? How else would an Ursha view a Nosferatu, descendant of intractable fighting machines without wit or imagination? As an inferior. As a fool. You have a problem, Victor. With a sense of profound relief, Ronkist made up his mind. No, my lord, I have no problem. Kill the damned thing. It's an obscenity. It's 1,000 times worse than we are. Kill the obscenity, Victor. Or is that merely for the benefit of Fenrir and his people? Taliesin was in the great hall, suddenly standing beside the plain empty chair. Mariko could feel a terrible Nosferatu dread flowing in waves. They were children caught by an elder, ineffectually plotting the elder's downfall, and now they would have to suffer for their presumption. Some of the fear came from the gathering itself, but much more was being imposed. To be able to inflict such a massive and all-enveloping emotional miasma told her this Ursha had hitherto unsuspected reserves of power. Would you really reject the chance to be lord of the earth under me, Victor? Or you, Fenrir? Ronkist and Fenrir stared at each other. They had both been offered the same contract with the Merlin. And as the Merlin laughed, the banner in the great hall billowed slowly and ominously, and he seemed to glow from within with a mesmerizing radiance. There's no point in looking at each other like that. You will tell yourselves it was all lies, but you'll recall the rejection you made for the rest of your long time. The fields of absolute domination were laid out in front of you, but you turned your backs on them. Fenrir for the security of your crumbling castle and outmoded clan, and Ronkist for your wholly spurious pride. And Gethsemane, and you, Julia, neither of you cared to be the mistress of all? Where do your loyalties lie? What better could you hope for beyond the sensual luxury of unquestioned command and absolute authority? Could none of you bring yourselves to serve only the Merlin? Could none of you brave the truth? Accept the inevitable that Taliesin had awakened, and your sole superior was come among you. As he spoke, the Merlin also shifted shape. He grew taller, the merry girth disappeared. Golden robes flowed from his shoulders like wings at rest, and his countenance became all but divine. The humanoid resemblance at once more idealized and more tenuous. A god or monster? The choice was theirs. They could make of him what they would, the very undead who were themselves considered masters of the grand illusion. They, too, had been gods in their time, and monsters, 2, but the Merlin had come, and their reign of night terror and blind day was at an end. The assembled Nosferatu, Mariko included, sat paralyzed, helpless in the vice the Ursha was rapidly closing on their minds. Victor, Fenrir, the craft workers, none appeared able to stand against the Ursha. Some, including the grotesque, the exquisite, and Henry Brazil, had been permitted to flee. For shame, you sad and faithless vampires, shall I now seat myself in the chair of the accused and have you put me to the questioning? But, no, your votes were cast. Kill, 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 you cried. Do away with the bloody thing was what one said. The Lady Gethsemane spoke so sweetly and without hesitation. It must be destroyed. The one who offered all was to be hacked to pieces and the pieces scattered and burned, when all the poor Merlin intended was a place of perfection for the Nosferatu. And how will you who rejected me think about this day when you see your world sear and scorched, the very finality of your kind close at hand? Will you curse the foolish pride that caused you to reject Taliesin, Victor? Will you weep your cold, dry, and bitter tears for what might have been, Gethsemane? Was this the kind of speech he had made to Arthur on the dirt floor of Camelot, shape-shifting and delivering dreams of a future golden and eternal? Was that the promise made to Pendragon? And yet Pendragon had himself been deceived. An idol of less than a human lifetime, and then the great war harps had roared in the tempest, and Camelot had fallen to the fire, sword, and axe of the Saxons. And as Mariko had that thought, the glory of the Ursha seemed to diminish slightly. She thought perhaps it was only a matter of her own perception fighting back, but she was suddenly and drastically shown she was not alone. A Highlander hurled himself at the Merlin with a single scream. Fenrir. The fine but futile gesture ended immediately as the Highlander, still 9 or 10 feet from the Merlin, vanished in a blinding brilliance of silent lightning that left only clothing, grey ash, and a fallen sword. In the flash, however, some part of the irresistible, confining bubble somewhere burst. Taliesin's will was only finite. Fenrir was first on his feet, seizing his dress sword from the table and throwing off the scabbard, but Gallowglass and Lupo were a close second and third. Mariko knew she had to join them. She quickly fell into step beside Lupo. It seemed an intelligent place to be. Drive out the Merlin or let the creature take them. It had gone on too far for any other course. Highlanders joined them, Theta and Circe, Julia and Destry, Shaggy Lachlan with claymore drawn, a half-circle of Nosferatu, far beyond anger, in a state of mind where the only options were death or what? At that point, no one quite seemed to have an answer. Lupo leaned close and murmured a low warning. Be careful, he may not be here at all. He could do all this from at a distance. Who can outguess an Ursha? Who even knows what an Ursha really is under all that illusion? Ronquist and Fenrir were a few paces in front of the rest and a distance from the Merlin. Fenrir held up his hand, and everyone halted. Mariko watched as the two exchanged a single glance. Ronquist, who was unarmed, turned and held out his hand. Immediately the hilts of a half-dozen claymores were offered to him. He took the nearest one. It was no time for show. Taliesin immediately recognized their intent. Oh, my boys, the two heroes come for me. Ronquist and Fenrir momentarily paused, black silhouettes against the larger-than-life luminescence, then together they hurled themselves at the Merlin. And the Merlin vanished. The immediate result was uncontrolled undead panic. The hysteria couldn't have been worse. With the Ursha mind control instantly withdrawn, the Nosferatu simply vented. Some screamed, some tottered, some sagged in their seats, and others went into a frenzy. One killed an unfortunate thrall and fed on the spot. Many tried to flee the great hall, wanting to get away but seemingly having no other aim in mind. Ronquist and Fenrir stood looking at the place where the Merlin had been, as though dazed. Highlanders, equally confused, gathered around their lord, swords drawn, and moving according to their ingrained instinct to shield him, but again, hardly knowing from what. This instantly convened bodyguard was so unthinkingly protective, it almost got into an internecine fight when another squad, under the command of Goneril, ran into the room. Fenrir managed to get between them, and after some shouting, those who'd been in the hall and received the treatment from the Merlin started thinking again. We've been deceived by an illusion. Where's the Merlin? Where's fucking Merlin? Goneril unhappily came to attention. Th's why we came to tell ya, lord. Merlin is gone. He ha escaped. I know that, damn it. He was just here, and now he isn't. No, lord. Fenrir looked ready to strike her down. What do you mean, no, my lord? I posted 2 sets o' guards as ye ordered, lord. 2 inside Merlin's room and 2 ith corridor. And 2 ith corridor reported he never left his room, but when I was time to change guard, Merlin was gone and 2 ith room, she hesitated, at a complete loss and very close to being spooked. Fenrir made his voice firmer but more gentle. Steady, Goneril, you are not responsible. 2 guards I his room, lord, they were turned to dust. Nothing left o' them save their clothes and their weapons. Quickly, Galloglass took control. He pointed to a Highlander at random. You. Run and see if any vehicles are missing. He selected 3 more. You, and you. Secure castle. Order OOT able-bodied. CTHA gates are locked and THATH walls are fully manned. I want this place closed up tight as a drum, and no excuses. The one so designated hurried from the hall. With a new sense of purpose, the clan began to recover from its disarray. The mystery of what the Urshu had really done, however, was far from being solved, and Fenrir was about as furious as an Nosferatu could be without actually spitting blood. Lupo eased close to Ronkist. I doubt they'll find him, Don Victor. Ronkist nodded. I doubt they'll find him, either. In fact, I think the Urshu was ahead of us from the moment he awoke. He has played us the way we might play a rabble of unsuspecting humans. You think perhaps we might make ourselves scarce? Before anyone thinks to blame us for what happened. I'm not sure the Lord Fenrir will be ready to accept he was simply outclassed by the Merlin. Me, too, Lupo. I was fooled right along with the rest. That may be true, Don Victor, but should we make a discreet exit? Before Ronkist could answer, the Highlander who had been sent to check on the vehicles hurried back to Galloglass. ATH motor vehicles are accounted F. No one had crossed TH bridge, and TH thralls ITH village claim no one has passed through. Fenrir joined them as the Highlander finished his breathless report. He must be in the castle somewhere, damn it. Goneril, form search parties. Find him. With orders given, the castle being sealed, and search parties organized, Fenrir had the time to turn to Ronkist and Lupo. Can you explain any of this to me? Ronkist spread his hands. No, my lord. I wish someone could explain it to me. We should never have meddled in this. Taliesin would have woken anyway. We only selected the time and the place. Fenrir, Ronkist, Lupo, and Galloglass fell silent as an eerie sound echoed through the great hall. Somewhere a female was sobbing, a sound of bereft, inhuman desolation that was coming closer as they listened. Now what? As if in answer, Julia entered the hall supporting Destry on her arm. The dreadful sobbing was coming from none other than Destry, who had completely broken down. What happened? Destry went to check on her horse, and it was gone. A bad feeling overtook Ronkist. Gone? The Uzbek. Destry gathered her wits. Dormandu is gone. His saddle and harness, too. That thing has taken him. Fenrir's expression was grim. So that would be how he got away. Galloglass was even grimmer. Lord, Sun is about T broach horizon. Taliesin ha well timed his escape. No pursuit can be staged until sunset. The sun sank behind the mountains, marking the end of a long, tense, and sleepless day. Everyone in the castle seemed to have a reason to be in the courtyard inside the main gate before the sky was even dark. Vehicles were being manned and their engines started, search parties were organized, and little effort was spared to find the Merlin, but with almost a 12-hour start, none but the most blindly optimistic expected to find him. Ronquist and Lupo walked slowly through the sunset chaos of a delayed pursuit. They first encountered Mariko. Ronquist took her by the arm and moved her away from possibly eavesdropping Scots. Lupo and I are leaving under the cover of all this chaos. How? Lupo has a way prepared. Will you come with us? Mariko reluctantly shook her head. I must return to Ravenkeep. It's my home. With Columbine gone, there will be much to sort out. How will you get there? The Range Rover has been commandeered by one of the Lord's search parties, but I will go with Destry and Julia. They left the horse box in which they brought Dormandu beyond the village. Fenrir and his people don't know about it, and we will use it to travel south. Julia is going with you. That seems to be her intention. Right now she and Destry claim to be inseparable. You must come to California as soon as you can get away. I will show you my library, and we will drink the blood of movie stars together. We will do that, Victor, but right now I have to go. Lupo stared speculatively at Ronquist as Mariko walked away. A flirtation in the middle of all this, Don Victor? An attraction to the Yarabaka. Ronquist ignored him except to project a certain concern over the three females traveling on their own. Lupo looked at him as if he were insane. Let them adventure their own way out of this, Don Victor. Now you travel with Lupo. We will go home. We will have no more trouble. Epilogue. After what Lupo called all his globe-trotting, Ronquist had taken his time settling back into the simple routine of the residence in Los Angeles, but bit by bit, he sank into the colony's essentially lazy ways. Evenings began in the big kitchen. Details of the day-to-day running of the house required his attention, as did the management of the financial complexity needed to materially support the small group of Nosferatu. In the days after his return, he had explained to the others that Julia might not be returning for a while, and that they might expect a visit from a female called Mariko Matsunaga, late of the Ravenkeep Troika and the Yarabaka clan. The first piece of news was greeted with indifference. The other Nosferatu in the colony, particularly Dahlia, considered Julia something of a loose and unpredictable canon. The second item had caused a certain gossipy speculation: was Victor through mourning Kinara and casting around for a new consort? In the first few weeks after his and Lupo's return from Europe, Ronquist had earnestly taxed himself wondering and worrying about the location of Taliesin and what fresh games the Ursha might be planning. He had taken the Merlin's declared plan to conduct a cull of the human race at face value, and he had done a good deal of research into the best survival prospects in the event of a limited nuclear war. With the sole exception of Lupo, Ronquist had kept his work secret from the others, lest they accuse him of excessive paranoia. The months had passed, however, and the Ursha failed to surface or in any way manifest himself, and thoughts of him had been pushed to the back of Ronquist's mind. On this particular morning, Ronquist had arisen late, drank his water, and dressed. He'd hunted the night before, feeding on a confused table dancer from a strip joint near Lax. The girl had been so loaded on designer drugs she had hardly recognized death even when it was upon her. When he entered the kitchen, he was surprised to see that everyone else was already out and about their business, unusual, but hardly remarkable. The smell of Sada's idiosyncratic coffee was in the air, and someone had left the TV on. He eyed a report by Wolf Blitzer on CNN with little interest. The subject of the report was Mervyn Tailshian, the US President's new Special National Security Advisor, the one the media were lionizing as the new genius of the current tough line in international diplomacy. An Armenian American, and previously a political unknown, He had apparently been a cloistered academic at either Harvard or Princeton, but the press seemed confused over which. He'd only emerged from academic obscurity when the incoming president had selected him to author the first draft of NACT, the Nuclear Arms Containment Treaty. From that point on, he had moved with almost uncanny swiftness into the very center of power, with his own staff, his own office in the White House, and, some said, his own private intelligence unit. Right at this moment, THIRD-WORLDISM was in the very center of the nation's efforts to defuse the growing nuclear arm tension between India and Pakistan. Blitzer spoke into a hand mic as, behind him, THIRD-WORLDISM disembarked from Air Force One, discreetly behind the president, as they returned to Washington from what was being called a crisis summit. Ronquist had read about THIRD-WORLDISM, and even seen photographs of the man. He seemed the capable, good-looking politician in the current cookie-cutter mode, but since he watched little TV, he had never seen him through that medium before. The moment THIRD-WORLDISM emerged from behind the blandly smiling president, Ronquist experienced a not inconsiderable shock of recognition. THIRD-WORLDISM outwardly looked nothing like the Urshu he had encountered at Fenrir, but Ronquist knew instantly they were one and the same. The deliberate and joking similarity in names should have been a clue, but Ronquist had failed to make the connection. To paraphrase the Beatles, it was something in the way he moved, a mannerism, a gesture, an inclination of the head, the way he related to the humans around him. Mervyn THIRD-WORLDISM was, beyond all doubt, Taliesin the Merlin, and he was the one attempting to broker a peace between the two fractious nuclear powers on behalf of the President of the United States. Perhaps it was time to dust off the files on survival and prepare the others for what might be the Merlin's worst-case scenario. Other Victor Ronquist novels by Mick Farren from Tor Books. The Time of Feasting. Dark Lost. Ronquist pointed at the dark-haired girl, ordering her to come to him. While the blonde remained blank and motionless, the dark one swayed very slowly toward him, as though in the grip of an immensely powerful but far from unpleasant narcotic. A fine smoke trail, all that was left of her consciousness, curled from magenta to deep blue, frightened but also lethargically excited. Lost from reality and completely unable to translate what was happening to her, she was vacuously happy someone was bringing her the shadowy and mysterious drama so completely lacking in drab real life. She would embrace her last moments with a previously unpracticed passion. She stood in front of him, stiff and unseeing, but then one level of control seemed to give way, and she sagged into Ronquist with a confused sigh. "I don't understand." Ronquist caught her easily with his left arm, as though they were about to dance. His right hand slipped into the pocket of his leather jacket, closing around the smooth silver tube. "You never will." "I don't mind." The tube was out of his pocket, and he thumbed the button. The sharp steel spike slipped out. "I know." Coming in October 2002 from Tor Books, the fourth book in Mick Farren's Ronquist Quartet. Underland. Victor Ronquist meets his toughest opponents yet. He's been co-opted by a top-secret US agency to battle the remnants of Hitler's Third Reich, who have some very strange allies. Carlson laid a hand on the closed folder. He couldn't allow Ronquist to completely run the encounter. "Do you mind if I take a turn and ask you some questions? I need to know just one more thing." "What's that?" "My feeding requirements." Carlson had been wondering when the question would come up. When the plan to trap Ronquist had been approved by Greel, Schultz, Lustig, Brouwer, and a half-dozen other company men had drunk themselves jubilantly stupid in a Washington bar later the same night. Netting the vampire was a much-needed justification of their work in very uncertain times. A chant had even broken out. "We're getting a vampire. We're getting a vampire." Carlson, as drunk as any of the others, but holding it better had at that point asked the same thing Ronquist was now asking. "If you get a vampire, who's going to feed it?" By so doing, he had stopped the party in its inebriated tracks. Lustig had been the first to recover offhandedly suggesting that Washington had enough junkies and crackheads to satisfy any vampire. Carlson regarded Ronquist with all the neutrality he could muster. Mercifully, that is not my direct problem or responsibility. Plans have, however, been made. An exclusive diet of drug addicts is not advisable. They make me sluggish and stupid, and eventually I sicken. Carlson looked hard at Ronquist. I thought you agreed not to read my mind. I'm not reading your mind, I was just anticipating the obvious and pragmatic. Crackheads will make me ill. The Nosferatu are that fragile. Ronquist shook his head. No, my friend. Humans are that toxic.